That's all right.
That's all right. You can tighten the chairs up if you worry about it.
Yeah, bring it this way a little bit.
Cricket, all the way. We got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bowl. The vein of every true blue fan is the Videx cricketer anchorman. Needs the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice like the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bowl.
Here we are on White Line Wireless. You're with Kat Jones and Dan Libke and Ardit. And we have Russ on the producer desk, and we are enjoying that intro music as opposed to listening to the national anthems, Dan.
Yes, we could see on the Australians all singing along to the White Line Wireless theme song. Pat Cummins belting it out, ball by bloody ball. He was singing. Lovely to see from Pat.
Yeah. Even the Pakistan players also joining in. They know it well.
Yes.
So today we have a day-night match, or if you're in Australia, it's a night-night match. And we are playing in Bengaluru. It is the 18th match of the World Cup. And Australia are in dire straits, aren't they, Dan? Let's build this up. If they don't beat Pakistan, what will happen?
They'll have to win every game to make the finals, or to be certain of making the finals anyway. So this is an important game for Australia. On the other hand, if they do win this one and win it by a reasonably moderate amount, they will jump into fourth position. They will leapfrog Pakistan into fourth. So that's a very big game for Australia and presumably Pakistan as well.
Indeed, it is. And do we have any changes to the team? I know that, anyway, well, let's give you the toss first. So we know that Pakistan won the toss. They have elected to field, and apparently in World Cups, the team that, between these two teams, the team that loses the toss always wins. So we don't even need to really call this match.
Yep, that's good. Good to hear. So we've got Mitchell Marsh and David Warner needlessly out there, preparing to face up to a game that Australia is already certain to win.
Yes, we know we've had a lot of interesting controversies with the umpiring so far this series.
Yes, the wild DRS that everyone seems to disagree with, despite the fact it's built of, highly sophisticated technology. People with their eyes are going, nah, that doesn't look quite right.
I'm sure they've just programmed the DRS into a new AI of some sort, and they're just ironing out the wrinkles there.
Yes.
But anyway, we are getting ready to start this match shortly. We're not doing much of a preamble, and we know that people don't like too much of a ramble before the match. So
there were rumours that Adam Zampa was going to miss out today. He had a back injury in the previous match against Sri Lanka, but he appears to have made his fitness test, passed his fitness test, so he's in.
It's mostly his nose that has to pass that test.
Yeah. The injured nose that he got from swimming into the side of a swimming pool.
Yeah. And we know that his nose will feature prominently in this match.
Yes, so Pakistan will be bowling first. It looks like David Warner will be on strike.
So it's going to be Afridi who's going to steam in left arm fast bowler. And we had another couple of Pakistan fielders warming up on the ground there, so they'll be probably bowling next.
Presumably they'll stand up before Afridi delivers the first ball.
Let's hope so. So we have a close-in ring field. We have David Warner. Every time he plays these days, we think it's his last match, don't we?
Any game could be his last match, although they did field very well against Sri Lanka. He basically turned the match with his fielding.
You mean he was the only one who caught something?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And they were two excellent catches as well.
So let's hope he doesn't forget that and decide he's going to be starting catching now. He's supposed to be batting, but presumably he'll remember that.
Yes. Well, he did chuck a fantastic tantrum as he was dismissed in the previous match. So
we're looking forward to that.
Exactly.
That could happen this very over, as Afridi winds up. He's warmed up his arms and he's warmed up his legs and he's steaming in at the moment. To Warner with Marsh at the non-striker's end. The first ball wraps him on the pads. Big appeal, and there's no signal there from the wicket-keeper. They want to review it, though.
Afridi's very keen on this. I don't think anybody who saw the height of the ball is as keen. It seemed to hit David Warner quite high, but as we mentioned, the DRS has been very interesting. Oh, but they've gone for the review. So the first ball review, Australia did this in their previous match. They burnt a review first ball.
I'm pretty sure it was Pat Cummins yelling from the change rooms, "Review it!"
Yes. Well, David Warner will be, pretty scared. I think we know that he thought he wasn't out in the previous match, and the DRS came back and said, "Oh no, that's just clipping." So maybe this one's just going to clip as well.
No, it's way too high. Surely.
And he was given not out this time, so just clipping's not going to help Pakistan.
No.
I think we
It
saw a
is not.
healthy inside edge there.
There is also
Yes.
a giant inside edge. So apart from that, a great
smashed it.
shout.
It's missing leg, bouncing over, pitching outside, and he's edged it.
Well, that's almost as bad as the Australian review for their match against Sri Lanka. So this is probably good signs for Pakistan, because Australia, of course, went
Yes.
on to win that match.
Yeah, we know they can't lose this because they won the toss.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very hard to determine who's going to win, but a good decision from the umpire
Yeah.
and a very bad decision to review.
As usual, Warner getting his bat well behind that ball.
Yes.
Were they actually appealing for a caught behind?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps I'm not sure whether it carried.
Well, sometimes the third umpire misses it. This next one's beating Warner outside off, and another half-hearted appeal for that swoosh and a miss. But I don't think he got bat on at that time.
No, he didn't. It was a half-hearted appeal and also a half-hearted shot from David Warner, just a little prod outside the off stump, and now he's gesturing to somebody in the crowd to perhaps sit down or come teach him how to bat.
Yeah. He might be wanting them to stand up. We know there haven't been too many supporters of anyone other than India in the crowd. We'll see if we can bring you some information about Australian fans in the crowd shortly.
It seems improbable, but it seems improbable there are Pakistan fans there as well, given the visa situation.
Can Afridi beat his outside edge again? No, this time this ball is guided beautifully down to third, a wide third, and Warner has taken a single. That's 1 run to Warner.
Warner gives Afridi a big smile there. I'm not sure he guided that. I think the ball hit the bat as he was trying to withdraw it.
Oh, that's
He'll claim
possible.
it as a glide.
Yeah.
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 Anyway, he's off the mark. He's 1 off 3. Australia are 1 for no wicket.
And Afridi getting a little bit of swing already outside the off stump, away from the left-hander. Now, of course, we have Marsh on a strike. Which Marsh is this?
This is Mitchell Marsh, the big thumping Marsh. It's not Jeff Marsh, it's not Shaun Marsh, it's not Rod Marsh.
Are you sure it's not Rod Marsh?
It's definitely not Rod
It's
Marsh.
disappointing.
Yes, so he will be there looking to give it a thump as his role.
And this first over taking quite some... I feel like we're now 5 or 6 overs behind the over rate
Already.
already.
That may burn Pakistan at the other end, because if you get behind the over rate, they take fielders away from you in the outfield.
Right.
So
Well, we're only 3 balls in, and it feels like this match has been going for quite some time. As this next ball's down leg side. Did Marsh get an edge on it? It's a big appeal. Let's see what's happening with the umpire. But Afridi cannot believe it.
I'll review this one as well, Afridi. Go on.
Go on, we dare you. He's going, cowards, review it.
Yeah, come on, burn both of them. If you burn both of them, it's much better. You play with like a free mind. You don't have to ever think about reviews again. You just
Yeah.
accept the umpire's decision and get on with it.
Feels like whoever's in charge of the information on the screen is not even showing the DRS countdown. So
Anyway, that clearly did not come off his bat, despite Afridi's celebration. big shrug from the wicketkeeper. Not out.
that's the best ever shrug from a wicketkeeper. Afridi, who's got a wicket with every ball so far. This one, Marsh is lofting into the air for 6 over long off. What a shot.
That was a massive 6 for Mitchell Marsh. That's none for 7. And a fantastic shot from Mitchell Marsh. Just a straight drive, boomed straight down the ground. None for 7.
We are desperately trying to find our stings here.
Take the easy run, or will you have some fun and try for smack some mum?
Fantastic. A little bit rusty on the stings here, so Russ is helping us to try and give those. Because without the music, you may not know it was a 6. And Afridi, who's so far got a wicket with every ball except the 6, has prodded this next one. Marsh has prodded this next one out to point. End of the over. 7 runs from the first over, and the score none for 7.
We have some activity on YouTube.
Already fantastic.
I'm not the best at German pronunciations, but Beschwertzkurzesbein, feel free to correct me, saying, hello all, look, it's Cat and non-insane Billy Corgan.
Okay.
And we have no idea what that means.
No.
Do you know Billy Corgan? He's the.
I do know who Billy Corgan is.
I don't know.
And that he is quite insane.
Yes.
And Leia tells Kat that don't make too many assumptions. People really like the rambling. I know. I've done the survey and lots of anecdotal evidence.
Yeah. We are very capable of rambling, as you heard in that particular over. That took, 45 minutes from Afridi.
Yes. And that 6 was the 200th 6 of the tournament. Imagine that. 1,200 runs. Just in 6s in this tournament so far. And we're only about a third of the way through. So can we crack, 600, 700 6s for the tournament? Let's say we can.
Possibly we can. So, the other opening bowler is Hassan Ali for Pakistan. Right arm fast, and this one is turned around the corner by Warner. Out square for no run.
Yes, Warner always looks hurried these days, doesn't he? He's not quite as free as he used to be in his youth, where he would just basically have a swing and it would come off the middle of the bat effortlessly. These days it's always a little bit panicky.
Yeah.
So we've got Richard Illingworth as one of the umpires. And the other umpire is, of course, Chris Brown.
We were speculating that maybe a post-cricket career for Warner. We'll continue that thought in a moment as this next ball's pushed just forward a point. Scrambled for a single, or an easy single. There's a lot of different possible careers for Warner post-cricket, isn't there?
Yes. I think the umpiring one is a good one. We know he's very interested in the umpire's stats. He wants to see all the umpire's stats put on the big screen so we all know how good or terrible they are.
Yeah.
So I think he's preparing himself to get his own stats up there, transform his cricketing stats into umpiring
Maybe
stats.
he's going to be writing a Moneyball style book about the umpire's stats, like I don't know, umpire ball or something.
So maybe he's going to try and poach the best umpires and start a tournament of umpiring.
Anything is possible. This next ball is to Marsh, who defends back down the pitch. And Hassan Ali getting up to about 131 kilometres an hour. We saw, of course, Afridi about 140, 138.
Yes. So Dave Warner could easily become an umpire. We saw him helping with the covers the other day, so he could follow Nathan Lyon's lead, or do a reverse Nathan Lyon, essentially, go from cricket to ground staff, as opposed to the Nathan Lyon direction.
Indeed. Hassan's right arm over the wicket. This ball's carefully prodded to point by Marsh, who's on 6, and Warner is on 2.
I don't think Mitchell Marsh can resist trying to hit another 6 in these last 2 balls of the over. I reckon he's going to try and thump one out of the ground, and he may be dismissed, but he's going to give it a bloody good crack, I reckon.
He's already hit 1 6. I mean, once you've hit 1, you've just got to keep it going, don't you?
Yeah, it's going to be dots and 6s for Mitchell Marsh for this innings. I reckon he's going to end up on 96.
So we are 4 balls into this Hassan over, and this one's wide outside off stump, and Marsh takes a foolish swing at it, but it's called a wide.
That's a pretty harsh wide. I'm not sure it was that wide. Marsh's bat went underneath it, and I don't think that was outside the tram lines. I think that's very harsh on poor old Hassan.
Yeah, I think it is. It felt like it bounced in the right place, and it was swinging away, but the keeper had no trouble moving to his right to gather that. Hassan Ali wasting no time at the top of his mark. He's not going to be responsible for the slow over rates. We have a slip in place as this one is a swoosh and a miss by Mitch Marsh. He wanted to hit that one over the boundary.
He was definitely trying to hit a 6 off that delivery. He failed miserably, but the idea was there. And I guess the other possibility of going back to David Warner's jobs is that he's not going to be that far behind Stuart Broad in terms of retirement. I think the two of them would make a lovely, just a comedy duo, just going around the world.
I thought you were going to suggest they might go into real estate together.
I'd like to do that as well. Warner and Broad and Warner.
Yeah, possible. Hassan only 1 run so far from this excellent first over, and this is a leave from Marsh, a Steve Smith style leave, and the score is none for 9 at the end of the second over.
Some more rambling chat. Adrian Lowe on Twitter saying, "Good morning. Some very intelligent sounding primates on the air this morning. Not the normal ramblers." Ha ha ha.
That's very nice of you to say we sound intelligent. That, of course, is a complete and utter...
Yeah, it's a mistruth.
Misnomer.
We are, however, primates, so that was correct.
That was correct, yeah. We'll accept that.
And Leah explains that the fun fact, the best words Kurtz's brain, apologies for the pronunciation, on YouTube is her Cricket in German account, and she plugs her stream of the Sunday game in a language you may not understand for the New Zealand versus India game.
So German German calling of the New Zealand-India game. So it's got something for everybody.
Yeah, it's a good cross-cultural experience there. Afridi's back into the attack, second over, and he bowls short. Warner prods this ball out into the offside.
And he kind of crabs out of the crease there. He crabs out, has a look at the fielder, see if the fielder's going to pick it up, and then he crabs back in, and then he has a think about a run as the fielder can't quite grab it, and then he finally just retreats to his crease. So good dancing there from David Warner. David Warner's got his dancing shoes on. So maybe he's dancing with the stars, David Warner.
Maybe. He's using unnecessary energy. He needs to save his energy for hitting this next ball. He's 2 from 6. The last over very tight. Can they get some runs from Afridi? And this ball goes down leg side, and he's called a wide.
Yeah, I don't have too many complaints about the wide call on that one. That was well down leg side. Dave Warner let it go. No appeal from Afridi this time.
No, in fact, Afridi's been very quiet this over.
He's calmed down.
Somehow there's not so many chances, but who knows? It could be the next ball.
So a sluggish start from Australia. They haven't really got away quite yet.
They also haven't got out.
That's true.
10 runs. This next ball is pushed out to the cover area, and Baba fields. They get a single, a confident single. Again, no appeal from Afridi.
No appeal from Afridi. So good news for Australia, or perhaps bad news for Australia, because if he'd appealed convincingly enough, they might have burnt that second one. But this does bring big 6-hitting Mitchell Marsh, 6 or nothing, back on strike. So he's going to try and smash Afridi out of the ground in one of these last 4 balls of the over. Look at him. His eyes are just focused. I'm going to hit this for 6, he's thinking.
Dots or sixes, that's what he's thinking. And he's looking forward to facing Afridi, although he's very defensive on this first delivery, just pushing the ball into the short cover position.
Yeah, Dave Warner was out of his ground, thinking momentarily of a single, and perhaps not got the memo that Mitch Marsh is just dealing in 6s today.
Yeah.
So no point getting out of your crease, Dave.
Although maybe there could be a man cat on. You just never know.
Well, possibly, or maybe he's going to try and manufacture a 6 for Mitchell Marsh by trying to scamper 2 and then getting 4 overthrows as well. So that's the other way that Mitch Marsh could work.
This next ball back of a length and just again pushed out into the offside towards point, and no run. So Pakistan, of course, won the toss, and they decided they would field. We are in the 3rd over so far. Both openers still intact for Australia.
Yeah, Australia, Travis Head is due back soonish, so it would be more interesting to see how Australia bat once Head is back, because they did it, but before he got injured, they had this nice pattern going of they both he and Warner would just come out and thrash it, and it didn't really matter.
Another ball back of a length, good length, and just pushed out defensively by Marsh.
And then once Head was injured, Marsh was bumped up to open, and he's trying to fill that role, but he's not quite as good at, like, Head will just thrash anything, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
And Marsh was coming in at 3 previously, and now he doesn't come in at 3, which means they've got the Smith-Marnus combo at 3 and 4, which does tend to make them a slightly more slow-moving batting outfit.
And Steve Smith is not fabulous at number 3.
No. Better at 4.
Anyway, 3 dot balls in a row for Afridi, and this next one, another dot. Warner is halfway down the pitch trying to sneak a single, but it's not on. And that is the end of the over. Afridi bowling very well. The score is none for 11.
We have Supun on Twitter saying full house in the box of dreams, with a picture of all of us bringing you the best coverage of Australia versus Pakistan. And just on Supun, Stephen Kelk says, sadly can't tune in much today due to work commitments, but I just wanted to ask Supun what his thoughts are about Zampa's Man of the Match award for the last game, and maybe he can elaborate on that in a few minutes.
Supun will be on commentary very shortly, and I'm sure he'll tell us all about that. What do you think, Ardit, about the Zampa Man of the Match?
Well deserved. Four very vital wickets.
Hassan's around the wicket to Warner. Warner's flicking this beautifully backward a square for 6.
That was a massive shot from Warner. He did one of those in the Sri Lanka game. If you drift on his pads, he's got this... It's a newish kind of shot, I think, where he just kind of hoiks it behind him. behind
Indeed.
square, and it goes all the way for 6. So he did one of those that was just before he got out and got very shitty about it.
Uh-oh, does this mean he's about to go out?
Poor-
Anyway,
almost certainly.
we are about to play a jingle,
Oh.
so I'm going to say it's number 17. We'll play the jingle.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
And the next ball is delivered. It's wrapping him on the pads. But this time, no shout from Hassan. He's very muted. After that 6, it's a dot ball.
Hassan probably saw that there was an inside edge there, and unlike Afridi, he declined to convince the captain to send it upstairs.
So Warner now overtaking Marsh. It's a battle between these two openers who can score the most 6s. So far the tally is
1 apiece.
1 apiece. Hassan around the wicket again, and this time it's pushed into the offside, and they've scrambled through for a single.
So nice sharp single there from David Warner. Mitch Marsh came through to complete it with him.
It was almost like they heard us saying in the previous over that it was a bit slow, and now they are bumping it up to whatever we're up to this over, 7 runs.
Yeah, I mean they're not far off 6 and over here, so it's not really that slow. I guess that when you hit a 6 in every other over, that definitely helps your run rate along, even if all the other balls are dot balls.
Indeed. Hassan over the wicket to the right-hander Marsh. It's wrapping him on the pads, on the stomach, on the box, wherever, but he's not fazed by that at all. It is a dot.
Yes, he picks up the ball and tosses it back to the bowler. The Australians are quite keen to just pick up the ball and help the fielders out these days. It's part of their new era, their new helpful era, the nice guy era of Australian cricket.
Yes.
They'll pick up a ball, they'll toss it to a fielder. They don't care.
No. So the score 18 for no loss in the 4th over. And this next one a little bit slower, and it's just pushed into the onside. The fielding's very sharp there, and they don't get a run.
Yeah, Marsh tried to tease us that he was going to take a single. We know he's not going to take a single. He's now 6 off 13 balls, 12 dot balls, 1 massive 6. So probably due for another 6.
Yeah, I think he's due for one.
Yep. So perhaps he will finish off this over with another 6. Or perhaps he won't.
Hassan started this over with a 6, and so far kept it pretty tight. Marsh talking to himself, and this time he's slashing at a ball outside off, and this goes all the way to the boundary for 4.
I can only count to 4.
Yes, a lovely shot from Mitchell Marsh. Outside off stump, he just cut it and it raced away to the boundary. So Marsh, the theory that he was only going to hit 6s has been completely destroyed. He may only hit boundaries, maybe just be 6s and 4s.
Could be.
We'll see if he gets any 1s or 2s as the match goes on. But so far it's dots, 4s or 6s for Mitchell Marsh.
That was well and truly along the carpet. Not a chance of that one going over the boundary. Not even if that umpire that called 6s and 4s was umpiring. I'm not sure who that was. Was it Kettleborough? No.
Let's say it was
Let's say
Kettleborough. Kettleborough's had a few wild decisions.
He's had not a great tournament.
It was
Anyway,
Chris Gaffney.
oh, it was
Chris
Gaffney.
Gaffney.
Gaffney, all right. 22 for no loss after Pakistan decided to field and bowl at the Australians. Both Warner and Marsh on 10. Both openers. A solid double-figure start. This next ball, Warner is defending and then following as if he wants to hit it twice.
Yeah, either hit it twice or field it and try and run himself out because he was out of his
Yeah.
crease as he chased it. So
Yeah.
he could have easily picked it up and flicked it back and ran himself out if he was even more stupider than we expect that David Warner is.
And if you don't have any vision here and you're listening to us, Warner is full of beans today.
Yeah, he's
completely full of beans.
he's had a couple of energy drinks, cup of coffee. He's had broken into Adam Zampa's coffee machine,
Yeah.
turned it up to full.
Is Adam Zampa the one that does the coffee?
Yeah, Zampa and Stoinis, they love their coffee.
Okay. Anyway, Freedy's over the wicket. Bowling to Warner. Prods the ball to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, so yeah, David Warner, he's running back and forth. He's dropping at his feet and he's thinking of a run and then he's
Almost
not
fielding
running.
it himself.
Yeah, it's very exciting stuff from David Warner. Mitch Marsh seems more sedate. Mitch Marsh always seems half asleep, even when he's just hit a 6. He's kind of on the brink of yawning.
Well, Bisons are famously docile, right?
This is true. Yes. It's very, very hard to keep that big head open.
This next one's short and it's a top edge from Warner. It's gone straight up in the air, but God knows where it's gone. It's been dropped. It's been dropped there on the ring. I don't know what position it was because the ball just went right up in the air. The cameraman lost it, and Afridi is very muted with his disappointment, actually.
Yeah, reviewer at Afridi. No, I think that was mid-on. I think it went pretty much straight up, straight to mid-on, who just shelled it completely. I think it hit him on the leg as it burst through his hands, or I'm not even sure it got hands to it.
Gone through his hands.
Onto his leg and just dribbled in front of him. That was terrible fielding.
That was, yeah. It was a bit like Australia in the field there. But a terrible shot from Warner. It was an awful swing at that ball, completely mistimed it, top-edged it. It should have been out. Do it again, Warner. You need to go out. And this next one is just dropped into the mid-wicket position.
Yeah, straight to the fielder who just dropped that catch, I think. Good
Single
work.
taken.
Yeah, that was a very simple catch, and I don't think his hands even touched it. He kind of had his hands cupped, and it just went between his two palms straight into the Pakistan label on his chest.
He was trying to catch it against his chest. Not a good idea. You're not allowed to catch the ball in your jumper. He's still looking at his hands as if the hands have got a hole in them. And they may well.
Yep.
He's blaming his hands. A bad fielder blames his hands. This next one's outside off, and Marsh says, thank you very much. It was a wild ball, and it deserved to be spanked to the boundary, and that takes the score to 27 for no loss.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a complete replay of the previous 4 that Mitchell Marsh hit. Outside of stump, just smashed it with all his might. Mitch Marsh does hit the ball very hard, famously. He doesn't want to stuff about dinking and prodding. He'll give it a right royal thump.
So all of a sudden we've had 2 4s and 2 6s. 3 4s? 3 4s. I've
2
lost
4s,
count.
2 6s.
And we're only 27 runs in, and I've already
Yep.
lost count. But
Yep.
there is a scoreboard, I believe, that will tell us the answer to these questions of how many 4s and 6s as Freddie aborts his run-up after only 2 or 3 steps. What's going on there?
There's somebody behind the bowler, and Mitchell Marsh is having a talk to him. Afridi's glaring in the general vicinity, also glaring a little bit at Mitchell Marsh, saying, are you seeing a ghost? What's going on here? Mitchell Marsh is explaining that he sees dead people.
Is Shane Watson in the commentary box?
Could be Shane Watson in the commentary box with a very tight
Yes.
shirt on. Anything could be distracting Mitchell Marsh at this moment.
I tell you what, I'm distracted by Mitchell Marsh's collar not being properly down.
No.
I think he needs to fix that.
Yeah.
Anyway, Afridi, last ball of the over. 27 for no loss, Australia, and this ball is defended competently by Marsh on the back foot. And that is the end of the over. 27 for no loss after 5 overs of this World Cup match between Pakistan and Australia.
Messages contributing to the list of jobs that David Warner might have post-retirement, saying surely Davey should take over from David Bruton as a match referee. He's been in enough stoushes to know how they work.
Yeah, good call. Thank you, Messages.
And actually, the fielder who was dropped was who dropped Warner just then was Usama Mir, who has come in for this match, replacing Shadab Khan, I think, who's the vice captain for Pakistan, but it's also been in extremely bad form. So. Not good signs so far.
No.
Not great to come in. This next bit of sharp fielding from Hassan's first ball to Warner. He drives it, and very nicely done there in the field. Hopefully that was the same guy who dropped it before.
I don't think it was, but regardless, a good piece of fielding. And if he's generous, he might credit it to the other fielder and say, let's say that just balances out between the two of us.
Yeah.
So yes, very sharp. Got down low as the ball threatened to race past him to the boundary for another 4.
Hassan Ali just goes for a bit of a run and smiles at David Warner as he... Was that just a threatening little run down the pitch? He didn't let go of the ball.
No, that was David Warner not being ready when the bowler was coming to bowl. So that's pretty crap from Dave Warner. If the bowler's managed to get to the top of his mark, Warner should be able to face up and be ready to bat.
Hassan is very quick.
He is very quick.
Fantastic for a fast bowler. He's the most impressive fast bowler I've seen as far as getting his balls bowled.
Which is how all fast bowlers are measured.
That's right, by their speed. This one's around the wicket, and it's almost tickled down leg side. It's called a wide. They've run through for another run. That means he did not get a bat on it. So it was wide down leg side and missed by the keeper.
Yes, so another couple of runs to Australia's score. Gets David Warner off strike, so now it's Mitchell Marsh's turn to hurry up and get ready and not be distracted by any ghosts he might see.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, we're just seeing a replay of David Warner being very lazy, very foolish, very slow.
He should have just blamed it on someone in the
Hassan
crowd.
should have just bowled.
Yeah,
Just bowl him.
that would have been good. Anyway, he's over the wicket to Marsh. Marsh considers a wide ball. It is called a wide. He considers having a swing at it and he goes, nah, too wide. I'll just take that as an extra.
So has Warner's time wasting thrown Hassan completely off his rhythm? I think Hassan loves to turn around and come in and bowl quickly.
Yeah.
And once Warner disrupted him from that rhythm, he's completely lost all of his rhythm. Like not
Yes.
just his running up rhythm, his bowling rhythm, his direction. He's lost it. They'll have to replace him. They'll have to sub him out of this over.
I think it's a good theory. I'm sure it's not an accident. It's a deliberate strategy from the Australians. This one is almost a Yorker, and it's squirted out backward of point. Marsh gets a single.
Marsh gets his first non-boundary run of the innings. He moves on to 15 off 17 deliveries.
He's all over the place,
Yeah.
Marsh. He should be a bit more consistent.
Yeah, he's completely inconsistent. David Warner is now mucking about with his gloves while Hassan is already at the top of his mark. So face up Warner. I think the umpire should say if Warner's not ready, you can just bowl him. I think that should just be the rule.
Yeah, particularly when it's Hassan. It's up to the umpire to control this. And anyway, Hassan's coming in. And this time again, another almost Yorker length ball. And no run taken, but Warner almost comes out of his crease and Hassan throws it at his feet. A little bit of tension between these two.
So there was a little bit of a semi-serious appeal there from behind the wicket because David Warner defended it down the pitch. The bowler picked it back up and Warner was still out of his crease, and then he took a few steps back as the bowler threw the ball at the stumps, and he was back in his crease, I think, and he defended it again.
And this next one again, mistimed by Warner, wrapping him on the pads. He may have also got an edge on that. It squirted up in the air. They didn't take a run.
Yeah, that was a wild shot from Warner. I think he was trying to do that kind of flick behind square six again, and he completely mistimed it. But I think you're right. I think he got an edge on it, and it flew out to the fielder. No edge. It was just
pads.
angled down leg side, so no appeal, no review. So yeah, I think in that previous ball, the umpire, the wicketkeeper was questioning whether he'd defended it a second time.
This next one is spanked outside off stump by Warner. It's got all the way to the boundary, and that is 4 runs.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely catch up there from David Warner. Got over the top of it, beat the fielder, and with the fielding restrictions, it raced all the way to the boundary for 4.
That outfield is quite fast, so it's definitely going, and a little bit of a tussle between these two. I think Hassan and Warner. It was almost a French cricket. That second time when he threw it, Warner almost defended it like he was playing French cricket.
Yes.
Hassan, last ball of the over, full length and flicked out off Warner's pads, backward of square. It's taken just inside the boundary, and it is 1 run. The score is 37. Sorry, they've taken 2 there. 37 for no loss after 6 overs.
Are we staying for one more over?
Guerrilla cricket featuring White Line Wireless, because pretending to be live at the ground while taking reports from overseas is a proud Australian tradition. What a shot!
Guerrilla cricket.
Some tweets as we change over. Some more Warner chat. Leah says, I guess prefabricate parts of a 6 for Warner is a better way of putting it, as Warner still has to handle final assembly. And we welcome Supun into the box. Chris Nell will be replacing me on socials, and someone will be on comms.
As Afridi's in for his 4th over so far, and that's angled in on an off-stump line, and Marsh just defends it. So Marsh has scored 1 run and 3 boundaries so far today, as Dan Liebke was saying earlier. He has ruined his streak of only scoring in boundaries. So Mitch Marsh, we're all very disappointed in you. You've let yourself down and you've let your country down. Just want to make sure you know that. So welcome, Krishna, to the Box of Dreams. I'm good. I will have my spiel on Adam Zampa in a moment as a Freedy into Marsh, who just defends that down to backward point for no run.
You just want to say he was brilliant, don't you?
No, I don't think that's what I want to say at all. I think, well, how do I want to phrase this? Look, I'll start on Inglis first. Inglis has proven he can bat.
Absolutely.
He hasn't proven he's a good wicketkeeper. So, as Freedy's taking his time, so he's not like Hassan. And that's in, and again a middle and off stump line, and just defended through the point for no run. So Australia currently 37 for 0. Pakistan's probably going to need a bowling change soon. Run rate's hitting at 5.7.
Especially since I think fever ripped through the Pakistan team leading up to this match. So some of them might be feeling a bit under the weather.
Gotta love that good old dengue. Was it dengue? I assume it was dengue.
I think it was just fever.
Just a fever. As a Freedian again, and that's worked away down through the backward point for no run. So 4 dot balls off the over so far. Now back to Adam Zampa. I've never been a fan of him, as anyone who listened in to our coverage of Australia versus Sri Lanka would realise. And if you didn't listen in, you can catch up on the highlights on the main Guerrilla Cricket channel. As Shaheen Shah Afridi comes in again, and that's bowled in short, and Marsh is well behind it, just defends it down to middle wicket for no run. So 5 dot balls off the over so far. And Marsh just got to that. He, I think a little bit of extra pace that he wasn't expecting. So, and the last ball of the over, Afridi comes in, and that's again an off stump line, and just worked down a backward point, and that is a maiden over from Afridi. Australia 37 for 0. How are the socials looking, Krishna?
On YouTube, Brian in Brisbane says, which Pakistan team has turned up today? As we know, they can be extraordinary with their skills, or they can be fumbling their lines
that's a tricky
lot.
one. I don't think
The drop catch is a bit of a hint.
Yeah.
And then Pokey Bumfinger says, I thought Warner was going to be an angry loner after retirement. We shall see.
it wouldn't surprise me if he was. So back to Zampa. He got 4 wickets. He changed the course of the match. I still don't like him. And Pakistan have made their first bowling change as Iftikhar Ahmed is into the attack. He's only had 23 matches, but he's got an economy of 5.6. He's had 1 5-wicket haul, but he's only had 1 wicket this World Cup. So we'll see what he can do, but probably not much is the answer.
Yeah, I think he's not even their number 1 spinner.
So it's got quite a onside heavy field. As he comes in, and that's angled in on a middle stump line, and Warner's just perfectly comfortable and defends it. And then Warner goes down on one knee to take his gloves off, rub his hands.
Is he praying?
I think his hands are just sweaty. But why he couldn't have sorted this out in between overs, I don't know.
Oh, this is just to make sure the game goes for 12 hours. That's all.
Yeah. I think the Warner gets paid per minute he's out on the crease. as Iftika comes in again, and that is down leg side, and Warner leaves it as calm as a cucumber, and that will be called a wide. So Australia 38 for naught. I would just like to say shout out to Brian from Brisbane, who's treated us to our beers tonight, as Iftika in again, and that's cut by Warner through the onside, but only goes to the fielder down at mid wicket for no run.
They've got awards for all sorts of things in this tournament. They should have one for the best dropped catches as well.
As Iftika comes in, and that's driven through by Warner and goes all the way through the boundary. That's 4 runs. Australia now 38 for naught.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I think today's dropped catch would be a good candidate for that award.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sri Lanka's still got to win that competition.
Marcus Stoinis the other night would be a good candidate too, I
Yes. So that was a splendid drive by Warner as Iftika in again, and that's on a leg stump line, and Warner just turns that down to backward square leg for a single. So Australia moved to 43 off naught after 7.4 overs. Do tweet into us at White Line Wire or at Gorilla Cricket. We can comment on our YouTubes. And tomorrow we'll have 2 games covered for you. England, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Netherlands, which will be the real exciting game, and then England and someone else. As Iftika into Marsh, who just defends that down through the mid-off for no run. So 1 over to go. Iftika's been as unthreatening as we expected him to be. And last ball off the over, and again, very little turn, middle stump line, and Marsh just defends it down. So that's 6 off the over, Australia 43 for naught.
On YouTube, Tony Bishop says, give the ball to Usama Mir as soon as possible. Always better to have the chance to redeem yourself than brood on a horrible drop.
That is fair enough. If you get the key wicket, everyone forgets about the drop catch.
And on Twitter, Armchair Cricket Podcast is asking the question, he's missed that Osama Mir is included in place of Shadab Khan. Is the latter injured? I don't know if the latter's injured, or I think we think he's just been dropped today because he's been in
His form hasn't been good. And now for my favourite bowler on the Pakistani team, Haris Rauf. So 32 matches in his career, it's 58 wickets, average of 24. He's had 5 wickets this tournament. Economy hasn't been that good, but I've always enjoyed him and how he plays. So he's just taking his time, he's changed his field around. Looks like they're going to put in a slip for him. So yes, they are. So he's bowling over the wicket, and there's a first slip in for Haris Rauf, which is don't think we saw that in the earlier overs of the power play. As Rauf comes in, that's wide outside, and that's cut by Warner, and that goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. You can't bowl like that for him, as Australia 47 for naught.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
That's exactly where Warner likes it, and it's poor bowling.
On a hot day in Bangalore, it's good to be hitting 4s and 6s, I think. The less running, the better.
As Rauf in again, and that is middle stop line. Warner goes onto his knee and somehow slog sweeps it. Hits the top of the third tier in the stand, and it bounces back into the ground, but it's definitely a 6. So that's 10 off the over already. Australia 53 for naught. That's the biggest 6 we've seen all tournament.
Can you catch it one hand off the stadium roof? Is that out?
As Rauf's looking very pained as he has, like, they weren't that bad of a deliveries. As he's in again, and that's a middle stump line, and Warner just works that through to third man for a single. Australia moved to 54 off naught, or 54 with no wicket loss at 8.3 overs, and just looking at a replay of that 6, that's just amazing work there by Warner.
I think he has to patent his footwork because no one else can do that.
Glenn Maxwell can.
Maxwell can.
That's where Warner learnt it.
Shreyas Iyer had 101 metre 6 in this tournament.
Rauf hit again, and that is bouncing straight but going down leg side, and it's being called a wide. So that's quite a bad ball there. So I think Rauf's only going to get one over. As Rauf hit, oh no, that's just another replay. So Marsh to face now against Rauf. Yes, that's in, and that's driven down the field. Excellent shot by Mitch Marsh. Times it perfectly, gets the middle of the bat on it, and that's another boundary. So a horrible over for Pakistan. Run rate's now almost 7 and over. And Marsh and Warner looking very, very comfortable.
It looks like a really good batting track, doesn't it, today?
At this stage, I'm going to be expecting 400 runs from Australia. And the main reason I'm saying that is because the last time someone said that about a team this tournament, Sri Lanka got bowled out for 200, under 200.
And who was that?
That was a little person called Russ Degnan. As Rauf in again, and that's bounced short and cut away by Marsh to the boundary for 4. This is a horrible over. 20 off it so far. Australia moves to 63 for naught.
She's real fine, my phone.
It's just like that wasn't even a bad delivery. It was short. It was a bit unexpected, but Marsh was well behind it.
All right, on the socials, I think I had some problems with my audio. Is that okay now? I hope that's better.
Yes, we forgot to unmute you.
Yep. Well, that would be a problem. And Supun, Brian in Brisbane says, I hear Supun giving those Warner comments through gritted teeth.
Yes, no love lost between myself and David Warner. Not that he knows who I am. There's Harris Rauf in, and that's cut. And there's another boundary. That is 24 runs off this over. Australia moved to 67. One of these.
You gotta have fun, Rudy. You gotta have fun.
Pretty much the worst over bowled this tournament, I'd say.
I think there was about 22 or 23 off that over.
24.
24.
24 completely. So. Now, anything on the tweets? Aside from complaints about our lack of audio processing.
All right. Kiwi by Day says, thanks for the great coverage, Kitten Savers. Can't help thinking that you Aussies don't seem to like your Aussie players a whole lot.
No. We love Glenn Maxwell. We're okay with Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne. Cummins is okay when he's not a captain. I'll leave it to Cat and Dan to fill in the rest there. And Todd Murphy, he's always great.
Except he's not in the team.
As Iftikhar in, and that is slogged by Warner, and that is another boundary that goes all the way about 7 rows deep for one of these.
I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 63.
And that's ball was a little hard, little short, and absolutely no danger to it, and nice and slow. And Warner just picked it perfectly to get himself another 6.
Of course, Kiwi by Day is very happy and confident at the moment, given that New Zealand's 4-0 in this tournament so far.
As Iftikhar again, and that is hitting him on the pads, but it's going down leg side. There's no chance of that being LBW, but will Pakistan review? No, they will not. Australia's 73 for naught. Well, have New Zealand placed the juggernauts that are Netherlands yet?
Have not, no.
So their campaign might come to an end when they do. As Iftikhar in, and that's driven through by Warner down to deep mid off for a single. So Warner moves to 40 off 29, Marsh 27 off 28. Australia 74 for naught after 9.3 overs. This is a ridiculous start by Australia. Definitely looking to hit as many runs as possible, which, yes, I know it's a standard thing they do in cricket. As Iftikhar in again, and Marsh using his feet, not that he needed to, and driving that through point all the way to the boundary for another 4 runs. Australia moved to 78 for naught. I'm running out of jingles. So amazing start by Australia. They're trying to get back into this tournament, and I'm trying to make a statement here. And the run rate's crept up to 8 and over.
Now looking very comfortable for the Aussies at the moment. Of course, this is the home ground for Virat Kohli and the Royal Challengers.
Yeah, if only Virat Kohli was playing in this game. Right, we'd have a few more people in the crowd, I think. As Iftikhar in again, and that's a wide down offside, and that's cut through all the way to the third man boundary for another 4 runs. Gonna just change to this one here. 78 for naught.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Pakistan need to do something different, but Iftikhar does more of the same. Just going down leg side, and Marsh gets some back to it, but only works it down to the fielder at point, and that's after 10 overs. Australia 82 for naught. Krish.
All right, on YouTube, Tony Bishop says, I was in the members pavilion at the SCG once and got into a conversation with a lovely bunch of blokes around their barrel of bullshit. Their take on Warner was no one here really likes him either.
Yep, that is fair. That is more than fair. I mean, even when he performs, no one likes it. Like you feel annoyed that you have to congratulate Warner about something.
Well, he's going to have a tour of love in later this year when he does his round Australia farewell tour.
As Osama Mir is into the bowling attack, so we'll see what he can do.
He's already starting on minus 20 or so, isn't he, after dropping
Warner? Yeah. Drop catches should count against your bowling stats, I believe. As he comes in, he's got quite a wide action, and it's flighted up and driven through by Warner, but just gets it to mid wicket, who manages to stop it, but not cleanly. And there's no run scored there. So, and then Babar Assam's immediately gone to his men and given him a bit more advice. You don't want, from what I've seen in this tournament, you don't want too much flight as a spin bowler early on these. And then that's a better line, and that bounces in. And again, hit through mid wicket, beats the infield, but they only managed to get through for 1. Warner moves to 41 off 31, as Australia moved to 83 for naught.
I think this would be by far Australia's best opening partnership in this series.
Yes.
That'd be right, wouldn't it?
Yep, no, I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, they've just sneaked over 200 once in their win against Sri Lanka.
And so it's a bit of a fielding change, and there is a slip in for Osama as well, so I'm not quite sure why. As it comes in, and that's on the middle stump, leg stump line, and just worked off his pads by Marsh for a single. So there's not enough turn, and these batters are too set for that slip to really be doing much. So they're better off trying to I haven't seen it at all from any spinners this tournament, but I really want to see a silly point or a short leg in to just crowd the batters, even two experienced batters such as these. As the Sama comes in again, I love his action, and that is cut through by Warner all the way down to the boundary at deep backward point for another 4 runs. Australia move to 88 for naught. Australia can do no wrong here.
Looking quite simple for the Australians at the moment.
So definitely looking at a score of about 400.
You're trying to jinx them?
I'm just saying what I'm seeing. That's a Sama in again, and that is hitting Warner on the pads. He's had to jump away, but he's well outside the line, so no danger of a wicket. So Australia 88 for naught. Run rate still above 8 and over.
Score predictor has it at 383.
Yeah,
so
but
not
score
quite the
predictor's
400.
useless. I prefer my gut, which says 400. As the Sama comes in, and that's just defended by Warner for no run down to mid-wicket. End of the over. Australia 88 for naught.
On YouTube, Jeremy Henderson says, not all Aussies agree about Warner Supun. He can be a dick for sure, but when he's batting like this, I love it. He's also an excellent union rep.
Don't make me like him, Jess. Don't do that.
Lay down Mazair for Prime Minister, we're hearing from the back of the box. Clearly. Maybe we can go for the referendum again once he's in power.
So what's the referendum going? Should David Warner be in the Australian Constitution? Should David Warner not be allowed into Bunnings ever again? So just taking a bit of time to get the next over ready. I don't think it's a drinks break, because I really want to play our awesome drinks break jingle.
We found the right button.
Yes, I know exactly where that drinks break jingle is. And then if you were listening the other day, you would have heard our rain delay jingle when the stadium started collapsing. As Rauf to continue his horrible spell, as he's into Marsh, and that is wide outside off stump, and Marsh just cuts that through to the boundary for another 4 runs. Australia 92 for naught.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You can't bowl that line to Warner. You just wide, short, outside off stump. It's going to the boundary every time. So that was it. Was that Warner or Marsh?
It was Marsh.
That was Marsh. Either way. They've both got to hit it to the boundary.
Rauf, 28 of 7 balls for him.
I mean, if that was his batting, I'd love it. But Rauf, you're a bowler. You're not supposed to have these figures. So Warner on 45, Marsh on 40 at odd strike. Probably looking to get another couple of boundaries this over. As Rauf is in, and that's short, and Marsh just works that way for a single. And moves him to 41. Australia 93 for naught.
Of course, this is the home ground for Josh Hazlewood and Glenn Maxwell, so they should know this ground and pitch conditions pretty well.
I mean, Glenn Maxwell is Australia's premier spinner.
Yes.
Right.
You're just digging it into Zampa again, are you there?
Yes, I mean, he's been the most consistent and most economical spinner out of every single team this tournament. As Rauf into Warner, and that's a line down leg side, and Warner's well behind it, and just works it away and almost gets to the boundary, but there's 2 sweepers out there, and Imam Haq collects it and a run for 2. Australia move to 95 for naught. Warner on 47, and we are on 50 watch. I would love it if they fly. If Australia get through to the finals, I would love it if they fly Nathan Lyon in, just because they've, I would just love to see that.
I think Todd Murphy had an excellent game yesterday in their victory against Queensland.
As Harris Rauf in, and that's a leg stump line, and just defend, worked through actually by Warner for a single. Moves him to 48. Australia moved to 96 for naught. So, and Marsh is now on strike at 41. Just double check. I think Marsh has only run 2 or 3 runs in his score. Let me just see if Crick Info will give me that detail. Oh, actually, I did in the. Everything else has been bad. Yep. Everything else is boundaries. It's Rauf in again, and that's a bit of a short length and bounces up on Marsh, but he just defends it through to backward point, I think, for no run. I would like to see Marsh run 6. I don't see it happening, but I would like to see it. And there was a 5 in the last Cricket World Cup.
There was a 12 off one ball yesterday.
As Rauf in, and that's a better line, and Marsh just behind it and defends. So 8 off the over still, despite it being a better over. Australia 96 for naught.
All right, so Stephen Keek says, what would happen if Supun and Shelley commentated at the same time? And disinterested hand job says, all right, thinking Australians would like to see Warner fed into a wood chipper, shitty moustache first. Right, Supun?
Yes. I think the Australian public would like Warner more if he didn't have that shitty moustache. Like grow a proper beard, or just yeah. I don't care about Travis Head. So Warner 48 to face Osama. So he's well in his crease as Osama comes in, and that's getting a little bit of turn there, and Warner moving his feet and getting behind it just to defend.
Well, on the broadcast, it looks like Warner's moustache might have gone, actually.
Maybe just a sweat, and the humidity's gotten too much for him. As that is edged up into the air and landing completely safe, and no run there. So Warner's still 48. But that was again, it's the thing with one day is the bowler, every time a bowler manages to get an edge or get something happening, it doesn't land to a fielder. As Osama comes in, that's flighted up and full toss, and Warner's well behind it and drives it all the way through. They covers for 4 runs.
So that is his 50.
That is his 50. So we've got to do a couple of things here.
She turns 50.
That was a much slower jingle than I was expecting.
Also brings up the Australian 100.
So Australia 100 for naught. Dave Warner 52 off 39, striking at 133. And the run rate exactly 8 and over at the moment. As Osama comes in, gets a bit of turn outside the off stump, but it's a bit too late to be any threat. And Warner just works that through for a sig.
So I think we're due for a change at the
After this over, yes.
Yeah, Cat will come into ball by ball, and Hadi, you picking up special comments?
So just take his time. So there's still a slip in for Marsh, which again I don't understand. The ball isn't turning. That's flighted up, and if you're bowling down on the leg stump line, the slip's not going to come into play, and Marsh just works that away through the leg side for a single. Marsh moves to 42, and Australia 102 for naught and 1 ball to go. And final ball of the over again, flighted up and driven by Warner, but he just finds the fielder out at deep at mid-on, and that's a single there. And Australia 102 for naught and 103 for naught, and that's the end of the over. And we're about to have a quick change.
All right. Leah says in German, a tash is sometimes known as a snot break.
White Line Wireless. Guaranteed more swearing from the commentators about the game than from the listeners about the commentators.
You're back here with White Line Wireless. It's Kat Jones, and we have Ardit here as well.
Hello, Kat.
And we have Rauf bowling, and this one is flicked gloriously by Warner over the boundary on the onside for 6, and the score is 109 for none.
Haris Rauf is getting a 3rd over in a row.
Why? He's just been the worst bowler.
That's 37 runs off 13 balls.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not even sure he's bowled any extras yet.
No. I mean, at this point, we're just hoping he'll bowl a wide because that'll be the lowest scoring ball he's bowled. Anyway, Warner's on 60 from 42 deliveries. Australia 109 for none. This is short, bounces high. Warner ducks underneath it and taken by the keeper. That was fast too. Look at that, Ardit, to 143.
143, yeah. Well, there were reports of some Pakistani players being sick through the week, but I don't think Haris Rauf was among them.
No. We also have a new a new caller on social media. I think we have John. Hi there, John.
Hi, Kat. Hi, Adil. How are you?
Good, thank you.
And we've just been having 6s and 4s and an absolute feast for the Australians. Another short ball there. It was a replay, or was that another ball there?
I think that was another ball, but the previous one was called a wide. I don't know. I don't think this one was.
No, that's unfair. You should be allowed to get to the odd short ball, although I don't think Warner, even with his bat vertical in the air, might have been able to hit that one.
Yeah, it's not the most difficult to bowl an over-the-shoulder wide to David Warner.
It's about the only way he's not going for runs, isn't it?
Yes, that's true.
So sticking it up there.
I don't know if he's bowled a Yorker yet. Let's see if he can do that. Anyway, Rauf he's fuller this time, but no problems at all for Warner. He turns it down to fine leg for just the 1 run. Yes. So Rauf, what, two and a half overs, and he's gone for 40 runs?
Yes, that's a strike rate of, 250, something like that?
Yeah. It's good if you're a batter.
Excellent numbers.
Yes, I was having a look at the wagon wheel of these two batters, and it's quite incredible that all of the 4s have been scored with cut shots. Most of Mitch Marsh's cut shots have been behind square, behind point. So let's see what he can do here with Australia on 111, and he is in fact playing into the offside. It's gone out into the deep in front of point, and they take a single. So all of those cut shots for 4, and whereas Warner, also lots of cut shots on the offside for 4, but his 6s have all been behind square on the onside, and just a couple in front of square as well.
Yeah, including one that very nearly left the stadium.
Yeah.
Although given the awnings in Lucknow, that was probably quite lucky that they stayed on.
I don't know why they're taking such a long time to bowl. But anyway, this next one, down leg side, not enough to be a wide. And again, it's guided down to fine leg by Warner. And he moves to 61, the score, to 113 for no loss. Still 1 ball to come in this over. We did have the wide earlier.
That last single by Mitch Marsh brought his runs from boundaries percentage down to just 88%.
Ah, that's very disappointing. So Harris Rauf, we know he's fast, but we also know he is. The batters are getting the best part of the fast bowling here. They're getting a lot of runs from the pace of Rauf. This next one is also spanked by Marsh over the boundary for 6, taking the score to 119 for no loss. And that was an incredible strike.
I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 63.
So, John, any tweets there for us?
Well, we've got Kieran Roseblade on YouTube saying, I've been listening on and off this morning, but missed the first 10 minutes because I accidentally pressed the South Africa versus Netherlands button and didn't realise that something didn't seem quite right. What a clown I am. So he was in the wrong match, but
yes.
I think Pakistan wish they were in the wrong match, don't they?
Yes. That's a good blooper to give us there, John. Anything else? Usama's just about ready to bowl here.
I think Leah says in German, Atash is something known as a snot break. I think we had that one before.
Yes, we did. That's a good comment from Leah. Thank you to our regulars who are always talking with us and preventing our social media commentator going to sleep. This next ball from the spinner is flicked into the offside for a quick single.
And we always love some multilingual chat on social media and on White Line Wireless and Guerrilla Cricket.
That's right.
Leah's good for that.
So Australia was sent in to bat by Pakistan, and after 14 overs, no wickets, 120. We did have a dropped catch very early on, Ardit. That was an expensive drop. Usama is bowling, and it's full and driven down the ground to mid-off, straight to mid-off, and they just amble through for a single. And that brings up Mitch Marsh's 50 runs in very quick time. The score 121 for no loss, and congratulations.
She turns 50.
That was a very mournful celebratory song. What the hell was that? Anyway.
Well, other than the drop catch. Oh, wait.
All right, this next one is just turned around the corner, a sneaky single as it's dropped at the feet of Warner. And 122 for no loss is the score.
Yeah. Other than the terrible drop catch by the current bowler, Osama Mir, it's been relatively chanceless, hasn't it, Kat?
Yes, indeed. You can't really catch or get someone out when they're hitting it over the boundary, can you?
Yes.
What, is it one-handed off the roof, though? Another full ball. Mitch Marsh on the back foot defensively, and he fields his own ball and throws it to the keeper.
Well, if it had been a metre or two higher, it could have been 6 and out.
Yes, could have been. Out of the ground. It was almost out of the ground. So we're making up a bit of time here with the spinner on, Usama Mir. Very flighted again, and this time Marsh winds up the shoulders. He hits it straight, and he hits it almost out of the ground again. It's hitting the roof or the top stand for 6 runs. The score 128 for no loss.
I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 63.
So this current opening partnership is more than 100 runs than the next biggest opening partnership so far in this World Cup.
Ooh, that's a good stat. The other thing I wanted to ask you too is, what's your favourite upset so far in the World Cup? But first of all we'll wait for the spinner to bowl. This one's flatter and it's on leg stump, and Marsh thinks he's going to get a run there, but there's a short fine leg and cleaned up, and there's no run. The score is 128 for no loss. Let's go to John first for social media.
Well, Stephen Kelk replies to Kieran Roseblade's what a clown tweet by saying, I'll be watching that game again and again and again. So I think Stephen Kelk is probably a Dutch supporter. Let's just see if we've got any more tweets at this point. Jake Rover says, I once listened to nearly 2 hours of the wrong match and only realised that when someone read out one of my own tweets.
That's a real hazard with guerrilla cricket, often playing a replay in the breaks and so on. That is definitely a hazard.
Because you can't really do that with radio broadcast, can you?
No, that's right. And there's no way of saying this is a repeat or this is a replay. So, favourite upset, is it the Netherlands beating South Africa, or is it Afghanistan beating England?
Afghanistan beating England. With
No hesitation.
To our English audience and John as well.
What about you, John? Your favourite upset so far?
Well, yeah, I think I'm tempted to say Afghanistan beating England as well, because let's face it. Well, I've been saying the whole time that England devaluing their 50-over competition and expecting to come to World Cup and win isn't terribly sensible.
No. I'll tell you my favourite upset. My favourite upset was England beating Bangladesh.
Very good, Kat.
Now, I want everyone who's tweeting at us. We're in the drinks break now, right? So let's find our drinks break jingle. But in the meantime, if you would like to tweet in at John, what's your favourite upset or your favourite match so far? So, John, what are you drinking in your part of the world?
What am I drinking?
Yeah.
No, it's a bit early in the morning for drinking, Kat.
Well, you must have a cup of coffee then, surely.
No, I haven't even made a coffee yet this morning. So.
What time is it? What time is it for you?
No, it's 20 to 11 actually. So I had tea earlier, as a very British man would do. But,
yes, that's good.
Yeah, I haven't yet managed to get a coffee in my hand. But
okay. And what about you?
Kieran Rose actually replied again to Stephen Kelk and said, "I bet you have, mate, and a butter pie each time you listen."
This is now becoming a conversation which we cannot remember the start of.
No.
So we'll leave them to do that amongst themselves.
It was to do with him saying that he'd watched the wrong game, wasn't it?
Yes, of course. So what have you got? What have you got in your drink? Oh, it looks like we're seeing some highlights here. But in the meantime, what are you drinking there?
Just plain old water. That's
plain old water?
Yeah, that's maybe like 95% of what I drink.
Might have had some mixer in it. I have a raspberry no sugar soft drink. Ooh. Is what I'm drinking.
Is it any good?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's not too bad. What have you got, Spud?
I've got a very nice pale ale provided by Brian from Brisbane.
Oh.
Thank you very much. And does that raspberry soda taste of apple?
Yeah.
Don't tell me that now. That's all I can taste. I don't think it does taste of Panadol, but why do you say that?
That's the raspberry's a usual flavour in Panadol.
I see.
And whenever I have like red Fanta, which is supposed to be raspberry Fanta, that always reminds me of cough syrup.
Oh, interesting. Yes, that's good. Yeah, thank you very much to, who is it, Brian from Brisbane? Who and I had a glass of wine from a beautiful bottle of Pinot earlier. It's not sponsored by whoever sponsors Guerrilla Cricket's wine, which I can't remember, therefore we won't mention it, but we did have a nice bit of beverage there. Thank you very much to anyone who sent us drinks.
I think it's Ricky Ponting who sponsors Guerrilla Cricket's wine.
There you go. We have Warner on strike. I'm pretty sure he's shaved his head since in the drinks break. I'm not sure what he was doing there. They brought out an icy pole and a shaver. He threatens to take a single there with a ball that wasn't really on, and scurries back to his crease when the return comes into the keeper.
Have we checked that he's paid for his haircut?
Yes, I think, yeah. He may not have. And this next one, around the wicket from Ithaca, and it's driven down the ground to long on.
It's taken 3 overs for Babar Azam to take Haris Rauf out of his misery.
Was Babar Azam paying attention? What was he doing? What was he watching? Where was he? Daydreaming?
Maybe he was just enjoying the hitting.
Yeah. Oh well. We now have a competent spinner with figures of none for 22 from 2.2 overs. And Marsh is taking this on the back foot and he's driving it straight through the hands of cover all the way out to the boundary for 4, taking the score to 133 for no loss.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just a powerful back foot drive from Mitch Marsh. Didn't look like that bad a ball, don't you think that?
Yes, and all hands too. Didn't have to get his body behind it, just all timing. Beautiful drive. But still, if they go, you can't do any worse than Rauf. So,
exactly.
There's something positive there. So again, it's Mitch Marsh shaping up, and he's trying to push the ball past the mid-off, and it's just leaning on it, not much power, and the bowler doesn't quite get there to gather that. Almost crashes into David Warner.
As Mitch Marsh stops Iftikhar in his tracks. Not sure what the problem is.
Uh-oh. Someone in a bright yellow t-shirt, terrible Australian supporter, getting in the way. This next one is on the leg side, and it is turned around the corner for a very easy single. 6 runs so far from the over.
Every time I think of Iftikhar bowling, I'm reminded of the T20 World Cup final last year, where he finished Shaheen Afridi's over when he got injured.
He bowls again around the wicket, again taken on the back foot, this time by Marsh. It's by Warner, who's pushing the ball to cover. No run.
And at the end, and by the end of the over, Ben Stokes had tore him into pieces. And that's how England ended up winning the T20 World Cup.
Wrong person to finish the over, perhaps.
Yeah.
Should have chosen Rauf.
Any tweets, John?
Well, we got some more interaction on YouTube. Messi's joined us and said, much as I enjoyed the Netherlands beating South Africa, it didn't come close to the satisfaction of England's bubble of hubris being smashed by Afghanistan. And the venerable Tony Bishop is with us as well and says, blind Joel Wilson not getting a decision overturned, and Richard Kettleborough mysteriously missing a blatant wide. that was horrendous yesterday, wasn't it? So
yeah. The umpires have had a not great tournament so far. Just a single off this next ball from Usama. So Warner at 64, Marsh 61, and the score 134 for no loss after 16 overs. This is the run rate of 8.4 or so. So what's that projected out to all 50 overs of this match? We're just going to work out the sums for you. This full ball from Usama is taken by Warner, and it's lifted over the boundary for another 6, a glorious 6. And the crowd goes wild. The score is 141 for no loss.
6. 6? My favorite number is 6.
Well, according to Cricinfo, the projected score for Australia now is 359, which was down from 383, I think, a few overs ago. But
that makes no sense at all. I feel like it's north of 400 at this point.
I think it's 416 if it's 8.4.
There you go. So they must be doing something else with the numbers there to get that low score as this next ball's pushed into the covers for a dot.
It could be that the Cricinfo algorithm is a bit gun shy, considering the Australians' poor batting performances in the first 3 matches.
Yeah, maybe it's taking into account the entire tournament. Warner off the back foot punches the ball to cover. No run. He's looking very shaven. He's no moustache, no beard, no hair. It's a new Dave Warner. No eyebrows. No eyebrows. No comment about the rest of his hair. We shall stick to the visible hair here. This one's down leg side. It'll be called a wide. Straight into the keeper's hands.
Classic keeper appeal, just for a ball going down leg.
Trying to distract everybody. But still, Usama cannot possibly do any worse than the last few overs. So even with a wide, he's doing pretty well. This next one is flighted on leg stump again, driven out into the onside. Deep mid-wicket, and they get a run.
Yeah, it's not often that you have both batters with a strike rate of higher than 130, both batting together.
Usama bowling over the wicket, defended, out to cover. And that is the end of the over. 143 for no loss after 17. John, anyone else with their favourite moments of the tournament?
Well, Armchair Cricket Podcast says the 2 balls 14.4 and 14.5 from Osama Mir show the margins for a spinner on this Bangalore wicket. Warner and Marsh seem to be running away with it. A high-scoring ground, no doubt, but this start by Australia is very alarming for Pakistan. And AB says, loving the Warner banter coming from me since my wife would not let me grow out my tash and threatens me no action if I do. I've attempted in the past and it's hard work, so kudos to him.
Yes, indeed. Iftikar's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander Warner, who's pushing a ball to mid-wicket, no run.
The economy rates of the Pakistani bowlers make for interesting reading.
Oh yes, what have we got? We'll wait for Iftikar to bowl this next ball, and Warner's on the move, dancing down the pitch. Hits him on the pads, half-hearted appeal, because I think he was about halfway down the pitch by the time it hit him. No appeal, really. No run either.
Well,
so Iftikar getting to the top of his mark, obviously, very quickly, and he is bowling. And this is cut to point on the bounce, no run.
So Hassan Ali 7.66, Iftikar 7.71, Haris Rauf 15.66, Osama Mir 7.75, Shaheen Shah Afridi 3.5.
Whoa. They're saving Afridi for something now. Can't bowl him out too quickly. An attempted cut shot from Warner, but he misses it completely through to the keeper. And that's probably the closest to a chance we've had lately, I think.
Yeah, nice sharp take from Rizwan, and 4 dot balls in a row would
Hey!
be a massive breath of fresh air for Babar and his Pakistan team.
It's a pretty good turn outside the off stump there to the left-hander as he's around the wicket again. This time Warner makes no mistake, middles the defensive shot, and it's picked up 5 dot balls in a row.
I was about to say the M word, but I didn't want to jinx it. Okay, and now the ICC score predictor is 419.
This next one, oh, it's down leg side and it's called a wide. Why did you destroy that? And very unfortunate for Iftikar, because Warner tried to get bat on that and he missed it. And he tried hard to get bat on it. And poor old Iftikar ruins his maiden with a wide. And this next ball is cut to point for Jot. It's a wide maiden.
I'm so sorry, Iftikar Chacha.
And the score 144 for none. Over to socials.
Yeah, Paul Coffey says that 8.4 is 420 odd.
Yes.
Pokey Bumfinger says Kohli's manufactured 100 made me wince. And he says I was embarrassed for him.
Yikes. How many balls did he take to make that 100? I can't remember. We'll look that up for you. But yes, we've had some good highlights there. 96, okay. Well, not as bad as I remember. Anyway, the run rate now is 8. Precisely 8.
So Mohammad Nawaz comes into the attack, and at least nominally, he should be Pakistan's second spinner.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, he'd be the third spinner behind Shadab Khan, but he's been dropped.
So he, of course, is just a conventional left-arm spin.
Yes. Although in the famous match against India in last year's T20 World Cup, he ended up bowling same up in the last over that Kohli destroyed, and the rest is history.
Wow. Who knows what Pakistan will manage, how they'll manage to muck up these next few overs. But anyway, to the right-hander Marsh, his first delivery is defended. So another dot ball and a few more dots in the last few overs. Pakistan have to take some comfort from that.
Yeah, that's 7 dots in a row from this last 7 legal deliveries.
The run rate is dipping under 8, so they're not quite getting to 400 at this point. So take that as a positive, Pakistan. Marsh on strike on 62, and he's driving the ball down to mid-off, to long-off, and they're getting a walked single.
Well, if the wisdom is to double your score after 30 overs, I wonder what the algorithm is for 18 overs, because they're on 145 now,
yes.
and we would expect an acceleration towards the end.
Triple the score after 18, let's say.
Yes. So
you never know.
415.
Warner is eyeing off a century here. We're on century watch already. He's on 71 from 60. And he's fancying his chances here against his bowler, and he's spanking the ball out through square leg where it's picked up inside the boundary.
My apologies. 145 times 3 is 435.
Hey.
Which I think is one more than the match against South Africa in 2006, which was of course chased down. So maybe not be enough.
So far from this over, a dot and 2 singles. Mitch Marsh now on strike to Nawaz, defending. And Mitch Marsh has defended a lot more balls in the last couple of overs. He's waiting for the loose delivery.
Yeah, it could be that they feel like they've hit enough that they can afford to take a little bit of time.
Yeah. This next one, and he's clipping this one off his pads around square for a single.
And it's that talk of 50 over cricket becoming an extended T20. Well, I suppose this is one of the distinctions that batters can afford to have a few quiet overs, which you can't do in a T20.
Yeah, have a little bit of a rest. And that's enough of a rest. Another ball sent out through square, and this time they're walking another single. It's almost like they've decided to have this little rest. It's like a drinks break without drinks, and that's 4 singles off that over. End of the over, and over to John if there's anything there fresh.
Yeah, Leah says, my favourite moment of the tournament so far was that ridiculous pursuit of a World Cup ton by his Coliness. That was glorious.
That's everyone's favourite moment so far. I think that's a good candidate. So that was a reasonable first. That was his first over, right, Nawaz?
That was his first over.
That's pretty good, actually. All things considered, not as good as Afridi, but the economy rate for the first over is encouraging, let's say. So now we have Iftika coming back on. He's bowled 4 overs for 28, so his economy is 7. And Australia 148 for no loss after 19 overs, with a run rate just under 8. This ball is awkwardly on the back foot, pushed into the onside by Warner to take a single, moving him to 74. Marsh is on 64. And number 3, Steve Smith. Number 4, Labuschagne. And we had a couple of ex-Australian cricketers this week saying they didn't like watching those two back together, and maybe Labuschagne should be dropped. So they're all crazy. They all be crazy, right? Yes.
Sorry, I didn't want to. There seems to be a hold up for some reason that's not holding up anymore.
Unexpected hold-ups all around. This is a flatter delivery from Iftika, driven to mid-wicket, but no run. Marsh is on strike.
We can always expect Australian cricket media to have balanced and measured takes on who should and shouldn't play for Australia.
This next one, very deep in his crease, Marsh, and he's trying to spank this ball through the covers. Doesn't penetrate. Do you think it was the right decision from Pakistan to field rather than batting on this pitch that's obviously good for 150 lazy runs with no wicket?
I haven't checked the weather, but they might be afraid of something like dew.
Yes, could be. Or rain, you never know. Another flat delivery. And Marsh can't do much with that, so not giving Marsh any flight, and we're getting a few more dot balls. So excellent captaincy here from Babar Azam. He's obviously given his bowlers some instructions that are working here, aren't it? They're tying down the run rate. This one over the wicket, another flat delivery. Marsh can't get it away. So 1 run and then 4 dot balls.
I think before this match, they were talking about Bengaluru potentially being favourable to the seamers, but it seems that Babar has struck on the fact that the spinners are getting better results.
Yeah. And again, another faster delivery, another dot ball. Excellent over from Iftika, just 1 run from it. And Australia 149 for no loss. Over to John.
Yeah, Kieran and Pokey Bumfinger are having this conversation about the Kohli innings, and Kieran says there were some very questionable decisions in that innings, like the last wide the umpire didn't call when India were bowling the time counter to complete their overs went up at the end. Do you guys think there is some bias towards India by some of the officials, or is it just coincidence?
Well-
Pokey says it isn't coincidence, that's for sure.
It's very difficult with a massively filled ground of Indian fans, and there's been studies done that show that umpires are always influenced by the home crowd, whether they like it or not, and they may go the other way, knowing that psychological fact. Nawaz is bowling just 6 runs from the past 3 overs. So well done, Pakistan. And the runs won't come with his next delivery either. Goes to mid-wicket. Warner cannot get it away, and another dot.
It's like the Manchester United team of the 90s when Alex Ferguson was at his peak. They were quite well known for having quite favourable refereeing.
This time, Warner on the back foot, he hops and pushes it through the onside out into the deep for a single.
And also why, as a supporter of a non-Victorian AFL team, I feel like, given that we play every other game in Victoria, we always have the rub of the green against us.
Yeah, yep. Because the vast majority of supporters there, the crowd goes with it, certain decision. It's very difficult to fight that. That brings up the 150 for Australia. Marsh is on strike, he's on 64. A fuller delivery, driven back down the pitch to the bowler. And I think Marsh is looking a little frustrated. He's just got a funny look on his face, a twisted smile that shows he's a bit uncomfortable.
Well, he's switched to from the helmet to the cap now, so maybe he's trying to free up some mental space.
Could be. That's a good theory. And this time he gives himself a bit of room and he's heading a ball out towards the boundary. It's nicely collected there on the rope. They've run through for a couple, bringing the score to 152. So Marsh will be relieved there. He's hit a 2 and that's got him a couple more runs than he's been used to. But no boundaries for ages now, are it?
Yeah, it must have been 3, 4, maybe 5 overs without boundaries.
Yeah.
I just wanted to highlight something that Leah tweeted. I don't know if this is an original, but it's Richard Illingworth saying, "Roses are red, raisins are dried. I'm going to be dead if I call that a wide."
This next one pushed into the offside. We are just about to have a commentary change at the end of this over. And it feels like we've had all the dots, Ardit. And when Sapun was commentating before, he had all the 6s and all the 4s. So that could be coming again, people, because Sapun's about to be on the call. You never know. And no, this next one, Marsh is lofting over the boundary. Right over, long on for 6 runs, taking the score to 158 for no loss.
You're listening to White Line Wireless, alternative cricket commentary by people who love and respect the glorious game of cricket. And like a laugh or two. Or 222, but definitely not 87.
Cheers, John. I will see you in a little bit.
All right, so Chinnaswamy since 2010, the team batting first scores 303 on average.
As if to go into Warner, who just works that down to mid-off for a single, and somehow in the 30 minutes I've been off air, Pakistan have remembered how to bowl. So Australia currently 159 for naught. And things are going pretty well. As that's Iftikhar into Marsh, and that's just worked away off his legs by Marsh for no run.
Both batsmen well into their 70s now.
Yeah, no real threat from the Pakistani bowlers. As
So Pakistan in their first game chased down to 345 or something against Sri Lanka, so maybe they're feeling that they can, even if
they can't chase down 400.
No, maybe they're feeling they can get 350 if Australia score that. 400 would be a bit too much of an ask.
So Iftikhar in again to Warner, and that's cut through the infield, but it just goes down through to deep cover for a single. So on a century watch for both players now. 77 for Warner, 73 for Marsh. Run rate of 7.43, which is ridiculous. All thanks to Rauf as Iftika comes in again, and that's middle stump line. Marsh uses his back foot, just gets behind it and works it down to mid-on for a single.
Worth noting that when Krishnan said that both batters were in their 70s, he meant in terms of runs, not age.
Not age. Correct. Although Warner's getting a bit close now, isn't he?
He's definitely well past retirement age. As Iftika comes in for the last ball of the over, and that's just defended by Warner to mid-wicket for no run. That was only 4 off it. 162 for naught for Australia. How are the socials looking? And it?
Leah saying, oh dear, Pakistan are Pakistaning it up again. And on YouTube, Dr. S on YouTube saying, since Australia are winning, is now a good time to bring up Sandpaper Gate? Bancroft on record that the bowlers knew and it's all a big cover-up, but everyone ignores this.
It's always a good time to bring up Sandpaper Gate. I am happy to talk about it because it's... and I'll just point out that after Sandpaper Gate, Stark's effectiveness as a bowler dropped dramatically for quite a bit.
Well, Cam Bancroft might be in the test team quite soon, again.
Yeah, but it wasn't Bancroft who Sandpaper Gate was all Warner's idea.
Well, he has shares in Bunnings, right?
As Noah's in, and that's a short line off middle stump, and Marsh tries to drive it, but only makes it through the backward point for no run. And Marsh is in the cap as well. Also, no moustache or beard on Marsh. He's very clean shaven.
So should not be any chance for a run out. They can both hear each other clearly now since they're wearing caps.
And that's attempted drive by Marsh, but just goes through the mid wicket for no run. So at the current rate, they'll get to about 360, 370 runs and over. I think they'll get to 400 plus. And I don't think Pakistan will be able to chase them up anything above 300. As Noah's in again, and that's driven by Marsh. Beats the infield, but there should be a sweeper out there. Yes, there is. So that's only 1 run. Marsh moves to 75. He's 25 runs off century, and Warner's 77 off 68. So what options do Pakistan have? Is there anyone else they have that can bowl? Like, does Babar Azam give himself an over just to see what happens? Because as well known, filth gets wickets, or shit gets wicket, depending on if you're a Gorilla or White Line Wireless listener, as that's just driven down to mid-wicket for no run.
Well, Kohli had 3 deliveries last night when Hardik Pandya got injured, so why not Baba?
Except he doesn't have an injury as an excuse.
Correct. Well, he's captain, so he can do what he wants.
Yeah. And Warner just walking away, forcing Nawaz to start his very short run up again. Well, he's been doing that a couple of times today, so as Noah's in, and Warner gets behind that, slogs it all the way across the boundary for another 6 runs. Australia move to 169 for naught.
I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 6 to 3.
Well, every time David Warner pulls out from having faced up, he tends to hit a 6 next ball. That's probably a legitimate tactic by now.
And so 169 is also 13 squared.
Nice.
As that's defended by Warner for the last ball of the over. Australia 169 for naught. Warner on 83. Marsh on 75.
The cricket slouch saying that they are a bit surprised that none of the commentators are criticising umpire Richard Ealingworth for this, or Kettleborough, whichever Richard it is, when critical barbs were targeted against KL Rahul in the first game against Australia for attempting to do something similar, which is getting 100 off the last ball. Yes.
Yep. He wasn't able to.
Oh, sorry. Criticising Virat Kohli.
Yep. Well, if you're that close to 100, why wouldn't you? And you've got 48 of them, so you're trying to break all sorts of records. Why wouldn't you?
And there's still 8 overs to spare or whatever.
Correct.
So Marsh facing up to Iftikhar. And that's middle stump line. Slight bit of flight, but nothing really happening. So no run scored there. We've seen a little bit of turn on the off stump line and on the leg stump lines, but otherwise there's very little happening with flight. I had a look at the temperature earlier. It was about 23 degrees with 76% humidity. As that one's defended down by Marsh, back to the bowler for no run.
I was in Bangalore a few weeks ago, and it's actually the most pleasant weather-wise of all the major Indian cities at this time of year. It's very nice there.
As Iftikhar in, and Marsh slightly mistimes it and gets the bottom edge and works it back to Iftikhar, but is completely safe there. So both Warner and Marsh still going for a ridiculous strike rate into the 24th over, as that's defended through by Marsh. 4 dot balls so far. Run rate slowly creeping down, but what Pakistan need is a wicket. They need some form of chance, and they haven't seemed to have been able to generate anything. As Iftikhar in again, and Marsh drives it this time, going through cover, but there's a deep cover out there, and that's only 1 run.
Well, that dropped catch was way back in the 5th over. We're now into the 24th, deep into the 24th over, so it's really paying the price for that miss.
Yeah, Australia 170 for naught. Iftikhar bowling at about 100 k's an hour, which is probably 10 k's an hour a bit too fast. As in again, and Warren as well behind that and defends it through. And there's a bit of a misfield there because there was a chance of a run out. But they managed to get through for an easy run. That's 2 off the over. Australia 171 for naught.
Leia with some gold on Twitter. The part very few people talk about in Sandpaper Gate is Cameron sanding down his cojones. I know a lot of very kinky and queer people, but that one seems weird, even by the standards of the crowds I usually run with.
I'm sure there's people out there who appreciate a good bit of sandpaper.
We are not here to kink shame.
No, we do not yuck anyone else's yum here at White Line Wireless.
Well, I just watched the Beckham documentary the other day, and Posh Spice was calling Beckham golden balls, so I think Bancroft would be wooden balls, wouldn't he?
Oh,
the smoothest balls there are.
As Nawaz in, and that's worked off his legs by Warner, but it's just there's a fielder down on this boundary, and that's only 1 run. Warner moves to 85, so there has been a bit of a constraint here by the Pakistan bowling attack, but I think it's just Australia deciding to slow things down and hold on to their wickets rather than anything special the Pakistani bowlers have been doing. Apparently, Mir has been getting 4.2 degrees of spin or variation, but I haven't seen it. As Nawaz in again, and this just hit point for no run. So the spinners, all their variations, everything, the Aussie batters seem to be picking it up very easily. As Nawaz is in again, that's a leg stump line. Marsh just behind it and defended down to mid on for no run. He's got very bright green shoes, Nawaz. He's trying to camouflage into the ground. As he's in again, Marsh gives himself some room and tries to drive it past point, but he just gets to the fielder. So that's 1 run and 3 dot balls so far from the over.
In AFL terms, the players who wear bright boots are the ones who are looking for Brownlow votes to get noticed by the umpire. I wonder if Nawaz is trying to do that as well.
But a green kit with green shoes is just making him blend into the whole ground.
Very true.
As Nawaz into Marsh, who just defends this down to mid-wicket for no run. Maybe at one stage all the Pakistani fielders will just dive down and then just crawl around to get to their new fielding positions, and Marsh and Warner will have no idea where they are.
Just blend into the turf.
As a final ball of the over. Marsh just defending that. Only one from it. Australia 172 for naught. That's it.
No new tweets, but I have just noticed that Mitch Marsh's proportion of runs scored from not a boundary has dipped below 80% to 79%. Can you believe that?
Wait, so
it was 88% 5 overs ago.
Yeah.
Now it's 79.
So he's running more as the game goes on.
But he's really letting
I
himself
would have thought
go.
he'd be getting more tired and would just want to keep hitting more boundaries. Marsh, if you're listening, which you shouldn't be because you're in the middle of a game of cricket and that could be construed as match fixing, hit a few more boundaries. As Iftikhar to continue to Warner, who uses his feet, gets behind it, drives through, but there should be a sweeper out on the onside. There is, and Warner gets through for 1, moving to 86.
So the run rate has dropped below 7 now. It's 6.8.
Still 10 wickets in hand, and we're exactly halfway through the innings, or through the first innings. So 173 for naught. As Iftikhar in again, and that is edged, and there's no slip, so it's runs down for a single. There's a shot to stump. It manages to hit the stumps, but there's an overthrow, and they manage to run 2. So I think Marsh was well into his crease, so I doubt this is going to go up for a review for run out. I know it was off the pad, not the bat, but a good bit of running there by Marsh. So 2 buys. So Australia 175 for naught. As Iftikhar in again, that's another leg stump line. Marsh tries to work it down, but can only find the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
So the Pakistanis are cramping the Australians and not giving them space to swing their arms, and the balls are being pitched onto their pads, so they're being cramped in their movements.
As Iftikhar into Marsh, who drives down to mid-wicket for no run. Look, it's okay, but as long as Marsh and Warner have patience.
Correct, yes.
Like, with Warner and patience is a very hard thing, as Iftikhar comes in and Marsh drives it back just past Iftikhar, but it goes through to mid-off for no run. So it's as Iftikhar in again, and Marsh using his feet, trying to cut through, and manages to get it through the infield. There'll be a sweeper out there, and they just run through for 1. So that's 4 off the over. Australia 176 for naught.
Jersey Oak on Twitter saying if Australia are going to collapse, then they'd better do it soon. And Leia adding to the Posh Spice tangent saying, I think Posh Spice calling her husband Golden Balls has less to do with him being super kinky and a lot more with her not firing on all cylinders.
She was always the weakest of the spice. I mean, Posh isn't even a spice. Cardamom is a spice. Posh is not a spice. Neither is Scary. Ginger is. Baby is not a spice. And Sporty is not a spice. So that out of the 5 Spice Girls, there's only 1 spice. So, yeah, that's a little bugbear I have. I mean, there should have been turmeric. There should have been cumin. Cloves. There's so many spices.
Cinnamon.
There should have been pepper. How is there not a pepper?
Yeah. Which spice would you be, Sapun?
I'm all of them.
All spice.
Probably turmeric. I think turmeric's my favourite. Bit of turmeric in rice is always nice.
Paprika for me.
Also good. Paprika spice would have been great. So if anyone's out there starting up a new
Gold band?
A new gold band, and there's plenty of other spices there that you can use.
Or for fear of
copyright infringement.
We could maybe name ourselves after herbs.
Yes, thyme, rosemary,
oregano.
Oregano, not oregano. Mint.
Basil.
Thanks,
there Basil.
Was there a band at one point called Herbs and Spices?
You're thinking salt and pepper.
Definitely salt and pepper. I remember that one.
Yeah. All I know is Mussolini made the trains run on time. Trains run on time. Damn it, I screwed that up.
I can't find any record of a band being named Herbs and Spices. Sorry, Krishna.
Okay.
No, it's a very like local and Melbourne band. You wouldn't know 'em. You had to have been there to see him. So there's a bit of a wait while Pakistan figure out who the hell they can bowl. And it's Nawaz continuing to Marsh, who drives it, and he beats the infield, but it just gets through to the sweeper for 1 run. So it seems Pakistan has given up on getting wickets.
They're just waiting for the batsman to make a mistake now.
Which they're not going to do. I mean, Warner is on 86, which is the worst number for an Australian cricketer. But
No, that's 87.
87.
okay, well then Warner's not going to get out because he's going to hit a boundary now. And Nawaz in, and Warner gets behind it, cuts it through, manages to run 1, and there's a sweeper out there, but they should be able to make 2, and Warner should move to 88. So 179 for naught after 26.2 overs. Warner 88, Marsh 78.
So he's missed 87, so he's not going to go out now.
No, he's got to get 150. And Australia going after chasing 400, trying to put 400 as a target, definitely. As Nawaz in again, and Warner's using his feet, moving down the ground, getting right behind it, and working that through the onside for 4 runs. There's a half-hearted dive there, but that's Australia missed it. 183 for naught for one of these.
That feels like the first boundary for quite a while.
First boundary in 20 balls.
Which isn't all that long, it's only three and a bit overs, and the run rate Australia have been going at. There's nothing threatening in this bowling attack, as Nawaz in again on a off-stump line, and Warner just works it down through to mid-wicket for a single. Moving him to 93.
Well, when do they bring Shaheen back? Because he's been the one who's been at least a little bit threatening.
Yeah, I think they'll have to give him a second spell, don't they?
Yeah, if you're trying to keep your best bowler to the death overs, you're playing it wrong, as that's on a wideish outside off stump and just defended through by Marsh. The current partnership 184, which is also the same score as Australia have not lost a wicket yet.
I wonder if they expected the fast bowler to come back on, because they both put the helmets back on.
Yeah, they're waiting for it. As Nawaz in again, and Marsh using his feet, getting behind and driving that through, but there's a fielder down at deep cover. So that's end of the over. That's 6, 7, 8, 9 from it. Australia 185 for naught. Anything on the Twitter?
No new social activity that I can see, but I'm also trying to look up the highest first wicket partnership in this World Cup, because I think this might be
it.
Yeah, it's definitely the highest for Australia.
It is interesting to see how many teams are being sponsored by Indian companies in this tournament. There's a couple of teams that have Amul, which is an Indian butter brand, and Australia is sponsored by HCL Technologies, which is one of the IT companies in India.
So if you need some butter and you're in Australia, you can't actually buy Amul butter because it's India only.
Do they also
don't export it.
Do they also make ghee? Because that might be exported.
They make the ghee would be exported. There's definitely places in Australia you could buy ghee. High Street, MKS Spices and things on High Street. And I'm only saying that because I hope one of them's listening and gives me a discount next time I go. As Hassan is into the attack. And that is short outside off stump, and Marsh gets behind it and hits it all the way across the boundary. I'm pretty sure that was a 6. Yes, it's being called a 6, and the run rate's going to kick back up again as Australia move to 191 for naught.
Will you just go for one? Take the easy run, or will you have some fun and try for smack some mum?
So just over the rope there to get to a 6. And that's not what Hassan Ali wanted to see. First over back. So like we said, absolutely zero threat from the Pakistani bowlers. There's been very little swing as that is in, and better delivery this time, and Marsh just getting behind to defend it. So Marsh on 85, Warner on 93. We're still feel like we've been on century watch for the last 5 overs, 6 overs. So we're still just waiting.
It'd be interesting to see what the Australians do with their batting order, given the start that they've had, whether they send Maxwell up to try and really...
Please send Maxwell up. I want.
Because you can't have Smith or Labuschagne coming in.
As Hassan in on an off-stump line and Marsh getting behind it. It's 128 k's an hour and just defending that down.
Yeah, you can't have a batsman coming in scoring at 80 to 90. You have to have someone really trying to explode with
And
this stuff.
you have Maxwell. Maxwell, like there's a reason it's called Maxwell ball, coined here by on White Line Wireless by Dan Lipke. He will make things happen, and then he'll get out spectacularly, and that's what we want to see. As Hassan in again, that's a middle stump line. He's appealing for an LBW, not given by the umpire, and it's probably going down leg. And I doubt Pakistan are going to review this. No, they are not. They're once bitten, twice shy, as they say.
Is there such thing as too early for Maxwell?
No. Maxwell should open the batting. He should open the bowling.
I mean, we're 30 overs into the innings now, so definitely he should be coming in next.
So it's currently 44% humidity as the sun comes in, and that's another good line. So he had bad ball at the start of the over, but he's recovered with his others. So 6 off the first and 4 dot bowls.
You're speaking to 2 Victorians here, so we're both going to be Maxwell lovers.
Well, as a West Australian supporter, I'm going to make a prediction that will piss Supun off. In particular, I think Australia will send Josh Inglis next.
Ah, there you go.
They shouldn't. As Hassan into Marsh, and Marsh drives it, and he's beaten the infield, but there's a sweeper out there, so there's only 1 run. So Australia moved to 192 for naught. Marsh 86, Warner 93. Anything on Twitter?
Leia is asking, who is that doing the sloppy sofa yoga in the background at the Valves of Dreams? And I think that might be Dan Lipke.
Yeah, he's just doing his stretches.
Just like
he's just warming up his. Not sure when he's next on. He's just prepping for it.
Just like when our Hearst broadcaster was showing Supun's fave Adam Zampa doing some calisthenics on the side of the boundary.
I hope they don't put Adam Zampa in next for batting. That is not what you want to do.
But that sounds very Maxwell ball.
As Nawaz to continue. So he's got a very defensive field. Everyone's out on the ring. And that is in. And Marsh driving through. Just manages to get stopped by mid-wicket, but they managed to run through for a single. So who is left in this Pakistani squad to bowl today that has a chance of getting a wicket?
There's not much.
Shaheen Shah, really. Harris Rauf, maybe? Second spell?
As Nawaz in again, that's flighted up, and Warner's behind it and just defends it down through to cover for no run.
They're really struggling with the loss of Naseem Shah in this team.
Maybe Shaquille? As that one's in, and Warner trying to sweep it, and he's pulled it actually, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Takes Warner to 97, and Australia 197 for naught with one of these.
You gotta have fun, Rudy. You gotta have fun.
Well, the Melbourne Jazz Festival's about to start, so that was a good piece of music for that.
Maybe Mohammad Rizwan should bowl. Can he bowl?
He
can't do worse than Rauf, can he?
No.
He can, and he does in the county championship.
As Noah's in, and Warner using his feet, getting behind it. Got 2 deliveries left before we have a change in the box of dreams. So whether I'll be able to call the Warner century and Australia 200, or wait and see. And by saying that, I'm hoping to jinx them and have Warner bowl cleanly, but it is not. That is driven by Warner all the way down to deep mid on for a single. Warner 98, Australia 198, and Marsh on strike on 87 with one delivery to go.
Some clarification from Leo saying that it wasn't Dan, it was some legs propped up against the wall to his left. Maybe cat's arms? I don't know. Ah.
As Noah's in, and that's a bit of a bottom edge from Marsh, but it's cleanly dealt with down to mid-off for no run. Marsh moves to 98, Australia 199 for naught, and we'll be back after a quick change.
White Line Wireless. Who else would you want playing with your balls?
You can sit there.
And we are back. Hi there, Krish.
Hello, how are you?
I am enjoying this teetering moment of being on 199 for no loss for Australia, but also the opportunity now for Pakistan to take a wicket and really ruin Marsh and Warner's chances. Hassan is bowling, and this ball is prodded to mid-off. Marsh is on 88, 94 deliveries. Warner on 98, and Australia 199 for no loss. So good chance to take the psychological advantage, Krish, if they can get some wickets here and get the openers out.
Exactly. They do need to make some sort of breakthrough to give themselves a chance in this last part of this innings.
He's over the wicket, it's full, and Marsh winds up and opens up his shoulders, and he has carted this ball straight for 6. And that is an incredible score for Marsh, taking him to 95. The score to 205. And here is a little jingle for you, if I can find one, which I cannot, because I don't know how the panel works. So therefore, Krish will sing a song for you.
That's it, I can sing. Most of the listeners will shut down.
Take the easy run, or will you have some fun and try for maximum?
There you go. Was it maximum?
Sailed right over the sight screen, I think.
Ooh, incredible. This next one, I'm not sure that Marsh was ready for Hassan then. He came in and Marsh had his eyes off the ball and pretty much closed his eyes and spun around. What was going on there, Krish?
Very strange. So I think, who's doing comments at the moment? I think it's...
I think you're on tweets, Krish.
Yeah, okay, I'm on tweets. So.
John is on the special comments. So what did you think of that 6? One of the best ones of the day?
It was a clean hit, wasn't it?
Yeah. This next one, not so clean, though. Marsh hits the ball into his pads and it dribbles out onto the offside, and they scramble through for a single. That will put Warner on 98 on the strike.
I think they're having a competition to see who gets to 100 first now.
98 for Warner, 95 for Marsh. Who's going to make it first, John?
Well, Warner's on strike, isn't he? So you'd have to back him the way that Pakistan have been bowling.
Exactly. Although, I mean, Pakistan have been bowling better in this middle phase than they did at the start, because the run rate has dropped below 7 and over, which still is pretty good run rate, but not as good as it was.
Let's be honest, they couldn't bowl much worse.
No, they really couldn't. No, they couldn't. Hassan coming in, 5th ball of the over, and this one is cut by Warner. Is it going out for 2? No! I think he's just taking a single there to take himself to 99 at the non-striker end.
They're just teasing us.
Can we teeter Marsh and Warner both on 99?
Ooh. Remains to be seen.
So Hassan hasn't been the worst of the bowlers. It's not saying much. This next ball is a little bit too short, and it's punched out towards the boundary to the sweeper out there. That's Marsh taking a single to the end of the over. 9 runs from the over, 208 for no loss. Over to Krish for some tweets after 30 overs.
On X, J Grover 2307 at Gmail says that I just heard that as Marsh and Warner, which would make a mildly amusing comedy sketch.
Yes, let's get everyone to tweet us in some episodes of Marsh and Warner. Marsh and Warner could be his new career. He may well go to space, or maybe that's where he came from. What do you think, John? Did he come from space?
What, Warner?
Yeah.
He's definitely different to most of us. It has to be said.
Elon Musk needs someone for SpaceX, right? Send up in a rocket.
Yes, indeed. Marsh is on 96 now. The betting shifts to him. Can he hit a 6? No, he can't. He defends on the front foot, but he's flicked it out square, and it's just gone in front of the umpire for a single. Mid-wicket runs around, and that takes Marsh to 97. Nawaz is bowling. Warner is now on strike on 99.
So, Kat, I think you're going to get to call both of these hundreds.
Ah, well, don't count your chickens, Krish. You never know. Martian Warner. Warner is on strike. We're going to call him Martian. Martian and Marsh, just to be confusing. Nawaz bowling under pressure around the wicket, flights the ball. It's almost caught and bowled, but it's a crowd catch. He punched it into the ground, and there's no run.
If Warner gets out on 99, you wouldn't want him to be mic'd up, that's for sure.
No. Well, we'll try and lip read if that happens, everyone. This next ball, no, Warner is being very careful here. He's nervous. He just bats another one down the pitch awkwardly to the bowler. We're going to see the run rate really dry up here, John, I think.
Well, yeah, he might be a little careful for a while, but I don't think it'll last very long.
No. Couple of steps, dances down the pitch. This is David Warner's 100. He takes off his helmet, does a wonderful leap into the air. It is 100 runs for David Warner. The score moves to 210 for no loss, and we shall find you a wonderful jingle somewhere on 100, except that again I can't really find the jingles. Here we go.
Balls in flight, 100 delight, 100 delight.
I need remedial lessons on the panel here. John, what do you think of that 100?
Well, I think it's probably one of the easier ones that David Warner will ever score.
Could be. Anyway, now it's Marsh who's spanking a ball to the boundary. He's taken a ball out to deep extra cover for 4 runs, and that is also Marsh's century, 214 for no loss. I shall probably just play the same jingle again.
Cricket balls in flight, 100 delight, 100 delight.
We could follow it up with a 4 jingle, but you won't go overboard, will we, John?
No, I think, I'm not sure that going overboard about these 200s is the right thing to do, really. Lots of friendly cannon fodder from Pakistan.
Yes, indeed.
Do you reckon they've got some money on this game?
Oh, controversial.
This next ball's down leg side, and if Mr. Marsh had let it go, he would have got a wide, but instead he put some bat on it, and it was taken by the short, fine leg. That's the end of the over. This very eventful over. Let's see if we have any tweets.
On socials, Marsh and Warner, cops who won't play by the rules, says Al Hodge.
So it could be a buddy cop movie.
Pokey Bumfinger, we hippies don't use box folders unless we're stashing a lot of weed. And Jeremy Henderson said, it is noticeable that there's a lot of support for Australia in the crowd, primarily because they are not Pakistan. So the Indians would be all supporting Australia. And
yes, it's called who you like the least that you gang up against in this particular case, isn't it?
Correct. In AFL terms, these are the non-Collingwood supporters.
Yeah, absolutely. But,
so yeah, a lot of blue jerseys barracking hard for Australia, which is an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that somebody tweeted out fairly early this morning, what Pakistan will we see today? Well, we're we're seeing the horrid version, aren't we? Really, they've just been completely off it from ball one. And when you're playing against David Warner and Mitch Marsh, you can't do that.
And it looks like Babar Azam's completely given up now because he's giving Rauf another bowl.
Oh my goodness.
I think Zampa will be happy because Zampa currently has the world record for the most number of runs in the 10 innings spell.
Yeah, interesting.
113. This Rauf is aiming towards that.
I mean, it'd be unusual to give him his full 10 overs, but you just never know. They're already giving him number 4. But I guess we're up to over number 31 and we can't quite bowl a Freedy yet, although I don't know why.
You'd give him a second spell
Surely
of 3 overs, wouldn't you?
Yeah, surely you would. Anyway, this is short from Rauf, and Warner can't get it away. He just spanks it out to the covers, mistimes it. So Rauf gets away with it. His best ball of the day.
A dot. He celebrates a dot.
Yeah. He celebrates absolutely. So quite a lot of commentary on social media saying this is why you don't drop catches. But we haven't seen the Australians
a very
field yet.
expensive drop earlier, wasn't it?
It was indeed. This next one, back of a length, guided out into the offside by Warner. He takes a single, moving the score to 215.
Bubba would make a fairly good Tory politician in this country at the moment. It's called do the obviously wrong thing and keep doing it and expect something else to happen.
Well, so far it's paid off on this over because we've had a dot and a single. Maybe the Rauf's forgotten his bad form. But no, this next delivery is carted over cow corner and it's gone for 6 runs. That is a glorious stroke, taking the score to 221. Fantastic
We
panel
seem to
of
have seen
jingles
that
we've
ball
got
on
here.
repeat
Yes.
today from Harris Rauf, and every time he's bowled it, it's disappeared into the crowd.
Yes,
It's
indeed.
kind of like buffet delivery.
That's the third 6 from Mitch Marsh over cow corner, and I think they were all Rauf. Let's see if he can deliver up another one. He kind of does. This is so driven out into the deep in, straight to a fielder. But those full half volleys, they're just so juicy, aren't they, for the batter?
Yeah, he was saved by the sweeper.
Mm.
Was Harris on that particular occasion. He looks even grumpier than usual today, understandably.
Rauf?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he always looks grumpy, but he just looks even more grumpy today. And
Fair
I'm
enough.
afraid they're self-inflicted wounds.
Indeed, he's only at his 4th over, and he almost, this next delivery, Warner reaching for it and almost edging it through to the keeper. I don't know why he reached for that, but you can see why Rauf is grumpy. I mean, he's gone for 55 runs. He's not even finished his 4th over.
That ball was up to 147k, so he's putting on some heat at least.
And we've seen the fast bowlers, apart from Afridi, nothing's really working. Nothing except the spinners. Warner's on strike, he's on 101. Very open stance here, and he drives the ball out into the covers. It's heading out to the boundary. The fielder won't get around. Very half-assed jog around the boundary to try and pick that up, and it's another boundary, taking the score to 226 for no loss.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So there's a bit of chatter on YouTube with the Martian Warner. There's actually an image of one of the Warner Brothers cartoon characters of the Martian with Dave Warner's face on it. Thank you, editors.
Very rough bit of Photoshop, but it totally fooled me for a while.
Pretty good. Leah says, I imagine Martian Warner to be like John Carter mixed with Kane, with Davy laying ruin to ancient Martian empires in his quest for some bubbly to drink by his lonesome self in the ruins.
That's very poetic.
It's very poetic. Supun says, I'm not sure if we have the 400 total jingle on our decks. We might need it today.
All I can
He
see
well
is
might.
100 jingle. I think we missed the 100 partnership jingle, but anyway, our producer is trying to find us the extra 100 jingles, which we may need. Osama bowls, and Marsh sends the ball out into the off to cover, a deep cover for a single.
That delivery was so slow. I think Marsh adjusted his shot about 4 times before he hit it.
Yeah, it could be. We're seeing some replays before of that leap that Warner did after he got his century. He leaped so high, both feet were above the bails in height. Quite incredible. So Warner is now sending a ball out into the outfield. There's a dive for a catch. It wasn't an easy chance, but it has gone to the boundary for 4. Everyone has a bit of a sulk about that. But no stopping Warner and the fielders. Oh my God, is it the same guy?
No, he's bowling. He's bowling this time.
Thank God for that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it was a tough chance. I don't know. What do you think, John? Could he have caught that?
Well, it was a tough chance, but it did go straight through his hands by the look of it. So
he got there.
I think Australia just feel that they can whack it into the outfield because Pakistan won't catch it anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, a bit of a tough chance at deep mid wicket, just like the last tough chance. The fielder looking at his fingers as if to tell them off for not coming to the party. And Warner is on 109, so is Marsh. They are 109 century buddies. And we've had 32 overs.
I think we're having drinks now.
Why are we having drinks in the middle of an over?
Because the fieldsman got injured. So
maybe.
They want a bit of a rest.
Here we go.
So I did has
Drinks break.
So Odette has reposted an image from 2019 of Stuart Broad dressed up as a Pakistani with the moustache as well, and says that's the only way Pakistan are going to get David Warner out, which I think is excellent.
Goodness me. That is...
Smuggle Stuart Broad onto the field.
Yeah.
Which is excellent. Alia says, replying, paging Dr. Mog, 7734.
And why is that? Is that that's for the jingles, I think.
Yeah, Mog is the person who's made a lot of jingles, and I couldn't find the 400 jingle if there is one. So, Anth or Mog, if you can chime in and let me know where it is. If it becomes necessary. if it should have become necessary.
Al Hodge says Rauf should fake the pulled hammy here. If he bowls a 5th over, Barber should be relieved of the captaincy mid-game. And Jeremy Henderson said, this is how Australia's third highest ever partnership in World Cups. The 2 higher ones are 260 by Warner and Smith in 2015 and 234 by Damien Martin and Ricky Ponting way back in 2003. That was the World Cup final against India in South Africa.
So 260 is a record.
260 is a record.
We're trying to beat today.
It's definitely under threat.
Sadly.
It's definitely under threat. At the moment, I think you could send my dear old mum out to bowl and she'd be more threatening than most of the Pakistanis.
Well, particularly if she can bowl spin. Does she bowl spin?
Well, I think my mum would just scare them just looking at them anyway. But she's 82 with an arthritic knee, but I think she could look more dangerous than the Pakistanis have today.
As long as it's not the arthritic shoulder, I think we're okay.
Yeah.
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 And anyway, the flat ball, I mean, she's presumably shorter than most of these guys. The flat balls are actually stumping the Australians, so I think we'll get her on. Is she ready to fly over?
Skidders. A few skidders.
Yeah. I think they've forgotten that has been what they've had the most trouble with, these two batters.
I think they've just forgotten how to bowl full stop, haven't they, Ken?
I think they've forgotten that Afridi is in this match. Where is he? I mean, he could well be injured because surely he would have been out here by now. What do you think, John?
Well, yeah, you would have thought he'd have been given a second spell, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you desperately need a wicket, so get him on even for 2 or 3, even if you want him to keep him back for 4 overs at the end. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. If
He's only
anybody's
bowled
seen
4 overs. He bowled 4. That's it.
Well, the bookies
if
haven't.
anybody's
asked
seen a Freedy, let us know.
The bookies haven't asked for him to come back on yet.
Oh.
Ooh.
Let's. We've got Iftikh's bowled 8 overs. I mean, his economy's okay. He's at 4.6. So, I guess that's the right call to keep him bowling. Bowl him out.
I think he was their most economical bowler the last time they played as well.
Yeah.
So he does tend to get through without too much tap.
Yeah.
But
when it comes to the sixes, it's been Hassan Ali and also Harris Rauf that have been carted the most often for boundaries.
yeah, well, they bowled too much, which has been too short. Really, that's seems bowling short on this pitch is not really a great idea.
So Usama is halfway through this, or almost halfway through this over. He's bowling to Warner. Warner is carting a ball to mid-wicket. Oh, it's gone over the cow corner boundary again for 6 runs, a flat 6.
You gotta have fun. You gotta have fun.
I'm going to have to play a 2 jingle now to make that up. That was a 4 jingle. That was in fact a 6. So we don't have a 2 jingle, but those things do add up, and so does the score for Australia. Continues to add up in a positive direction. It'd make it fairer if it started going negative.
I think Osama would be regretting getting out of bed this morning, actually.
237. We know that the record is under threat. Is this just the record for the highest opening partnership by Australia? 260.
Yeah, by
I think this is any partnership by Australia.
Yeah. Any partnership, the highest partnership, 260. So we are threatening. Thank you to Warner and Marsh for letting us call this wonderful double 100 that we've just called. This ball is heading out to the deep cover boundary. It's going to be another 4 runs. Maybe I'll play. I should have played a 6 that time just to balance it out.
You should have, yes.
But anyway, that's right. I don't have my glasses on and I can't see the panel that well. It is colour-coded, so I can claim also to be colourblind.
The look on Rizwan's face then was priceless. As the ball disappeared again, he's thinking, why am I bothering to even keep wicket?
This is not a good over so far. Full ball, almost a full toss. And this one again is heading out to the boundary. They can do no wrong, the Australians. And I was going to actually play an out jingle, just for fun. Warner's just about hit a 4 off every. What have we had so far this over? 4, 4,
We've had
4.
1, 6, 4 and 4, haven't
Yeah.
we?
Yep.
1, 4, 6, 4, 4. 1 ball to come. What can Osama do now? Can we get more than 6 potentially? I'm queuing up the jingle straight away. I'm getting ready. I've got my finger hovering over the jingles. Don't want to miss out on this one. 245 for no loss. It's a flat ball, and instead of hitting a 6, it's almost a run out as the non-striker is a bit too keen to come back, and there's no run taken. 245 for no loss. We've had 33 overs. We are just about due, no, not quite due for a change. What do we have on the tweets there?
So on YouTube, Al Hodge says, maybe Afridi has gone all WG. They came to watch them bat, not to see me bowl.
That's a great save.
Good.
Jeremy Henderson says, sure do. Sorry, there was a question to Jeremy on whether he does commentary. Sure do. I'm having a few days break. I did 15 games in the first 14 games. Time for a reset. Back on Monday.
Yes.
Well done, Jeremy. Stephen Kelk says, the duality of Messi there and not there at the same time, with a smiley face. Kieran says, good man, your contributions are always appreciated this end anyway. Enjoy the break. Jeremy says, excellent captaincy by Cummins to lose the toss.
That's his probably best captaincy decision for the entire World Cup so far.
Yes, yes.
Finally, we're getting a Freedy back. Hooray! About time.
He does exist.
He does. And he looks pretty chirpy too.
He's had a shower. He's been sitting in the dugout for a while. Pretty fresh.
He's looking pretty confident. And we know, at least, look, even if he doesn't get a wicket, we know we'll get some appeals.
He knows he can't bowl any worse, surely, than anybody else.
No,
So
that's right. If we had any chances, it was in those first few overs from Afridi. We certainly, I mean, he's got some reviews up. He's going to probably review the first delivery as well.
again,
Anyway, Afridi steaming in, left arm over, and Marsh just lofts him up into the sky over the straight boundary for 6 runs.
Welcome back.
Will you just go for one? Take the easy run. Or will you have some fun and try for smack some mum?
Wow, that was a
so
bit
that's why we haven't seen him then.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a bit frightened of that happening, and sure enough, it happened. However, I still have faith in Afridi. I mean, that one, it wasn't the best 6 of the day. It only just dropped over the boundary.
It only just went for 6. Don't worry. He didn't hit you out the stadium.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's mild. In the scheme of all the 6s so far, it is mild.
Being judged on mild 6s.
Yep. And this next one, unfortunately, Marsh can't make contact. It hits him on the pads, but it's outside the line, and they scamper through for a leg by Afridi. He's in his 5th over, and the figures are none for 20. Warner's on 123, Marsh on 115, Australia 252 for no loss. Not long to go now, John. What are we aiming for? 260 for the record partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. It's well, it could come up in this over, couldn't it? Really.
Indeed. So Afridi again bowling outside off stump. This ball lofted down to 3rd, where there is a fielder to clean up. Just a single there. The score to 253. The run rate back up over 7.55 in fact.
I was going to say, we get too many overs like the last one. We won't need a 400 jingle. We'll need a 500 jingle, won't we?
We're just going to play the 100 jingle 4 times.
4 times, yep.
Now we're going to play a 4 and then a 100 jingle. And that'll get us covered. So
Always a plan B.
It is. Mitch Marsh on strike on 115. It's short, and it's just, he turns this around the corner with no effort at all. It goes over the square boundary for another 6.
The number of the day is 666.
Incredible.
What was Pakistan thinking?
I don't know about the number of the day. It's the number of the minute, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah. Number of this over, for sure. So we haven't really had any crowd applause. I can hear some now though, John. Muted applause for those 6s.
Even if you're anti-Pakistan and you're Indian, you're reluctant to applaud an Aussie.
Marsh is on strike. He's trying again to send the ball into the sky. It does go into the sky, and it's gone to short fine leg. It's been caught.
And guess who took the catch?
And did he redeem himself
he did redeem
there?
himself only about 250 runs later. But
So Mitch Marsh is out for 121. The score now 259 for 1.
And they were 1 run short of the Australian record.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, they were. Yes, it didn't go. It didn't go.
I think we're giving the day so far to Pakistan for that. Pakistan's day for sure. Denying Australia the top partnership ever. And what an eventful period we've had here to commentate this last half an hour. We will be having a change shortly. But for now, we're going to have... Who's going to come out to bat? This is exciting, John. Who's coming? Who do you reckon? Chant the max.
Somebody who's going to throw the bat, I would think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Smith will come out now.
No, if Smith comes out now, it's worse than Coley sticking around for a century. That's for sure. Smith needs to let some.
Is it going to be Inglis that comes out to bat?
Oh, now that's a good call. I mean, it should be Maxwell, but
Maxwell.
It could
Maxwell,
be
not
Inglis.
Inglis. Maxwell.
Yeah.
Could be
We still don't know. We're going to keep you.
is
Hey, it's Maxwell! Oh, it's Maxwell. So that is absolutely glorious decision. Right hand batter Maxwell, and his strike rate usually 123. He's had 122 innings and he's had 200s. He could easily get 100 here, couldn't he, John?
Oh, in the time left with the bowling that there's been, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
The buffet trolley has been fully operational.
Yes, indeed. His highest score so far in the World Cup, 33 not out. There's one ball to come. The last ball was a wicket. Afridi is bowling to Maxwell. Maxwell swings a bat. He swings a bat, and he's been caught. He's been caught, everybody. Unfortunately, he's been caught by mid-on, and that was a terrible top edge and a shocking shot. But anyway,
Maxwell ball.
that was absolutely Maxwell ball. Let's give him a jingle. Ah, Maxwell.
That was buffet batting, that was.
He's batting for Pakistan.
You think he could have watched one ball, don't you?
He didn't even have his eyes on the ball. He closed his eyes. Afridi now has 2 wickets in a row, but of course that is the end of the over. 259 for 2.
So
and
Dan,
we will see you after this jingle.
Sure. Dan Liebke reminds us that it is actually Mitch.
Take equal parts dross and speculation, throw in the absurd, analysed on a tangent, with a wink to the idiosyncrasies of cricket and a healthy respect for the great game. Stir in by calling all the action, ball by bloody ball, and you're listening to White Line Wireless.
Well. What an innings that was from Glenn Maxwell. Dan Liebke back on commentary here with Sapun.
That is exactly the type of innings I expect from Glenn Maxwell, and I'm very glad he performed.
He performed exactly as we expected, didn't we? We either expected a century or out first ball, trying to hit a century off one delivery. And he just failed to do so, skying it in the air and being dismissed. Nevertheless, Australia are still 259 for 2 after 34 overs. Boring old Steve Smith has made his twitchy way to the crease, and he is about to... Well, he won't face up because that was the end of the over, so he'll be off strike as David Warner faces up to this next ball from Osama, defends it straight back down the pitch for no run.
Yes, and it's going to be an interesting session as... give me a moment.
So yes, David Warner again on strike to Osama. Short ball that leaps up at David Warner and it squirts out to the offside, and they scamper through for a very quick single. Warner moves on to 125 from 97 deliveries. Steve Smith takes boring strike.
And Adit, just letting you know that we are inceptioning on the YouTube broadcast. So if you can just sort that out.
Good work here from Sapun, and producing as he commentates. Magnificent stuff. The score predictor is now 422. After Maxwell's dismissal, it dropped from about 690, I think, when Maxwell came to the crease.
Yes,
and
Maxwell
plummeted.
usually does bat at 17 runs per ball.
Anyway, Steve Smith is now on strike to Osama. He's twitching and facing up, and he's pushing it through the offside. He goes through the covers. They trot through for a casual single. Smith moves on to 1 off 1 delivery.
Decent amount of turn there for once.
Yes.
Maybe something's happening in this pitch. I mean, that is going to... Glenn Maxwell is going to be quite happy about that, considering he is the premier spin bowler in the Australian attack at the moment.
He is indeed. He's got Zampa to help him out a little bit, but Maxwell is the number 1 bowler, and it's Warner now on strike again. He cuts it backward a point. They scurry through for a single. They think about coming back for a second, but Steve Smith's too tired. He's already run 1 run. And the score moves on to 262 for 2.
I think... How many do you think Steve Smith's going for his Cowan today?
Well, let's hope so. A Cowan ton for Steve Smith would be lovely to see. I'm not even sure there are 100 balls left in the match. There may be just 100 balls. No, I don't think there is. So
15 by 6.
He needs to get a few no balls to get there, but he's edged it to slip, and he has been dropped. Steve Smith has been dropped at slip.
For 1 run.
For 1 run, so we'll keep a tally on that. David Warner was dropped when he was on not many runs either. He's gone on to make 126. I expect Steve Smith to add at least another 120 to his score now.
That carried as well. Oh, that's a horrible drop from the first slip.
Next ball to Steve Smith is pushed out through the offside, past a very casual fielder, and they will run back for 2 because the fielder just couldn't be bothered picking it up. So 2 more runs to Steve Smith. He moves on to 3 off 3 deliveries. Yes. Yeah, well, you'll probably just assume Maxwell hasn't even been out to bat. He'll just be saying, yeah.
This is a long play. It's a long game being played by Glenn Maxwell.
Yes.
Yes.
Always a moral victory.
Yes.
So Afridi will resume. Afridi now has the figures of 2 for 27 off 5 overs. Everyone else...
Pick of the Pakistani bowlers, considering everyone else is going for 9.
Yeah, everyone else has got, what, none for 237 between them off 30 overs. So Afridi now in, left arm over the wicket to David Warner, who squeezes it out, pushes it through the offside. They just go through for a single. That was actually the hat-trick ball. David Warner denies him the hat-trick.
Yes, good letting us know about a hat-trick ball after it's happened.
Yes.
I mean, we should have known that ourselves, but we're an amateur commentary group. We're not professionals. We just do this for the love of the game and making fun of David Warner.
Yes. And, of course, Glenn Maxwell's dismissal just dislodges any thoughts of hat-tricks. Yeah.
It's just entertaining.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
I mean, it doesn't really impact his strike rate. That's the important thing. Now he's left arm around the wicket to Steve Smith. That one's down leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind, but it is being given a wide. Afridi's tempted to review it. Yep.
No, not going to review.
Australia move on to 266 for 2. Afridi returns to the top of his mark.
No, there is, unless there's about Smith faces every single remaining delivery, and there's 10 extras. There's no way for Steve Smith to get a cow and ton. For those who are listening who don't know what a cow and ton is, we'll explain it after this delivery.
Yeah, so Afridi back at the top of his mark, hair looking resplendent as he runs into bowl, left arm around the wicket, drops it in short. Steve Smith does the thing he does where he works it off his pad into the leg side and they jog through for a single. Smith racing along now to 4 off 4 deliveries.
So a cow and ton named after great Australian cricketer Ed Coward, whose key attribute to the Australian side was being able to soak up 100 runs, 100 deliveries without having any real impact on the game.
Yes.
I think that's the fairest way to say it.
Yes, a cow and ton is essentially facing 100 balls, scoring less than 30 runs. So it's a wonderful cow and ton. Next ball from Afridi is outside off stump. David Warner tries to cut it, but all he can do is kind of jam down on it and it floats through to a fielder in close for no run.
And there are a few, every now and then, there are a few batters who get to a double count or a triple count.
Yes.
Khawaja managed that against Pakistan in the UAE in that amazing game where he saved the test for Australia.
That famous draw.
Yeah. Will there be a draw today? I don't know. Khawaja's not in the side, so probably not.
It would seem unlikely, although we have seen in this tournament a lot of teams batting for the draw to save their net run rate, as Afridi drops it in short again, and this time David Warner does pierce the infield, and they go through for a single, and the score moves on to 267 for 2. 68 for 2.
It's again, there's been a couple of chances now, but the poor fielding from Pakistan, and I'm going to say it's worse than Sri Lanka's fielding against a couple of games ago. So
that's pretty grim.
Like, when you're being compared to Sri Lanka in the field and coming out worse, that's not a good sign.
So Steve Smith facing up again to Afridi, who drops it in short. Steve Smith tries to pull it, gets one in the dick. Afridi appeals, but it is given not out. Steve Smith's dick is too high for that one to be given LBW.
The good old dick before wicket.
So we're just seeing some of those drop catches you were talking about, Sapun.
Yep, there's a good free that could have changed the course of the game, and the catch in the slips, and that was Babar Azam who dropped it himself. Like
yeah,
that's
dropped it into his head somehow, which is a neat effort at slip, diving forward. So Warner now on 128. He's facing up to Afridi, left arm over the wicket, and he pushes it through. Steve Smith thinks it's about a single. Afridi fields it, throws it at the stumps, hit the stumps. Steve Smith is back in his ground. Warner wants the second off the over, or the first off the overthrow. Nothing happens. Dot ball. Very ordinary. Nothing unusual. Dot ball.
And 5 off the over anyway.
Yes.
Anything on the socials at it?
Jersey Orc pronouncing the collapse is on.
Yes.
Leia translating for our English listeners. Short explanation: a cow and ton is an Australian dentary.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Mog reminding us that he has sent all of the jingles in. So if it's not here,
I
then
don't
it's our
think we've
fault.
loaded it on. Our iPad is, I would say, generous to say it's 15 years old. I think it's a Gen 1 iPad or a Gen 2 iPad, and
The OG.
we've pretty much filled it up with as many jingles as we can.
Anyway, I'm not going to be pressing the jingles. I can't read any of them, so I don't know what I'd be pressing. So if a boundary is struck, you'll have to imagine it yourself. As this next ball from Osama sees Steve Smith running down the crease, and all he can do is kind of drop it onto the offside and run back into his crease.
He thought he'd hit that really well, and then he looked down and realised the ball was at his feet. And it's like, oh no, that's not what I intended.
Yes. This new Steve Smith who gets hit on the pads more often than the old one. As his next ball is driven through the covers, there's a fielder scurrying around, sweeping around. They'll come back for the second because Dave Warner's still very fast despite having been out there for the entire innings so far. And they get back for 2.
I'm surprised with how Pakistani fielding has been that they actually picked that up cleanly.
Yes.
I was expecting them to just let that go through to the boundary for 4 runs.
One question for Supun on YouTube. Back from meetings. Warner on 128. How is Supun coping?
I got my bit of Maxwell ball. I'm happy.
Excellent. So Osama back in over the wicket. Smith goes back, cuts it. The fielder parries it to the other fielder in the covers. Smith gets a single. He gesticulates furiously with himself for not, cutting it for 6 or something. Anyway, Smith is now 7 off 8 deliveries. Australia moved to 273 for 2?
272.
2 for 2.
Yeah. Square leg umpire had to do a bit of juggling there to get out of the way of the ball. Always nice to see.
Yes. So Osama now bowling to David Warner, who's on 128. And he's cutting ferociously, but straight to a fielder who flings it at the stumps at the non-striker's end. But Steve Smith is back, and there is still no run.
That's a very, very quick throw. Very, very. Right. I'm glad I had someone backing it up there, because
Yes.
that would have been an overthrow for 4.
It was very quick and not hitting the stumps. As Osama comes in again, this one's down the leg side. David Warner looks at the umpire, who responds by giving him a wide. That's 1 extra run for Australia, who moved to 273 for 2.
So, at least another 150, I say.
You would think so, as Warner again is back on his crease, can't get it away. I'm not sure why Pakistan just didn't keep bowling spin the entire time. Australia put their helmets back on, and Pakistan fell into the trap of bringing the fast bowlers back on, and that's when Marsh got away. Marsh was completely bemused.
I'm finding the Australians, it's harder for them to play spin with their helmets on.
Yes. Next ball is short, and David Warner pushes it into the offside. There's another crazy throw at the stumps, but it's again backed up well, and they just get the single there. Australia moved to 274 for 2. That's the end of the 37th over. Warner is 129.
Messages with a comment from Supun saying, if Supun has a 15-year-old iPad, he should hang on to it. Nobody else got one until 2010. It's an early prototype from Steve Jobs.
Look, I don't disclose my sources, okay? I did work in the electronics industry for a while. I may have mentioned this on broadcast before, but it did sell Glenn Maxwell a TV. So,
how was he as a client?
Really nice.
Yeah. Unpredictable, though.
He did write his phone number down, and I did not take a photocopy of it.
He probably wrote it in reverse. So, Australia now looking to... they'll be furious if they don't get past 400 at this stage. They've set this massive platform. They've still got... Who have they got still to come? Stoinis. They've got... Inglis. They've got... Labuschagne won't do anything. Zampa, of course. Pat Cummins will have a thrash.
Stark
will have a thrash. Hazelwood will have
Stark
a
will get
thrash.
50 in about 20 deliveries.
Yeah, so but it's a freebie now to David Warner, who pushes it through, tries to pierce the infield, doesn't succeed in doing so. So that's another dot to a freebie, who has the figures of 2 for 31 off 6.1 overs.
Yeah, so just looking at these figures from the other bowlers for Pakistan, it's a bit grim.
Yeah.
Harris Rauf 0 for 59 off 4.
Jesus.
Hassan Ali 0 for 39 off 5.
Next ball from Afridi is clobbered down the ground. Is it going to go all the way? Not quite. It just short of the boundary. It stops, and the fielder comes back to get it, and they run through for a couple of runs. That one didn't quite have the distance to go for 6. Didn't even have the distance to go for 4.
No, it just hit the ground and literally just stopped dead.
Yeah, hit it very high though. But there was no fielder back there to catch it, so that was the problem for Pakistan in retrospect.
And with the amount of balls that have gone down mid-on or mid-off, you'd have thought there'd have been a sweeper back there.
You would have thought so. Afridi in again, drops it short again. This time Warner's pulling, and he's pulling savagely all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
So there we go. Thank you for the jingle. Australia moved to 280 for 2.
The other bowlers here, Osama Mir 0 for 60 off 7, and also 2 drop catches, or 1 drop catch, 1 actual caught catch. Muhammad Nawaz 0 for 43 off 7, and Iftikhar Ahmed 0 for 37 off 8. The only one who's actually, I'd say, been normal with his bowling.
Next one is short, and this time David Warner can only defend it back past the bowler, and there's no run.
Mistimed it a little bit there.
Yeah. Warner 135 from 109 deliveries. Can he get a double century? He's got plenty of time.
He can totally do it. And what is his high score? Let's just check this.
Well, it's not 200. I think the only Australian batter to have 200...
179 in ODIs.
Well, he should go past that. I think the only Australian to have 200 is Belinda Clark. I don't think any other Australian in one-day cricket has a double century. As this next ball from Warner is somehow pushed through the covers, and it races all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Not quite sure how he did that. Well done, David Warner.
She's real fine, my form.
So it was a short ball, and Warner stretched and pushed it.
It was just wide.
Yeah.
Like, if he hadn't hit it, it would have been called a wide.
Very awkward shot. One of the Pakistan fielders tried to do a cartwheel over the top of it.
You need to cartwheel onto the ball, not over the ball.
It was very acrobatic. So last ball of the over, Afridi...
10 off it so far.
10 off it so far. Afridi at the top of his mark, probably furious with the world and everything that's happened to him today. Bowls a full toss to David Warner, but it's almost a Yorker length. It's not high enough for David Warner to hit very hard, so all he does is defend it to the offside. That's the end of the over.
Leah asks, who writes the phone number in reverse? Use a fucking Kraken twist at minimum to confuse the enemy. In parentheses, that's a very obscure Star Wars joke. Is that?
That's more obscure than, like, I don't get that reference, and I'm quite well versed in Star Wars lore. So, yeah, good work, Leah. You've stumped me on Star Wars. Well done.
A Star Wars stumping. Did we ever think we'd see the day? So the highest scores of the World Cup so far: Devon Conway 152 not out, David Milan 140, David Warner now 139 not out. But it's Steve Smith on strike, and all he does is drive it straight back to the bowler, and he is caught. Osama has caught and bowled Steve Smith, who is out for 7, shaking his head furiously. Australia have 3 for 284.
The collapse is on. Calling it now.
The collapse is very much on. They may not even make 380 at this rate. Steve Smith, that was a dreadful shot. Just drove it straight back to the bowler.
And it wasn't a threatening ball either.
No.
There was 0 spin. It was just Steve Smith's like, I can totally hit this down to mid-on for a boundary. No, you can't, Steve. Go back to Test cricket.
Yep. So Steve Smith doing that thing he does where he shakes his head and just like can't believe the world has gone so stupid on him. absolutely fuming. Wonder who's going to come out now. Do you reckon it'll be Marnus to replace Steve Smith, or they're just going to skip Marnus over completely?
They'll keep Marnus for like when the tail end is.
Yeah, when the collapse really hits.
Yeah.
He'll be there to bolster the tail as they try to struggle up to 390. So, a strange innings from Steve Smith, as you'd expect. You don't really expect any other kind of innings from Steve Smith. And it is... Oh, it's Marcus Stoinis has made his way to the crease to have a bit of a thump. With his ICC ODI ranking of 97 with the bat. And his ODI career average of 27.4, bolstered by a best of 146 not out. That does help your average a little bit.
Yes.
So Stoinis will take strike. I'm not sure how well Stoinis goes against spin, but I guess we'll see.
I think he just takes one step forward to just try and like avoid, because he's a tall guy.
He is a tall guy. He's a tall, muscular guy.
Yeah. So he'll take a step forward and he'll just try and heap it over the boundary. And he'll do it 2 or 3 times and he'll mistime it and get edged and caught. Or get edged and dropped and slip.
And then get edged and caught.
And then get edged and caught by the keeper.
Yes. Well, we look forward to that innings from Marcus Stoinis. He will face the first ball from Osama, who now has the figures of 1 for 60 off 7.1 overs. As he comes in right arm over the wicket, Stoinis forward on the front foot, pushes it through all the way down to a wide long off. And they jog through for a single. Australia move to 285 for 3.
And there is actually a fielder on mid-on now, so that's nice. I would still like to see a short leg or a silly point. It's just, if you've got your spinners on, just do something different. What you're doing.
Well, get them in there to sledge, if nothing else.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just, Warner, what are you doing?
Yeah, who's the Pakistani Marnus?
Yeah. Next ball to David Warner. All he does is just push it back past the bowler, again down to the fielder there at long on, and there's a wild throw in, and they're thinking of an overthrow. David Warner's standing in the middle of the pitch, trying to convince Stoinis to get off his arse and run the second run. Stoinis refuses to do so, stays in his ground, and that's just a single to David Warner, who moves on to 140, equaling David Milan in this World Cup.
So Stoinis has a real opportunity here to get 1 run more than Maxwell. So
he's already got 1 run more than Maxwell.
Well, yes, but I want him to get out now.
Fair enough. And he thinks about getting out. All he does is squeeze it onto the leg side, and he actually doubles his score with another very lazy jog through to the other end. I'm not sure, does Stoinis ever run hard between wickets?
No.
Does he ever go any faster than, the kind of jog you do when you're trying to half-heartedly, do a pedestrian crossing?
It's the half-hearted jog to catch the tram you're going to miss.
Yes. So the next ball from Osama, outside off stump, and David Warner defends. Marcus Stoinis has no interest in taking a single, and no run. Yes. So maybe perhaps on Twitter you could offer us your thoughts on how fast Marcus Stoinis is running. Is he running fast enough to just miss a tram that he was never going to catch? Well, give us your thoughts.
This is how fast he runs away from the cops when they want him to pay a speeding fine.
Osama tosses this one up, and David Warner drives it. It splits the cover fielders, races all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Australia move to 291 for 3. Glorious shot from David Warner there.
Amazing. Anything on the tweets?
More going in hard on Mark Stoinis. Stoinis is a shit truck. The team already has Maxwell for disappointment and occasional performances. And he also replies to Leah, good old Aaron Kraken, not to be confused with the tactical droid Kraken. Does that mean anything to either of you?
I think we'll leave that Star Wars banter to the Star Wars experts. Perhaps we'll commentate The Last Jedi a little bit later in the evening.
Oh, I have a lot I can say about The Last Jedi because I love that movie.
Yes.
And I feel like I'm one of the few people who did.
It's a great movie. Hopefully we can get some heated debate about the merits or otherwise of The Last Jedi in the comments.
I think everyone agrees that Rise of Skywalker is universally the worst piece of filth ever made.
Yes, that's the correct decision again there from Sapun, who's spitting facts, spitting Star Wars truth here as Australia look to chase down this 400 total as Marcus Stoinis is back on strike and he clips one off his pads. It's racing all the way to the boundary for 4 or no. There is a fielder swooping around to prevent that from happening. They just get back for A Marcus Stoinis 2, which would have been 3.
Oh, it's even better. It's leg buys.
Oh, it's leg buys, even better.
So Stoinis doesn't get the runs.
Yes. Australia moved to 293 for 3. Stoinis trapped on 2 like an idiot.
I will also say as well that Andor is the best bit of Star Wars media to come out in the last 15 years.
Well, Sapun is dropping all the facts when it comes to Star Wars, so feel free to get onto him in the comments.
And Warner's score is 144, which is also 12 squared.
Here's Hassan, and he drops a short, and Stoinis is defending straight back down the pitch for no run. David Warner with the base 12 century. Good work to Warner.
Is it a base 12 century? Oh.
No, if
It's 12 squared.
It's 12 squared. It's a base 12 century.
Yes. Yep.
Hassan back at the top of his mark. He's ready to go again because he's always ready to go. He's a little jackrabbit. And he's coming in. You can see there's a little dot on the screen, and that dot is Hassan. And he manages to get Stoinis to chip it in the air just past the cover field, who dives spectacularly. Stoinis goes through, presumably just for 1 because it went all the way to the outfield. No, he comes back for 2. Good work.
Stoinis doesn't run fast enough to get 2 there.
It does seem unlikely, but he has done so. He moves on to 4. Stoinis doubling his score with every shot, except for his first shot, I guess.
Exponential cricket, the best kind of cricket.
Yes, that was a spectacular leap. I don't think he was ever going to catch it. Next ball from Hassan is short, and Stoinis fails to double his score. All he does is clip it off his pads for a single. Maybe this one's a leg buy as well. We shall see. It is a leg buy, so he still has the chance to double his score with his next scoring shot. Australia moved to 296 for 3.
So what does Stoinis need? He needs to
hit a 4.
Needs to hit a 4. And then he needs to get a no balls. Can you run 7? No.
Well, he could go for an all-4 run and then get 4 overthrows. That will give him 8.
Yeah.
And then he's in a bit of strife when it comes to the 16, I think. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Hassan will come in to bowl to David Warner, who's again killing time, driving Hassan up the wall. But now he's facing up as Hassan comes right arm around the wicket, and David Warner just tickles it round the corner for a single. Stoinis jogs through for the kind of lazy single that you'd expect from Marcus Stoinis.
And nearly gets run out.
Nearly gets run out, but
it's Stoinis.
It's Stoinis.
That's how he's going to run.
Australia 297 for 3.
No. Better Frog, it still wouldn't have been out, but it was Stoinis only put his bat on the ground after he'd crossed the line.
Yeah, Stoinis very casual, doesn't care, got the right attitude, trying to hit a 4 here. No, he's just going to defend it straight back down the pitch for another dot. Still waiting for the shot that will allow him to double his score. And that's the end of the over. Australia 297 for 3 after 40.
Messages on YouTube in reference to Warner's base 12 century asking, so Warner is gross then?
Very good for messages.
Good work, Miss.
Nicely done.
And some more Star Wars gear. Cricket Blitherment asks what Supun's opinions are on the Clone Wars series.
I could have done with some better animation, and it was fine, but And is the same feeling I have for Ahsoka as well.
Yeah, I agree with you on Ahsoka.
And before Mog gets mad at me, he also made the same joke about Warner on 144 gross. But also, Mog says that he liked The Last Jedi too, except that bullshit casino bullshit.
I understood what they were trying to do with the casino bullshit. They just didn't execute it well.
Yeah.
Right. So many good ideas there.
Asama to resume to David Warner, who's on 145, and now he's on 151 as he tonks that one straight into the crowd to bring up his 150 and Australia's 300.
The number of the day
Should have a 150
is
jiggle.
666.
Maybe.
And he raises his bat to the crowd to say, that's what I just hit this 6 with. Excellent stuff there from David Warner.
I mean, it would be even more impressive if he hit the 6 with his hand.
Yeah, well, wouldn't put it past him. So David Warner now 151, just one short of the top score in this World Cup so far. And how many short of his personal best?
Let me just check that. I think it was 170.
170.
179.
179, okay. So he's only a handful of shots away there. We've been keeping an eye on all kinds of records today as this next one's tossed up and David Warner just kind of chips that one back past the bowler. It was too far away for him to get a catch, so he just jogs through for a single. Australia move on to 304 for 3. Marcus Stoinis back on strike looking for the 4 that will double his score.
Marcus
What if Stoinis gets a 6?
Well, then he's fucked it up completely.
Yeah.
He's got to get a 4.
If he gets a 6, he has to get himself out the next delivery. Like, I think that's the
Yeah,
only fair
yeah.
thing he can do.
6 and out. That's the rule there. Anyway, will be Marcus Stoinis on strike to Osama. The run rate for Australia is now up to 7.5 runs and over. They're going to have to bolster that to 8 if they want to reach 400. That's just basic mathematics.
I think basic mathematics is beyond most of their cricketers.
You would think so. This next ball is short, and Stoinis pushes it through to the offside. That's not going to be 4. That's just a lazy, stupid single. So Marcus Stoinis has ruined his exponential effort. So that imposes grave limits on his ability to score.
Marcus Stoinis, whose nickname is Oil because he's built like an oil rig, but presumably also that's how fast he moves.
Yes.
And he's also very sleazy.
Yes. And he looks like olive oil. As this next ball is tossed up by Osama, and David Warner squirts back down on it, jams back down on it, then picks it up and gives it to the umpire. Not to the umpire, gives it to the wicket keeper, and they have a bit of a laugh about it. What a jolly.
I'm always paranoid about a batter picking up the ball after they've dropped it on the ground.
Well, it should at least wait till it stops moving. I'm not sure that one had completely stopped moving. Osama tosses this one outside off stump. Warner goes onto the back foot. He cuts it. There is a sweeper out there. He picks it up and lobs it back in. Marcus Stoinis finishes walking down the other end. Australia moved to 306 for 3.
Like, I'm really hoping, like, if that had been Warner out for handling the ball, it would have been a perfect ending to his innings so far.
So one more ball in this commentary stint, as Marcus Stoinis will face it from Osama, and he will try and hit a 6. He will instead sky it straight up in the air, but no, it's going to go all the way for 6.
Into the second stand.
So he more than doubles his score with that shot. That's the end of the 41st over. Australia 312 for 3.
Will you just go for one? Take the easy run? Or will you have some fun and try for smack some mum?
I'll catch up on some tweets while our new commentators come in. Mog asks Supun, how many Star Wars tats have you got? And there's some more love for The Last Jedi. Was rather disappointed in how the sequel trilogy ended up being after starting with so much excitement and hope. And welcome to Kat and Krishna.
Thank you, Ed.
Hi there. It is 312 for 3, and we're only in the 42nd over. So plenty of chances here to get to the 400. What do you reckon, Krish and Ardit? Who's doing?
I'm doing comments, I think.
Okay, comments.
I think, yeah, they are a good chance to get to 400. I think it takes Stoinis to really move along, though.
Yeah, that's right. Warner sends a ball out square, and Hassan is bowling, and that's a single. Hassan's speed about 113 kilometres an hour, and Warner's speed, well, 154 runs from 120 deliveries.
He must be getting tired now, I think.
If he gets to 200, will he be able to jump as high as he did when he got to 100?
You know, when a child is growing up and you draw the mark on the wall, maybe they do that on the stumps, how high is he actually jumping?
Yes, they should get a bonus for that. The umpire should definitely measure that height. And this next ball, Stoinis is turning square, just in front of square. It's fielded there inside the circle, and there's no run. Stoinis on 11 from 10. He feels like a real fool. He's not even in triple figures yet. Whereas Warner, having a very good day. He's the highest scorer for the tournament, right?
He is now, yeah.
Yeah.
And he's secured his place in the Australian team for quite some more time.
For a couple of months at least.
So the farewell tour is absolutely on now.
Yeah, his average for the tournament is 73. Just the 100, no 50s, apart from the 50 he got on the way to this 100, and then the 50 he got on the way to the 150. Anyway, Hassan is bowling over the wicket, and this is a big swipe from Stoinis, and the ball goes out into the deep cover for a single because he hit it so firmly, and there was a sweeper out there.
So I think if they were to lose another wicket now, Inglis would be the next obvious choice to come in ahead of Labuschagne.
Yeah, that's a good call. We've already had Smith come and go, right? I didn't even notice that.
He didn't bother the scorers too much.
No, we will tell you what happened there. But of course, Glenn Maxwell came in at 3 and managed to make a first ball duck. This one is wide. It's outside the tram tracks. Warner reaches for it, and he's hit it with the toe end of the bat. It's gone all the way out to deep cover, and they've run a couple. Didn't have to hit that one. It would have been called a wide, but anyway, runs from it. 2 runs.
To Warner's credit, he has remained extremely fit throughout his career. So whether his form goes up or down, his fitness has always been there. Must be some of the Bollywood dancing that he does and puts on TikTok these days.
He's extremely lean at the moment. He's in his career. He's beefed up at certain times, but he's a very lean man at the moment. He is facing up to Hassan, flicking a ball into the onside. Another ambled single, putting Stoinis back on strike.
Maybe he beefed up in the days where he was the assigned bulldog in the Australian team.
Yes. Doesn't really look like that nickname would fit anymore, does it?
No.
Bull? Bull was his nickname, yeah?
I think so, yes.
So, before this, it was Steve Smith who was out. He made 7 from 9. And Stoinis does a little bit of a golf swing on this one, chips it up into the air, sends it out to deep mid-wicket. They've scampered through, good return, but the batter was safely home. They've run 2, so that is 7 runs from the over, and over to tweets.
Well, unless the current commentators are crying out for more Star Wars chat, I think I might move off that. Brian in Brisbane.
We want Star Trek chat now, people. Send in the tweets.
Star Trek. Star Trek. And my volume is apparently a little bit too low. So
yes, I've fixed that. I hope. Let me know if that actually worked. Brian in Brisbane saying, "Look at those White Line Wireless lot with their basic maths. They need to realize some of us failed even lower maths." And Big Brain 6-1, maybe someone who is also good at basic maths. Or look, it's a cat outside of her natural habitat. Are we gonna get some cats in the innings break? Russ.
Oh, we're
gives
going
us
to have a
the
kiss
thumbs
in
up.
the innings break. Russ is over there. He's shelling prawns or something for the kittens. He's getting the meals ready for the kittens. Anyway, we're going to have... This is a glorious decision. We're going to have Rauf back. Hey, Rauf, who went for 20 or 25 runs and over for his previous 4 overs. He came back for 1. He did 3 terrible overs, came back for 1 over. Was a terrible decision, an accident, I think.
59 off 4, so he's nearly scoring at 15 and over.
This is a fantastic decision here. Let's have a look and see who else they could have thrown the ball to. Just about anyone. Nawaz still has 3 overs. Usama has 1 over to go. Iftikhar has 2. Hassan Ali, another 3. And Afridi, another 3. Plenty of options. Didn't have to go to Rauf. But Warner he's gleeful. He's going, thank you very much. Of course, Rauf has been bowling extremely quickly today, and this is fast too, but Warner says, thank you very much. You can guess where that one's gone. Sailing over the fence. Poor Harris Rauf. I feel extraordinarily sorry for him.
The number of the day is 666.
Oh boy.
He had a grimace on his face as that ball sailed across the boundary line yet again.
Oh dear. And it was just a little too full. And in fact, Warner has taken a step forward to take it on the half volley, and it's just beautiful timing. Gorgeous ball, straight over the boundary. I think his captain hates him. Why is he making him bowl? Anyway, he's round the wicket now, and again, it's lofted by Warner. It has gone straight into the arms of the fielder at long on, and it has been caught. He is out. Warner is out for 163.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
Slightly slower ball there from Rauf, and Warner came through a little bit too full, a little bit too fast on that shot. Lofted it a bit too high, not quite over the boundary, straight into the hands of the long fielder. Beautiful plans there laid by Rauf. It took him 5 overs.
It did take a while. I think it was a tired shot by David Warner as well. One hand kind of came off the bat.
Yeah.
And good team spirit by the Pakistanis. They all got around and shook Warner's hand as he walked off. So
Fantastic.
Nice to see.
Caught by the sub-fielder too. Sub-fielder goes, you should have been standing right here. This is where I've been on the sidelines the whole match.
The sub-fielder was the vice captain who was dropped.
Oh dear. Fantastic. Well, I'd be hazarding a guess that it's Rauf that's going to be dropped. I don't even care if the sub-fielder can come in for Rauf.
Also,
anyway, it is Inglis coming in.
Also, ironically, Shadab Khan, who caught that at long on, was the same fielding position as Usama Mir, who dropped Warner at long on, and Usama Mir was the one who replaced Shadab Khan.
Well, there you go. Oh, see, it all goes around, comes around. Anyway, Australia can afford to lose a few wickets going for a few more runs. They're going to need at least 400 on this batting pitch.
It does look like it. I mean, it's a beautiful batting pitch.
The bowlers will be tired. So straight up, Inglis says, I want a boundary, and he does. Sends the ball out through cover point, goes all the way for 4 runs.
You gotta have fun, Rudy. You gotta have fun.
There was good pace on that ball by Rauf. It got up to 143, but it was short and wide and just made it really easy for Inglis to swing freely, free up the hands and just hit it through the offside.
No question that he's had good pace, as he's been up towards 150 at different times. Inglis, one of the few bearded men in this side. He's punching a ball into the offside again. This time a fielder has time to come around inside the rope. Just the single to Inglis. He's 5 from 2.
Maybe he should be playing for India, Pakistan, because most of those guys are bearded.
Yes.
What I like about Inglis's play is that he's an all-around-the-ground batter. He can hit in all sorts of directions once he gets going. So hopefully we get to see that today. And Adit, I think, would agree with me, given that he's a WA player.
Yep. Bring him in for the test team as well.
This next one defended. Stoinis offers a straight bat, no run. So the win probability, according to WinViz, suggests that Australia have a 92.3% chance of winning at this point. And that has hardly faltered. In fact, it's still going up despite the wickets. This next ball mistimed by Stoinis. In fact, I think he's hit Inglis at the non-striker's end. He's hit the stumps.
I thought he hit that so hard he was going to break the stumps. It ricocheted off the off stump at the non-striker's end.
The bails have come off, but it looks like the stumps are intact. And that must be the end of the over. Do we have any socials?
Farong saying that Pakistan will look as if they will be chasing 400 plus on a very flat Pakistani type pitch. Just saying. And Leia has responded to your Star Trek gear call out, saying, I never understood why they never made another Star Trek series after Deep Space Nine. Oh well, at least they ended on the high. And don't they? Oh, okay.
Yes.
There must be some reference. I'm not.
Yeah,
understanding.
there are at least another 10 after Deep Space Nine.
There's some cartoons that are fairly highly rated, right?
I don't know that I've seen a cartoon. Anyway.
Lower Decks, if that means anything to you, I think.
Lower Decks. It sounds like a Star Trek reality TV show. Yes, there's been a number since Deep Space Nine. I don't know that Deep Space Nine was the highlight. Anyway. Inglis is on strike. He's on 5. And that's a ball bowled in line with middle stump. The fielder comes in sharply, almost runs out the non-striker, Stoinis.
So do you think we should start 400 watch? There's, 7 overs to go?
It's 10 runs and over for the next 7 overs.
They should be able to get 10. We're seeing the Afridi celebration of the wicket. touching Dave Warner in all sorts of places. Another. Is that a cliche jar moment? Hassan bowls, it's a dot. And we've got a lot of chewing going on here. We've got the chewing gum going with Inglis. I don't think Stoinis has the gum in though, Chris.
I thought he was actually.
Yeah, right. Vote both of them.
Stoinis is normally a chewer.
It's supposed to relax you, right? It's a known advantage to have the chewing gum. This is a full toss on middle stump, but Inglis doesn't care. He drives the ball out towards the boundary. It's gone all the way out to the deep, long off boundary for 4 runs.
In one of the practice matches, Inglis got a 50 prior to this series, and he was hitting the ball to all corners of the ground.
Yes, had his wagon wheel up before, but it seems to have vanished now.
He got one in the last game against Sri Lanka.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Mm.
Armchair Cricket Podcast saying no minus, no cry.
Minus might come out if we get another wicket, but it's not this ball. This ball is a dot, and it goes through to the keeper.
And Revenant FC on YouTube saying Harris gets a wicket. It was part of his plan all along to lull Warner into a somewhat false sense of security.
It only took 40 overs to do so.
Indeed. So apparently the stumps did break apart on that previous delivery.
On Stoinis' shot?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
According to Cricinfo, this next ball's lofted into the onside, heading out towards the boundary, dribbling over the boundary rope. Another 4. This one for Inglis.
It's Nissan she. It's Nissan she.
338 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So again, we're seeing Inglis's ability to find the gaps. Like, he's not hitting it that powerfully, but he's just picking the gaps and the ball's dribbling to the boundary lines.
Yeah. Whereas we had the openers mainly scoring their 4s, cutting square of the wicket on the offside. This one is a wild swing and a miss for Inglis. And that's the end of the over.
Mog chimes in saying, fun fact, 2 of my cats are fucking addicted to prawns. Does that mean that the rest of your cats are not? And
Don't buy them prawns. They don't deserve it. Give them cat food.
And Perky Bumfinger just reminding everyone that the Babylon 5 Blu-ray is out in December and they have pre-ordered it.
Is there a big crossover between science fiction and cricket fans? What do you reckon? What's the Venn diagram? Is it 90%?
I feel like in this room, that's pretty well represented.
Yeah. Except, is it mostly Star Wars? We're putting up their hands for Star Wars. 1, 2, 3. 2 Star Trek. Star Trek. Hands up for Star Trek. Yeah.
You haven't gone to Doctor Who.
Oh yes, we hands up for Doctor Who as well. This next delivery from Rauf is probably his best one of the day, and it's down leg side, but it has been hit. Stoinis has scrambled through for a single. Very scrambly play all around. Shy at the stumps.
I'll just say for the record that I kept my hand down through all of that.
No science fiction fan.
I'm neither a sci-fi nor fantasy nerd.
Haha.
I'm not that kind of nerd.
You're not a Marvel fan.
Superheroes may be, though. What do you reckon? That counts as fantasy.
How could you not be a Marvel fan?
I enjoyed the Avengers movies until Endgame.
Until Endgame, wow.
Mainly because it was functioning like a sitcom.
Inglis tries a bizarre ramp. Has he been caught behind? There's a massive appeal from the keeper. Inglis is swearing and chewing, and they're going to go upstairs. Let's please pray that they go upstairs, everyone, because that would be a fantastic review. I don't think he got any bat on it. What do you reckon?
Rizwan's pretty confident. Now he's got a smile on his face.
He's laughing.
They've blown the chance, I think.
That's the end of the DRS timer. Rizwan's going, no, it's too late. You can't go upstairs now. Bad luck. That was a terrible ramp, is what Stoiner said. They did review it, did they? They've reviewed it. Inglis is laughing and smugly smiling at Stoinis like a high school science teacher. Did he hit it? He hasn't hit it. No, it's daylight, surely. What do you reckon?
If he has, it's what the inside edge.
It's a very fine shave if he's hit it. Let's have a look at the
Or the
spike.
glove.
Oh, he's
Yes,
gloved
gloved
it. Oh, it looks like it is a glove. Is it a glove?
Yeah, definitely.
Ultra Edge, the original decision was not out. Pakistan have reviewed, and Ultra Edge has shown a spike, so this decision will be reversed. Not happy, the umpire has given him out. Inglis is gone, doing the most stupid shot you have ever seen. The replay of that will haunt him for all his days.
So it was a short ball, and it was a slower short ball, and he tried to just help it on its way down the leg side, and all he was able to do was just get a glove on it through to the keeper.
Yeah. Not a great shot. But anyway, Australia have wickets in hand, and we're hoping that means we have Marnus Labuschagne coming out. We're not sure about that, but we'll keep you posted. Could be him, could be anyone. So anyway, that is a great caught behind there. Rizwan bowled Rauf. Rauf has a wicket.
It is Labuschagne.
It is Labuschagne.
As Australia do need someone, I think, to hold this innings together in the back end. They can't all just strike madly because they're collapsing.
I mean, they could be all out for 350.
They could be.
Fingers crossed. That would be a fantastic end to a bizarre innings if that was the case. What a great... And then Pakistan run it down.
And an early night for those of us only calling the first innings.
Labuschagne's on strike. Rauf now with a head full of steam.
2 wickets, by the way.
2 wickets, that's right. And Labuschagne immediately does an indoor cricket shot, sends it down to a deep fly slip position. The keeper runs around to gather it, and they run through for a single. Labuschagne's off the mark with 1 run.
We have disinterested hand job being a little bit upset that Kat, I have no respect for your opinions about prawns. I also don't like them.
Oh, I think it's good human food. It's very lucky if the cats get prawns. I mean, that is a pretty good meal for a cat.
The broadcaster just showed a very confused spectator there. He had India flag on his cheeks and he had a Pakistan shirt on, so I'm not sure what he was supporting.
Who knows? This one's short, and it's thumped into the ground by Stoinis out into the onside. Didn't get even a small piece of that, and it doesn't go any further than short mid-wicket. No run.
I think that supporter just wants cricket to be the winner.
Very good.
Maybe he had an Australian hat on, and trousers of England, and someone else's shoes. Netherlands, let's say, because, orange shoes.
The Dutch have come out with their line of bucket hats.
Ah. Clogs. Oh dear.
Orange-coloured clogs. That's what they need.
Well, it's just about time where we can start. Well, I think we can kiss goodbye the 400 at this point.
I think so, yes.
The run rate is down to 7.6. I think it's Pakistan's day if they don't get 400. Pakistan's going to take this as a win. Rauf is definitely taking this as a win, that he now has 2 wickets for 72 off his 5 overs. This one's short, and it'll be called a wide. No?
Oh, he's got away with that, I think.
He's got away with it. No, he's having... His luck has turned here.
His luck has turned, and he's at 149 Ks there.
Yeah, incredible. So Rauf is perhaps not going to get his century here. And we thought he was, off perhaps even 5 or 6 overs. His captain may even give him another over after this. Why not? The captain knew something we didn't. Only 2 runs from this over so far. This is a full Yorker, and it goes straight through the subs but doesn't seem to hit anything. How on earth did that miss? Anyway, 3 dots to round out this great over from Rauf. 1 wicket, 2 runs, and that is the end of the over. Over to social media.
Brian Barish saying sup Adit, sup Baron. he also says, I watched the Star Wars movie once. I liked it, especially the part where Dr. Spock got into the Serenity with the Thunderbirds and chased the Cylons back into Narnia.
Now, mixing fantasy and sci-fi, that is a big crime.
It's all the same to me.
All the same? No, not a big fan of fantasy. I mean, magic fantasy I'm okay on sometimes.
So Freddie's come back into the
Ugh.
attack, and he will bowl out from this end, I think, with 5 overs left. He's got 3 of his own.
Ah, yes, good idea. Labuschagne on strike. It's short, and it goes onto the pads. That must be close. Afridi wants to review it. Of course, they still have one review left, Chris. Yep. Anyway, dot ball. He may have got an edge on that as well. So Russ has promised us here kitten time at half time. We shall find some kittens and show you the kittens. Always the highlight. You get a cat on commentary and a kitten at the break. Labuschagne on 1. Stoinis at the non-striker end on 15. And Labuschagne tries the same shot again. Straight on. He's playing it with his penis. There is no attempt at putting a bat on this at all. 2 shots in a row, 2 dot balls in a row.
Bowling very well. Afridi bowling around the wicket and just cramping Labuschagne, and he's just not able to get the space or to free his arms up to hit that ball.
He looks very awkward here. Next ball could be a wicket. No, you never know.
And this is the problem with having both Labuschagne and Smith in this side, because they do eat up balls at this time of the innings.
Lots of chatter going on with the captain, Afridi, working out where to place their fielders. Don't know why they're bothering. It's just going to hit him on the box again. Labuschagne on strike. And Stoinis hasn't been prolific either. Run rate currently 7.5. This is full on the toes. Labuschagne says, thank you very much. Sends it out square where they run through for a single.
Yeah, Stoinis is scoring at under 100 as well.
Some shock in the studio here as the host broadcaster announces that Pakistan are 1 over in front of the over 8.
When did that happen? It really doesn't feel like they've been going that quickly, but clearly Hassan getting back to the top of his mark quickly has made a massive difference. And all of those 6s and 4s, they take quite a long time to get the ball back. Maybe they don't lose points for that. So Australia 341 for 5. Closing in on 11 p.m. in Australia. And we have 4 and a bit overs remaining. Stoinis on strike now. And he lofts a ball into the offside. It goes over the head of the square fielder and cannot run it down. It goes over the boundary for 4 runs.
I think he was actually deceived by the slower ball there, but he was able to hit it well enough to get it over third man for 4.
What do you think he was intending there? Do you think he might have been wanting to guide it a little bit further over the boundary?
I think so.
Yeah.
So credit to the bowler there. I think he actually beat him.
Good mind games from Afridi, bowling his 8th over. He's had the best economy of all the bowlers so far. And another little chip from Stoinis up in the air, this time on the bounce to the fielder out in the deep on the onside, and they get a single there. So Stoinis has moved to 20 from 20.
So as Afridi tries to get out of this over, he's given away 6 runs in this over, so it's been pretty good, depending on how good this last ball is.
Win probability now for Australia, 91%. I don't think it's quite that high. Afridi bowls, Labuschagne drives through the offside, it goes out to deep cover, and they've run through for a single. That's 7 from the over. The score 347 for 5 after 46 overs. What have we got on socials?
Reverend FC stating correctly, Zampa is furious that Harris has recovered and his record is safe. And a question from USAFL 997, is that just Brian Barish? I want to know how many of you Mini Ponce nerds are into board games or tabletop, and Supun replies to that saying that Russ designs his own games. We're pretty board game mad over here.
Yeah, next time you get Russ on commentary, you need to ask him about the games that he's made, that we have played. And we actually do have a board games group. Anyone in Melbourne is welcome to join us. If you're also, you have to be a cricket fan as well. And we call it Broad Games. It's not board games, it's broad games. Rauf coming back for another over. Labuschagne on strike. Twitchy. It's short, and Labuschagne misses it. But he came close to edging it through to the keeper.
He did. Nearly got a top edge, but it's a good ball, good short bouncer. 146 Ks, and it wasn't called a wide.
Well, Dan Liebke also has the Sloggers and Sledges tabletop game on sale on his website.
Indeed. You should be sending out an ad for that right now. Yeah. We'll do some cross promotion. You can also listen to the Can't Bowl Can't Throw cricket show to find out about all of Dan's merchandise. Search for that on your podcatcher. And this next ball is hit by on the toe end of the bat by Labuschagne. It's sent out through the covers all the way to the boundary. It was a good hit in the end, and that is 4 runs.
She's real fine, my 4.
So that was a pace-on delivery by Rauf. It got up to 151, and it just went back further or faster than he bowled it.
Incredible seam up. It was a beautiful delivery. Sat up nicely, though, for Labuschagne. No mistake, over the boundary. That's what he needs to do.
We also have Samantha on YouTube saying, "Yay kittens!"
Yay kittens! Rauf bowls. Labuschagne scampers through for a quick run. He just dropped it into the onside and really took off. Sprinted to the other end. Stoinis matches him, and that's a single. The score 352.
That was a poor man's impression of a Jasper Bumrah Yorker, which Labuschagne was good enough to keep out. But Bumrah bowled an incredible Yorker last night, which no batsman in the world, I think, would have had a chance to lay bat on the ball.
Who did that get out? Which one was
I think it was wasted on a tail ender.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But it was an excellent delivery.
And you've got to be able to pull out those Yorkers for the tail enders,
Yes,
don't you? That's the advantage of these wonderful bowlers, that they can clean up the tail. Last thing you want is a tail wagging. And this is a wide, full delivery. It is called a wide just outside the tram tracks. Stoinis had a bit of a swing at it, but it was a bit too far over. Rauf's figures, 2 for 78. He's in his 7th over.
Yeah, not a bad idea by Rauf. He tried to keep it as wide as possible,
Yeah.
just to prevent Stoinis getting the clearance to hit the ball well. But it was just a bit too wide past the tram tracks.
A nice even 8 from 8 for Labuschagne, 20 from 20 for Stoinis. So Rauf with 3 left to bowl, halfway through the over. And this one's fast again, and Stoinis has a swing and a miss, and he gives Rauf an evil look. It was your fault, Stoinis, you missed it.
I think if you look through Stoinis's recent history in one-day cricket, he's got an incredible run of poor scores. He got a
claim to fame.
Yeah, not out the previous night, but apart from that, I think his scores are not very good.
Well, he can't even make the Western Australian team.
Oh dear. Right. Oh well, he's obviously good to have in the change rooms. Cameron Green should be batting, and this is another ball. Seemed to be a slower ball from Rauf, and it's completely deceived Stoinis again. Rauf is winning this competition here at the moment.
Absolutely. He's making Stoinis look a bit silly, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Labuschagne got the 4, then the single, and so far Stoinis just doesn't know what's coming next. Cannot put bat on ball. That was missed by a long way.
I mean, if you're carrying the moniker of the big rig, you've got to do a bit more than this, I think.
Yeah, looks a bit embarrassed.
We're also having a change at the end of this over. Krishna's being subbed out for Dan.
And this one is a full toss, and it's straight driven down the ground on the bounce. So that is a single to Stoinis to keep the strike. I'm pretty sure Rauf gave that to him. 354 for 5 after 47 overs. And what do we have on the socials?
Brian Barish saying, next time I'm in Melbourne, I'm down for broad games.
Excellent.
Leia is tired of this Anglo-centric sci-fi talk. Time for some Perry Roden talk. Where else do you get a mouse beaver, hard as nails, space commando? And she also says she has to get some groceries now, but get ready for board game talk later. I own over 400 of them.
Oh, wow. So, favourite board game. What do you reckon, Dan?
Oh, Scrabble.
Scrabble. Scrabble. Not even Words with Friends. We like Scrabble here.
Yes.
Yes.
What I'm enjoying about this Australian effort here in the death overs is they know when they get a score above 400, they only have a 50% chance of winning the game based on past performance. So this is very clever.
Good mind games. Afridi's bowling, and it's an attempted ramp from Stoinis. A very brave shot when he's not batting well, and he's out. My goodness. He's been given. That is Stoinis out for 21. He's contemplating reviewing it. What's going on here, Dan?
I think he's sent it upstairs. I think he's
he?
out. He's out because he's been struck on the pad in front of the stumps, so that will be out. But they've only got a handful of balls left, so he's going to review it and see if he can hang around there a little bit longer so he can look even stupider against Harris Rauf.
I mean, really, he probably should have just let the next batter come in and do some damage.
Yeah, that's very out. Marcus Stoinis. Just seeing a replay here. He's missed the ball by a mile. It's hit him on the pad.
In line with middle stump.
In line with middle stump and, about halfway up. A third of the way up middle stump, 2/3 of the way.
Dare I say Watsonian?
Watsonian review, yes. The kind of review that the King would be proud of.
I mean, I want Mitchell Starc out there at this point.
Well, Starc, you may well get your wish.
Here it goes.
There we go.
It's the most perfectly bowled LBW ever in the history of LBWs, and we will be seeing Starc.
So that was some kind of innings from Marcus Stoinis. 21 off 23. LBW to Afridi, who now has the figures of 3 for 48 off 8.1 overs. So less than a run a ball for Afridi.
And Afridi, of course, was he the one who got the 2 wickets at the end of 1 over? Did we?
Yes.
Do you remember calling the hat trick on the next over?
Yes,
did
we did.
Everyone remember?
Well, we remembered after Warner hit it through the covers for 3 or 4.
Fantastic. Yes. Anyway, that is hopefully Mitchell Starc coming. It could be Pat Cummins, either one.
Well, maybe Labuschagne will get out and it'll be Starc and Cummins batting together.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
I feel like we need Starc. I think Starc's going to be able to get us to 400.
Starc would have a bit of fun, having a bit of a thrash around.
Yeah,
I think Cummins actually has the better record against fast bowlers than Starc, so maybe Cummins will come out. Anyway, here he is,
yes.
Captain Pat. He's out to the middle, having a bit of a chat with Marnus, saying, Marnus, shut up for a second. Let's just start.
Yeah.
Let's just start hitting the ball.
That's right. The score is 354 for 6. I think you're on ball by ball now, Dan.
Oh, am I? Okay. Good. So Pat Cummins is at the crease now. Australia 354 for 6. And he will be facing up to the bowler who I've forgotten who it is already. I think it's Afridi still.
Still Afridi.
It's still Afridi. He's got the figures of 3 for 48 off 8.1 overs. So Australia will fall short of that 400 total, as I mentioned. Very clever. And that will give them the best chance of victory. So Afridi at the top of his mark. Looking very pleased with himself. Pat, tongue a little bit out as he faces up to this delivery, and it's full, and Pat drives it, and it goes straight to the fielder at cover for no run.
Labuschagne's still 8 from 8. There's
Yeah.
nice symmetry about that.
Yeah, very sensible batting from Marnus. He's the anchor at the last overs of this run chase.
Yeah, we're seeing all of the foolish shots. Everyone who tried to do some kind of weird ramp has gone out so far.
Yep. So that's a valuable lesson for the Australian batters, Stoinis and Inglis in particular.
Yeah, that's right.
Made them look stupid. Not like Glenn Maxwell, who just decided he was going to sky one straight up. As this next ball is forward to Pat Cummins, who's going back in his crease. It's hit him on the pad. There's half an appeal from Afridi, but it's well outside leg stump. And they run through for a quick leg bye. Maybe it's a run. Who knows? We shall see.
It'd be nice to give it to Pat, but I'm pretty sure it hit his leg.
So Australia 355 for 6. It was a leg bye. Cummins yet to get off the mark. Marnus is now on strike.
And thank you to everyone who's joined us on the chat, YouTube and Twitter and all those other places where you are. I don't know where you are. But continue to send through your favourite board games.
Next ball from Afridi is wide outside of stump. Marnus Labuschagne tries to hit at least a 6, fails to connect at all. Goes through to the keeper for no run. Another dot ball from Afridi, who is so far bowling a wicket maiden.
It's been a while since we've had a 6.
It's been quite a while. I can't remember who hit the last 6. Probably wasn't Stoinis. We'd have to go all the way back to, I don't know. Warner probably hit a 6 before he got out. I think he did. Didn't he hit a 6 at the ball before he did get out?
I think so.
I think that's what happened.
Stoinis did hit 1-6.
Did he? I find that very hard to believe.
That's correct.
Afridi again, right arm around the wicket. Again, it's hitting Marnus Labuschagne on the pads, and again they jog through for a single as this innings just peters to a very slow hold, like a car running out of gas.
I mean, their run rate was up over 10 at one point, then it was well over 8 for a good 10 or 12 overs, and it's now, I don't know, below 7 perhaps.
Yeah, well, probably not, seeing as they're past 350 already. But we'll say it's below 7.5.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. The last 6 was the one that Warner hit just before he got out.
Yeah.
So last ball of the over. Can Afridi finish with a maiden here? A wicket maiden? He can't, because Cummins has got a hold of this and he's lofted it over the infield. There is a sweeper coming around. They'll jog back for a second. Pat's doing more than a jog. He's really accelerating there. That takes Australia to 358 for 6 after 48 overs. 2 overs left.
We have some suggestions for board games like Battletech, Campaign for North Africa, Quacks of Quedlinburg.
Okay.
Messages saying extremely clever of Pat Cummins to make batting suddenly look impossible. And Katie Scott saying, I normally refuse to watch cricket commentary on YouTube because all I really want is the audio. But I heard there was a kitten. Please show the kitten. 3 exclamation marks.
The kitten is coming.
The kitten
It's
is 12 balls away, Katie. Hang in there.
Russ is going to get the kitten now, so the kitten could even make an appearance before the end of the innings.
And I'm pretty sure it's going to be kittens, plural.
Plural
Kittens,
kittens.
plural.
Multiple kittens.
Multiple kittens.
Perhaps.
There's going to be 10
Six.
kittens.
6 kittens.
Six
One
kittens.
for each ball of an over.
We're hitting the kittens for 6. Kittens over the boundary.
Next ball, Marnus tries to hit it. He misses it, but it beats the wicketkeeper as well. Rebounds off the wicketkeeper's pad. There is some kind of
There's a
weird
backstop.
gully position. Who corrects it, and Rauf gets a bye as Australia add one more run to their score. Nice slower ball there from Rauf.
I guess it's a short third, but anyway, it was convenient. It looked like it was a backstop there, like you have in the under 8s when the keeper just can't stop the ball.
Very much an under 8 fielding their position there from Pakistan. Very sensible planning. I mean, it could have gone anywhere.
Very much an under 8 keeping effort there.
Yes. So Cummins is looking around. They need 41 more to reach 400 off 11 balls.
Cummins, you need to get a run.
He tries his best. He hits it. He hits it out to the leg side. But there is a fielder scurrying in off the boundary, and they just go through for the single. Marnus back on strike. Marnus won't hit the ball. Marnus hasn't hit one in ages. He's only 8 off 11. Cummins is 3 off 4. Australia 360 for 6.
So a beautiful agricultural swipe there from Cummins to mid-wicket.
It wasn't particularly elegant, was it?
No, it was effective. 3 runs he has, and Labuschagne has 8.
Rauf with the magnificent figures of 2 for 80 off 7.2 overs. That's the kind of figures that you love to see. As Marnus faces up to the next delivery from Rauf over the wicket, and Marnus launches this to the leg side, and he's caught.
He's been caught out on the boundary at mid-wicket. Now that was an excellent catch, let's say.
3, that's the magic number. Yes, it is. It's the magic number.
That was the hat trick jingle.
Oh, there you go. Well, that could be the start of a hat trick. There's still a few wickets left. Marsh shaking his head in Steve Smith style. Can't believe the world and how dreadful it is when you hit a ball in the air and a fielder's out there in front of it. And he catches it. He feels so unlucky. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to him.
Yeah.
Harris Rauf gives him a pat on the shoulder, says, "Don't worry, kid.
Bit of a send-off there.
I've got out better batters than you, Marnus."
And that would have gone over the boundary. It was heading for 6, but there was a fielder there. And it was the sub-fielder again.
Yep, the sub-vice captain. He's back out there again.
He's out there going, why did you drop me?
Yeah.
Why the hell?
Yes. So Australia now, what are we going to get? 375, do you think? 370? 365? They're dropping.
It's possible. I think I'd like it if Rauf continues on and Rauf gets a century.
Rauf gets the hat trick you've just premonitioned?
Yes, he could get the hat trick, but I think he deserves a century as well.
Yeah, that's true. Well, maybe he can do both.
Yeah.
Any more on social media?
Any more board games?
There's a board game for canal boat lovers in England called Argy Bargy, says Brian in Brisbane.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe have little plastic canal boats that you wheel around the...
Yeah, it's like Battleship, I think.
You try and sink them.
Yep.
Sink the canal boats. See how many monarchs you can send to the bottom of the ocean.
So Mitchell Starc has joined Pat Cummins at the crease, just as we predicted a couple of overs ago, and Starc is off the mark immediately. He clips one to the leg side. They run through for a single. That's all they'll get as Australia move to 361 for 7 with 10 balls remaining in the innings.
This is the march to 400. I'm pretty confident. 10 balls to go. We can get them there.
4s off every delivery.
Yeah.
Get there with 1 run left over. Harris Rauf now has three wickets. He smacks himself on the head in delight. 3 for 81 off 7.4 overs.
Why is Rauf still bowling? Do they have any spinners
He's a wicket
left?
taker. He's a wicket taking machine. I'm not quite sure why they stopped bowling the spinners, who was slowing Australia down tremendously in the middle overs, but they gave up on that idea.
The spinners were doing an excellent job, and I think the captain's just forgotten all about them.
So Cummins again, another wild agricultural shot. It's squirted to backward of square, and they just jog through for another single. So they're doing it in singles here at the end of the innings. They may not even get to 370 at this rate. They're 362 for 7 with 7 balls remaining.
There's been some improved fielding, I guess, from Pakistan here to prevent those singles from turning into 2s and 3s and 4s.
Yeah, a lot of shots that should have been singles became 4s in the early part of the innings. So Starc will take strike now to Harris Rauf, who's about to bowl the last ball of his day today.
Thank God.
Right arm around the wicket. It's a full toss. Starc drills it into the ground. It bounces over Rauf's head. They go through for, you guessed it, a single. And Australia end the over. 363 for 7. 1 over remaining. Harris Rauf ends with the figures of 3 for 83 off 8 overs.
Very nearly gets his economy rate down below 10. This interested hand job asks Currents of Dunshire, which... I'm pretty sure that's from Parks and Recreation, but I don't know if that's a real...
Is it a real game?
I don't think so.
I don't think it is a real game. It is a joke game. But that's a
But how would you ever know? They've all got such dumb names. How would you ever know if any of those games are real or not?
I'm interested to see what you make of this one. Ant-Man 1805 says, great to hear a fresh sound of comms. Young Aussie late night feel from an Englishman that knows.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll take it.
We'll take it. We're almost retirement age, by the way, if anyone thinks their young commentators are on are on at the moment.
So Freedy about to bowl out. Left arm over the wicket. Mitchell Starc launches him straight back over his head. Will it go all the way? No, it will go straight to a fielder who takes the catch. Mitchell Starc is out for 2. And Australia are 8 for 363. Freedy now has the figures of 4 for 50.
It's over, it's over, it's over.
So Australia now in grave danger of being bowled out.
Yeah, they've really collapsed here. Was that the subfielder again?
Maybe. Let's say that Australia are sensibly using all their resources. They will use all their wickets and probably all their deliveries. So good batting from Australia as they slowly tumble their way down the hill to... Oh, here we go. Josh Hazlewood is out in the middle.
And that's only because we only have Zampa after this.
Yeah, I think Zampa's got a bat. I'm not sure Zampa's going to come out to bat. I think he's back is ready for bowling and not for batting, and I think he told the rest of the team that before the match started.
He said, I'll come and play, but I'm not batting.
Yeah. That's your policy as well, isn't it, Kat?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So Josh Hazlewood has an average of 20 in his ODI career. There are a lot of not-outs in that record, I'd suggest. He's had 29 innings. He scored 120 runs, which suggests that he's had 23 not-outs.
Plus an average of 20.
Yeah. Afridi left arm over the wicket to Josh Hazlewood, who edges it straight behind. Afridi is now on the hat-trick. Australia 9 for 363. That's a 5-wicket haul for Afridi, who has figures of 5 for 50. He's down on his knees, thanking everybody. And Josh Hazlewood is thanked in particular as he leaves the ground.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
That's the second time this innings that Shaheen's on a hat-trick.
Yes, Josh Hazlewood joins Glenn Maxwell in the Golden Duck Club. Great work from Josh. He'll be very pleased with himself.
This is a very funny finish for Australia. It's extremely good to be able to call such a disaster. The first fall of wicket was one. It was none for 259. It was none.
A classic
for
collapse.
259.
They're going to lose all 10 wickets for 104 runs. Afridi on a hat trick. Adam Zampa has got himself up off his massage chair that he's been sitting on the entire innings.
He's going to hit a 6 now.
He's put a helmet on his head. He's come out to Pat Cummins and he's gone, what the hell are you doing here?
Touching his bat and he's going, bloody hell, why do I have to bat?
Yeah. Bit of a fist bump as Adam Zampa tries to remember what he's supposed to do next. Pat says, take strike, and that's what he's doing.
Hit it with your nose is what he said.
So Afridi's rallying the field here for the hat-trick ball.
Come on, hat-trick.
He's taken over the captaincy. He doesn't care. I want 5 slips, a gully, mid-on, silly mid-on.
Yeah.
Short leg.
I want that sub-fielder in all the catching positions. Thanks very much.
So Zampa facing up to the hat-trick ball. He does have 1 slip, and it's a wide down the leg side.
Oh, for God's sake. You got to do a proper delivery. It's a hat-trick of sorts. It's a WWWD.
Yes, it is indeed. 3 W's, but with a D at the end of the third one. So the hat-trick has been avoided. Adam Zampa has survived. Well, he technically hasn't survived a delivery because if you face a wide, that doesn't count as a delivery faced.
No.
So he is yet to survive his first ball. And there are still 4 balls remaining in the over. Australia 9 for 364, or if you prefer, 364 for 9. We won't judge.
Afridi could still get a wicket.
He could still get a wicket. Zampa instead squeezes it through the offside. They run hard for 1. They'll come back for a second because there's a misfield from Imam, and they will comfortably get 2. No, they haven't. They've decided we won't take 2 because Zampa's too hopeless. Cummins wants the strike. Cummins wants to hit 3 sixes, get Australia up to 383.
Yes, he's not afraid of Afridi. Is anyone afraid of Afridi?
No one is afraid of near anagram Afridi. So Pat's having a chat to Zampa saying, I'm going to hit this. You stay down there. Don't do anything. Don't try and take a single. Don't get man-catted. So 3 balls left in the innings. Australia 9 for 365. And Pat takes a wild swing. It hits him on the pad, trickles out to the offside, and there is no run. Afridi far too fast for Pat Cummins.
Yes, except I think that was a slower delivery. I think it was 134 or something kilometres an hour.
So far too slow for Pat Cummins.
Slow. Too slow for Cummins.
Yeah.
Cummins can only hit it if it's fast.
Yeah, good thinking. Good thinking from Afridi, who's aiming for a 6 for here, which I think would be the best figures of the tournament so far, to go with Dave Warner's best individual knock of the tournament so far.
Best game of the tournament so far.
Easily.
Best
Next
innings.
ball is another beautiful slow ball. Cummins has no idea. Misses the stumps by a squillometre. And Pat Cummins gives a nod of appreciation to Afridi. He's like, I might try that a bit later in the innings.
That was 114 kilometres an hour. He really slowed that down. Cummins was well through his shot before the ball reached him. That was extremely clever.
That was magical from Afridi. brilliant stuff. And his head's in his hands. You can't believe it missed the leg stump.
It would have been better if it had hit the stumps. It would.
So
But
one ball
it's
left
pretty
in the
good.
innings.
How fast will this one be?
Not quite sure now why Cummins got the strike, but he's going to try and hit this one, and he squeezes out to the leg side. They'll run one. They'll probably come back for a second, because why not? Might as well run yourself out. And they almost do so. Cummins has the big dive at the end there. Maybe out, maybe not out. So they'll either be 366 or 367. Either way, that's a massive total for Pakistan to chase.
It is a big total, and I have every confidence Pakistan can chase this down. And it is certainly something that we weren't really expecting to see 9 wickets falling, or 10.
9 or 10, yeah. Cummins is hanging around. Not quite sure why. Does it really matter if he's out or not?
He does. He wants to know if he's walking off
A hero?
triumphant
Or an
not.
idiot? Oh, it's going to be close.
Gonna be
No, he's
very
fine.
close.
He's fine.
He's home.
He's fine. Gets the big stumble dive out. Not very graceful there from Cummins.
No,
He just
it
kind of
is
falls on his
really.
knee.
You could hurt your knees doing that kind of
Yeah,
dive.
silly stuff from Cummins. Nevertheless, Australia end with 367 for 9 off their 50 overs. Cummins ends with 6 not out. Zampa, strike rate of 100, 1 not out. Afridi, the hero for Pakistan, 5 for 54 off his 10 overs.
Shaheen's 5 for 50. Shaheen's 5 for 54 is the best figures of this World Cup so far, beating Santner's 5 for 59.
There we go. Best match of the tournament so far. So are we off to an innings break now? It's time to feed some kittens.
It
We
is
will
time.
see you after the break.
See you after.
White Line Wireless, home of offbeat, off the cuff, and sometimes off topic cricket commentary, covering the matches that the other broadcasters don't.
our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, boba, bloody bo. The vein of every true blue fan is the Videx cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, boba, bloody bo.
Hello and welcome back to the Pakistani innings and this very exciting match, or it will be if Pakistan get anywhere near the 368 runs required at 7.36 runs per over. We had it's a very unusual scorecard, it's fair to say, in the Australian innings. If you were to hear that batsmen's 3 to 11 got 0, 7, 21, 13, 8, 6, 2, 0 and 1, you might think that this is an absolute disaster for Australia. The key point being that David Warner with 163 and Mitchell Marsh with 121 rather changed the complexion of matters. So have Australia arrived at the World Cup? John Batham joins us. Hello, John.
Hello, Forthy.
Yeah, good to hear from you. Yeah, did you enjoy that first innings?
Well, it was very strange, wasn't it? I mean, Pakistan bowled wretchedly for the vast majority of it. And then Australia didn't really make the most of having made 259 for the first wicket.
Yeah.
So, overall, you would feel that Australia have probably got enough, but we're never quite sure with Pakistan, are we?
Yeah, you never. No, you're never quite sure with Pakistan. And if Pakistan choose today of all days to come to the party, we are in for a real treat. Well, let's see. Have we got, just seeing who is the third member of our triumvirate?
I'll be on 12 feet.
Yeah, okay. Well, we've got.
I'll handle socials.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. So we've got. It's Supan, the first time I think I've been on with you, isn't it?
Yes, first time.
That's
yes.
the correct pronunciation. Right, okay, so opening the bowling is Mitchell Starc, age 33, left arm fast, ICC ODI ranking 9, average of 22.31 in his ODI career. So thank you for the screen graphics telling us that. Pat Cummins, Captain Pat, looking contemplative, and we're about to get underway. Abdullah will be facing the first ball from Mitchell Starc. And in he comes now. Abdullah intent. Left arm over. Hasn't quite got the radar right yet there. That's drifted down the leg side. And that's Pakistan are up and running. But they've still got 6 balls of the first over to face. And they're 1 for no wicket. What's Pakistan's strategy here, do you think, John? Go for broke early on, or play with a modicum of caution early on?
Well, they can't be too cautious, can they? Because they're chasing over 7 and over. But I mean, you feel that Pakistan's top 4 or 5 have got to make these, really.
Yeah, you absolutely would. Stark's in again. Hasn't got his radar right yet. That's again drifted down the left side, taken by Inglis. Not only has he not got his radar right, that was taken by Inglis around his ankles. So 2 wides to start with. They all help. They all count. Every little helps, as Tesco say.
It's good to see Inglis collect the ball cleanly.
Good start, yes.
Good start from him.
I have to report on an air of gaiety in the Mooney Pond studio as I arrived in the 43rd over. There was certainly a feeling that Australia were well on top, and absolutely they were. But they tailed off a little. They only got 70 runs after the last 10 overs. Just a chink of light for Pakistan. Ooh, and that starts much wider outside off stump and swings back. Abdullah plays all round it. Didn't get the inside edge, but that's a dot ball. That's interesting little bit of
that's
quite
a bit more where he needs to bowl, isn't it?
Absolutely, quite a bit of swing there. Don't know how long the swing will last in this atmosphere. Don't know when you were having a look at the first innings, how long did the swing last then? It was a bit hard to tell because the ball was going all over
three
the
balls,
place.
I think.
Three
swing
balls.
lasted, because Rauf got clobbered all over the place.
He did indeed. Abdullah, oh dear. Mitchell's start. This is bad Mitch. He's gone down the leg side again. 3 wides out of the first 4 balls. Lots of encouragement.
So Messi's not here, so I'll do the weather. It's 27 degrees at Bengaluru right now, 54% humidity. Wind is 3 kilometers per hour, so you can't even blame that on wind.
I don't know whether Bengaluru, did they still call it Bangalore? Does anyone know? I think that the locals call it Bangalore. That's how I grew up referring to it as, but Bengaluru it is these days. Starkin again. Oh, goodness me. Can you guess what happens?
This is going to be a hell of a long over, isn't it?
It's a wide down the left side, down the leg side. Well, we sometimes get this from Mitch. I don't remember it ever being quite this bad, John.
Is there a limit of 10 ball overs in international cricket? Or,
I think in under 12s there is, yeah. Chris Brown, who I know very little about, is standing at the umpire's end.
If you saw some of the recent women's cricket, you'll know that no, there's not, which is why one of the women went for 52 off and over with no sixes.
52?
Wasn't there 18 no balls in that over or something weird?
Correct.
Oh my God, I missed that.
18 no balls.
Mitch Stark is he's taking his shoes off and he's putting them back on again, so it's obviously his shoes that are
Must
the problem.
be his shoes, yes.
That's why he's been bowling down leg side.
He's swapped shoes on
You've
his
got to
feet,
blame.
maybe.
You've got to blame something.
Maybe he put his shoes on the wrong feet. It's a very luminescent yellow, I feel, that Australia are wearing.
They just want to make sure everyone can see them.
That's definitely some extra.
Whereas the Pakistan green is very good at camouflage.
Yeah, it's quite subdued. You can see the field. There's 2 slips in. Point, cover point, mid off, mid on.
They might need a leg slip.
Yes, they might well, if only for run saving. No, that's a much better ball from Stark. That's a classic Stark delivery. Swung back in. It was a Yorker. It's not quite as lethal as the classic Stark delivery that cleans the guy up, but that was much more like it.
So it was the shoes then?
Yeah, looks like it was, yes. I noticed there was 1 or 2 worried comments that Australia looked like they finally arrived at the party from our gorilla friends, John. That's the last thing the gorilla guys want, isn't it? In comes Mitch again, and that one just held its line, didn't swing back in, and as a consequence, Abdullah had a wild old heave-o and completely missed it straight through to Inglis.
Well, I think some of our gorilla friends in England fourth here still under the misguided apprehension that England might turn up at some point, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, no, well, I know your views on England, John. You tend to take the glass half empty approach, which is a good corrective for those getting carried away.
Well, they've got South Africa tomorrow. I don't fancy that much.
No, you'd say South Africa are certainly favourites in recent form. In comes Stark again, and that one's much more like it. Thick outside edge all along the ground down to Hazelwood at third man. Abdullah's finally off the mark. Finally a run off the bat. There's only 4 balls of this over gone. And Pakistan are 5 for that loss.
Yeah, I don't think you want to bowl 10 ball overs too often, do you? If you're Mitchell Stark, that's not ideal.
I wouldn't say so.
Really.
So he's essentially bowled an extra over and tired himself out.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
It's 2 over 3 over spells for him. Anyway, so...
Yes, he doesn't tend to bowl too many at once, so... It'll be 2 overs this time, as you say.
Stark in again. 5th ball of the over the wicket, and that's sort of straight, doesn't do a great deal. Forward defensive from Imam, who's facing his first ball. There were 2 occasions of 2 wickets in 2 balls from Shaheen Shah Afridi in the Australian innings, in amongst all the carnage, as Tony Gregg might say.
You kind of expect that from Shaheen Shah Afridi, though, don't you? Really?
Absolutely do. Yeah, he's a marvellous.
That's him, isn't it? When he's right, he's very right, and
Oh, absolutely. He actually ended up with 5 for 54, which is not only good economy, it's the best figures of the tournament so far. Stark, a little bit of shape on that one, but the Imam's across it. Gets it through the gap. It looks like, I think it's a touch and go. They'll have a look at this one again. I think that's Labuschagne who's, we think, successfully chased it down, but they'll have come through.
That's a good save, yeah.
That's impressive. And Pakistan have moved on to 8. So at the end of the first over, Pakistan 8 without loss.
So we've got a couple of tweets, messages saying, absolutely stunning revelation from Mark Taylor on Channel 9 at the break, talking about who will go when Travis Head returns. I definitely think they'll keep Mitchell Marsh somewhere. So insightful. And also happy birthday to Mitch Marsh, getting 100 today.
That's nice.
Leia is also saying back just in time for the chase. Yay. Also, hi Forfy.
Hi? Is that from Leia?
That's from Leia.
Oh, I always like hearing from Leia.
And then just onto YouTube, I'll see if I can be quick. Everyone's complaining that there's no cats.
Well, watch this space. Literally watch this space. If you're
and they're
on
also
YouTube.
complaining I'm not wearing an hoodie, and the weather's a little bit better today, and I'm in the studio. I don't need it.
What's on the T-shirt?
Marvel. So the
That's a
Amazing
Marvel
Spider-Man.
T-shirt. Right. Okay. I saw the recent Spidey.
Into the Spider-Verse?
17-year-old recommended it to me.
Yes.
I quite enjoyed it. Not as much as
the animation or the live action.
The animation.
The animation is amazing.
It was good. I gave it a 7.5. In comes Josh Hazelwood for his first ball. And that's it. Whoppishly. Don't think there was any suggestion of a catch. Not only that, it's got past the man at point for one of these. To get used to rather shorter jingles when we're in Mooney Ponds versus really great. That was a good shot, John. Was John frozen? Or was he just looking contemplative?
Yeah, he might be frozen.
Sometimes it's hard to say. I've made this mistake before and someone's just thinking, but I think John has frozen. Sorry, John. We're working on it if you can hear us.
I blame Russ.
Pakistan 12 without loss after 7 legal deliveries, and that one's left well alone by Imam. Good ball from Hazelwood. Wasn't have anything to do with that.
I mean, that first over from Stark helped them get to the run rate they needed. So
yes, after one over, so far so good.
Currently, they're at 10.2 and over.
Well ahead of the game. Stark is really putting a...
This has to be a long con.
He's having a look at his shoes. He's changed them again. He's talking to the kit
They're
man.
his
He's
shoes.
not happy.
He wears them all the time.
Oh, Hazelwood. Good ball. Right in. Full and on middle and off. And Imam manages to squeeze a bat down on it and squeeze it out to point. But if there was just a little bit of shape on that one, he'd have been in trouble.
Does Stark think there's a thief who's stolen the shoes off him? Like...
He's presumably, if you're a shoe sponsor in this situation, it's sort of like negative publicity. Don't know who his shoe sponsor is. Asics, maybe.
Maybe Stark's feet have grown.
Yes, that could happen. Or maybe they've swollen in the Indian heat over the last few weeks. It's we're looking at all possibilities. Imam.
Surely, if you're Stark, you don't want him to grow anymore.
He's got big uns. And Imam gets a little bit pinned, but it would have. I don't know whether it was bat or pad in the end. It probably would have gone over the top. Dot ball.
And welcome back, John.
Yes, welcome back, John. Or have you frozen?
Yeah, sorry,
a bit
of gremlins in the works, I think, between...
Somewhere over there, 9,000 miles between us, something.
Yeah, exactly. There's a long way between us, so there's
There
plenty
is.
of room for gremlins.
There is indeed. Some little mouse near the Seychelles or the Maldives might have just had a nibble. I don't know how it works, to be honest. It's probably not how it works.
It's an interesting theory, though.
It scares me how much of the modern world I'm ignorant of sometimes, but then I think, oh well. That one's played out gully again, point by Imam, dot ball. So 4 dot balls in a row here. So this good comeback from Hazelwood after it. First ball went for 4. It's already looking a
To be
little
fair,
sweaty.
even the first ball that went for 4 wasn't a bad delivery, I don't
ball,
think.
Was it? No, I agree with you, John, yeah. And I think he's just found a good length here. So statistics indicate quite full and on, middle and off, which seems to be doing the trick. Quite metronomic when he gets into a groove, of course, at Hazelwood. That's left well alone. That's more of the fourth stump line. So good over in the end from Hazelwood. Just went for the 4, and at the end of the second over, Pakistan 12 without loss.
So there's a bit more talk about Kittens. They will be back tomorrow when we cover the Netherlands-Sri Lanka game.
Yeah.
You will have, there will be 2 games broadcast by Guerrilla Cricket tomorrow. So Netherlands-Sri Lanka and England,
South Africa.
Yeah. So if you don't want to see England lose, do tune in to Netherlands-Sri Lanka.
This is the return of Aussie gloating that we thought we'd put in the cupboard.
So where I believe I will be jumping on board the Netherlands train.
Oh, please do.
And hoping for them to get all the way to the World Cup final.
Yeah, well, it's full speed ahead for the Netherlands after their surprise upset win over South Africa. They played superbly in the end. Stark in again, start of his second over, pushes it wide, and too wide because Abdullah's got it all the way through for one of these.
You gotta have fun, Rudy. You gotta have fun.
Lovely cover drive, John.
Yeah, that's a super shot. That's really the first authoritative shot that we've seen.
Yeah.
From the Pakistanis so far.
I hesitate to mention sort of supple Asiatic wrists because that make me sound like a racist, but it felt like supple Asiatic wrists there.
Makes you sound like a colonizer.
Yes,
put it that way.
exactly. Terrible old colonizer. Terrible old boomer colonizer. Worst of all worlds. Entitled as well. Sorry. Stark pushes that one a little bit wide, but too wide for Abdullah to get tempted by. He's 5 off 6, Imam's 7 off 8. And they've fallen behind the run rate, John. This is worrying for Pakistan. That's not really too early to draw too many conclusions from the data.
Yeah, indeed. But Australia do look like they've found a little bit of a better rhythm than
something certainly went right.
Bowlers.
Something went right with Warner and Marsh, not so much the rest of them. Let's push through, and he opens up the face of the bat, Abdullah, and steers it through to point. No run.
I mean, as I was saying earlier, I think part of the problem for Pakistan is that they don't bat very deep, and so therefore they can't afford to lose too many wickets in the power play. So even though they're chasing a very big score, because they know that the top 5 or 6 have got to get them, really.
Yeah, you're right. Got Hassan Ali coming in at 8, which Gary Naylor would have a conniption about. Stark's in again for his 4th ball of the over. Oh, that's a nice cover drive, but straight through to the man in the covers. Dot ball. Didn't quite time that one, unlike the previous one. 368. I don't know how many times 368 has been chased down in World Cup history. It would have to have been in recent times if it has, but probably not too many, once or twice.
Yeah, not many, you would think.
Not at all, Russ is suggesting.
Not many, if at all. No, I was going to say.
I'm sure we can get the stats onto it. The other thing would be of interest is how many times one batsman has scored 100 and then the next one off the following ball. Oh, that's bisected gully and third man, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for one of these.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
If Cameron Green was there at gully, he would have stopped that.
He would have stopped that, yes. Let's just see to what degree. Yeah, I think we'll give him the benefit there. I think he did open up the bat, and I think that was a deliberate shot. Don't think it was streaky, John. Would you agree?
No. I think he played the shot properly. I think he knew it was pretty wide, and he angled it and kept it along the floor.
It was a microscopically narrow corridor between the man at gully and the man at third man, but he hit it with enough power to get it through. And that's a very nice looking shot again, but the ring of cover fielders does its job. Cut off again, dot ball.
So
at the end of the third over, 8 runs have gone, 20 for none. Yes, Russ?
So the highest World Cup chase was Pakistan last week against Sri Lanka.
Oh, God.
So they are chasing the highest World Cup, but it is a record they set a week ago. The previous record was Ireland against England, obviously, in 20.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Great game.
Well, it was a great game. There's no doubt about that. The O'Brien match, indeed. So how many did they chase down last week, do you know?
349, I think.
Right, so this is a record. This would be a record
be a
today.
record.
Yeah, fair enough.
That was against Sri Lanka, though, who have probably bowled
Sri Lanka
more buffet bowling than anyone else so far.
Sri Lanka have forgotten how to bowl, sort of remembered how to bat, but only for about half the team.
Hazelwood
Yeah,
in
that's
again.
about right.
Hazelwood in against Hudge Forte, but that's pulled through square leg. And is there anybody out there? Cameraman doesn't always let us know these things. No, there isn't. And Adam Zampa pacing around the boundary, couldn't get to it. So that is one of these.
Hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Now, I just need to put up my apologies to Monk that we couldn't play the 400 runs jingle, mainly because Australia didn't get to 400 runs, but also because I could not find it on the iPad. So
Both of those reasons, yes. That's right.
So I assume at some point there will be an opportunity to play that 400 run jingle, but it will not be today.
Well, Hazelwood started with the last over with a 4 and then bowled 5 dots. I don't really know why he went to a much shorter pitch delivery there first up when he was in quite a metronomic groove, but he decided to very much that this one will be. No, it isn't. But he strayed too far on the offside this time. And it's been cut wide of the man at gully for one of these. It's a nice shot, John.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, but as you say, it was an overcorrection from one down the leg side to one outside off stump. It's almost as if Australia have been told to make this interesting.
Yes, well, you sometimes get these little flurries, and you think, ooh, your hopes raise. So could this be the day when we see one of those epic matches? And of course, one time in 30 or 40 you might, but the odds are always against it. But we'll see. Hazelwood round the wicket to Imam. Ooh, has he been pinned in front? Hazelwood goes up for an appeal and then immediately loses his mojo. Was there an inside edge, or is it high? We'll see.
It was above the knee roll, like above the top of the pad as well. So
yes, it was high.
Yeah, that was very high. That one
well above the knee roll. He was back in his crease, but above the knee roll is always going to count significantly against you, and so it should.
Could have reviewed it. I mean, Pakistan gave away a review.
Yes.
It's certainly fair for Australians to do the same.
To follow suit. Hazelwood in again. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Oh. Absolute beauty. Beats Imam. All ends up. Looked like it was tailing in. Backward defensive from Imam and just left him, but not enough to get the edge.
Good luck hitting that.
Yes, indeed.
Dear me. Angles in, as you say. Just straightens a fraction. He's completely squared, isn't he?
He absolutely is, yeah.
He ended up completely facing down the pitch. No idea where the ball was.
As you say, John, good luck. Good. I mean, you have to be in very good.
Well, pretty bad luck if you hit that, I think.
Exactly, yeah. And that one's pushed just a little wider by Hazelwood, so Imam shoulders arms, stop ball. Haven't seen much of the crowd during this match. I don't know. Has it looked? Anyone know whether it looks quite full or not?
Not really.
No, not really. No.
It's like all the other games so far this tournament.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it's too neutral, as it were, teams playing, and you're hosting, you don't always, particularly with the bigger grounds, expect to have a full house. But there have been both some disappointing crowds and some ticketing issues, as we know. Hazelwood, that's Fuller. Backward defensive out to mid-off. At the end of the dot ball, at the end of the 4th over, Pakistan 28 without loss.
So a couple of things on the YouTube. Pokey Bumfinger is asking if tomorrow is a 6 a.m. start for those in the UK. I believe it is.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But better a 6 a.m. start than a 3 a.m. finish.
Yes, exactly. Or 4 a.m.
Or 4 a.m. Or 6 a.m. if there's a rain delay.
Why not both?
Now.
Adam Newman as well. Pakistan tour Australia from December 6, 2023 to January 8, 2024 for a 4-day test match versus Prime Minister 11 team. Then meet Australia from the 14th December.
Just going to cut in for 1 second because the cricket has broken out. And Stark has again drifted down the leg side, and a very athletic take this time from Abdullah prevents anything worse than just the single wide. I was for a second contemplated playing a wide jingle, but can't immediately find
No,
one,
just prepare it for the next one.
Yes, you might have to just... Yes, exactly.
If that had started outside off stump, that would have been very interesting because
Yes.
it swung quite a lot.
It did indeed, yes. 29 after 4 overs. Pakistan are more or less on track. That's dabbed down to third man. Just come through for the single. Pakistan, they move on to the 30 is up. Don't think that's really much of a milestone.
Yeah, they're keeping it ticking along nicely though here.
So far so good, yeah. And they've done the right thing, I think, haven't they? They've not gone crazy, but they've punished when there's been any width, they've punished it.
And they've taken advantage of all of Stark's wides, which I think is 5 now for the...
Well, yes, I've just watched them tick over on the scorecard. So that's been a bonus, a windfall, if you will. Oh, he didn't want to not get a bat on that one, but he has, and he's just clipped it straight through the onside, past the man at mid-wicket, for one of these.
You gotta have fun, Woody. You gotta have fun.
Certainly taking advantage of these power play fields. Obviously outside the power play there'll always be a sweeper out there, but not right now.
Just a question mark, really.
It seems to be flying to the boundary when they get it lined up so fast outfield. Stark, number 22 off 2.2 so far. And again clipped off his legs this time, but fielders coming round. That's Hazelwood, slightly flat-footed on the boundary. They'll probably come through for 2, I imagine. Yes, they have, so that's 2 to Imam. And although he's played those well, he's played them well back in his crease, and there's no margin for error there. If at any stage he misses one of those, he'll be absolutely pinned LBW. But so far so good.
Yeah, he wasn't exactly travelling after that ball round the boundary, was he, Hazelwood?
He never does he? He's very...
So fast bowler's lope.
Very
that
old,
was,
very old school fast bowler, real Glenn McGrath lope round the perimeter. In comes Stark again. And that just drifted onto leg stump, and it's been clipped beautifully, and the ball is going to win the race. Another one of these.
Real fine, my form.
One of the faster jingles you'll ever come across there. 1.5 seconds, I reckon. So Stark might need to be have a little romp in the pasture soon, because he's number 28 off 2.4 here.
He's having a regular Rauf session.
He is, yeah, not quite as.
Well, I was going to say he's clearly been watching Harris and making exactly the same errors, it would appear.
Yeah, they haven't had to do anything extravagant here, Pakistan, and they've moved to 40 off 4.4 overs, which must be very encouraging for them. They've actually, for what it's worth, the win predictor's got them coming back to 27%, which counts for very little. Straight through to Inglis, left well alone by Imam. Dot ball.
Yeah, they've just bowled a few too many loose ones here, Australia.
Very much so, yes. I mean, if you're ever going to bowl a few loose ones, and for it perhaps not to bite you on the bum, it's probably when you've got 368 on the board, but don't want to make a habit of it.
Yeah, they do have some leeway.
Yes, exactly. There's a little bit of contingency in the budget, as it were. Stark in again for the last ball of his third over. Perfectly straight, hit perfectly straight to mid-wicket. I think that's Warner doing the fielding. He's number 28 off 3, not ideal. Pakistan 40 without loss.
Messi's found quite a useful stat that he's stolen from Rick Finlay. Warner and Marsh made 284 runs between them at a strike rate of 122.4. The other 9 scored 58 runs at 85.3.
Yeah.
So that's related to the Australian batting innings.
Yeah, very strange scorecard indeed. And if anyone knows of an instance, as I mentioned earlier, where 2 batsmen have got 100 off successive balls in any form of cricket, it would be quite interesting. I can certainly not remember that happening before.
No, that was a very unusual occurrence earlier on.
Yes. These are what Andy described.
I was on with Cat when they came up.
Is that right? Okay. Yeah. So you got your work cut out for you today, John. You're doing both sessions, are you?
Yeah. It's,
Good stuff.
Yeah, this was a game that I was quite keen to do.
Well, great to have you on board. That one's just clipped off his legs by Abdullah, but straight to the man just in front of square leg, and there was no run. Looks pretty. Having a look at the pitch preparation here, looks classic, very true wicket. So, although there's a little bit of movement early on, that'll probably disappear. And Pakistan, if they don't lose any wickets in the power play, well, they've at least given themselves a platform. Hazelwood in again. Slightly floats that one up, but Abdullah can't penetrate the inner ring. Big dive from Maxwell successfully, and having done that, he just sort of lounges there like a character in a Monet or a Matisse painting.
He did have a very important role to play in the batting innings.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it was very impressive.
So I don't fault him his rest.
One big slog.
Yes.
Totally village, as someone described it. Hazelwood in again. Full. And straight down to the man at mid-off. Dot ball. 3 dots so far, so Hazelwood far more economical and far more consistent and, as I say, metronomic than Stark thus far.
So will Cummins keep Stark on, or will he sub himself in for Stark here?
That's a big question, or...
I'd be inclined to bring myself on if I was Pat, I think.
Yep. Look at some of these strange graphics the host has got for us. Hazelwood in again, and he's decided to put that one a little shorter. It actually gets up. Abdullah wafts at it and gets underneath it, and was fortunate not to get an edge. Dot ball.
That's a shot he doesn't need to be playing.
No, there's a bit of pace in the wicket, which probably suits the batsman for it to be coming on rather than too sluggish.
Trouble is, he couldn't get far enough away from it to play a forceful shot anyway, so he was literally just dabbing at something which...
Just couldn't free his...
And playing a get-out shot, really.
Free his levers up. Hazelwood in again, backward defensive, out to point, dot ball. And I believe... No, it's... Still 1 ball of the over left, and if this were to be a dot ball, that would be a maiden. Can't believe there are any maidens in the Pakistani innings. Well, let's just quickly check that.
There was a couple of... There was 2.
Shah Afridi bowled 1. Having a look at the scorecard here.
I mean, of course it's going to be Afridi.
Of course.
And there was another over with just a wide.
Yes.
Just a what, John? Sorry?
Just a wide.
Oh, just a wide, right, okay.
There was another over with just a wide in it.
Oh, just a
no
wide.
runs off the bat.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yep, it's a maiden. Play and a miss from Abdullah.
Bold.
Again, lucky not to get an edge at the end of the 6th over. Pakistan 40 without loss.
So there's a few questions about books we have available, advertising behind the chair.
Yep.
And one of them is Avcondant, and people are asking Stephen Kalk specifically where the best place to purchase them is. And Av's got some good advice. Go into your local bookstore and ask them for it.
Good idea.
And if they don't have it, they can order it in.
Yep.
And the local bookstore gets money. People talk about the book, and
yep.
You get to actually speak to a real life person.
It's called From Darkness and Light. The War Heroes Who Helped Save Cricket from Oblivion. Anthony Condon and
John Broome.
And John Broome. There we are.
That sounds like a really good read, actually.
Yes, right up your street, I'd say, John. Yeah, you'd enjoy it. It is Como time. Pat Cummins into the attack. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Imam. He clips it down to mid-on, no run. So, Stark, rather poor return from him from his opening salvo. Went for 28 from memory. I haven't got it in front of me, but a lot.
It's very similar to Rauf, who did 3 overs and then got taken out of the attack. So maybe we'll see the same. And just quickly, Jay Grove has come in, just saying, just a wank.
Yeah, but that's what I thought I heard from John, but I didn't want to push it. I didn't want to get the porn bot all excited. Cummins round the wicket, and again opens the bat. Imam runs it down to third man. Come through for the single. The field has to, because of the left-hand, right-hand combination, big changes. And the screen is filled with a gurning David Warner, which I think even the most sort of one-eyed Australian might find a little scary.
Don't think his wife's a big fan either.
What time have we got in the UK, John?
It's 2:30 in the afternoon here.
Oh, very pleasant. Cummins in again. Oh, that's a nice ball. And Abdullah, he doesn't really do anything with it. He just plays a defensive shot wide of his body. The only thing that could have happened there was he could have got out. Rather pointless. Should have shouldered arms if he wasn't going to play at that.
Well, he didn't move his feet at all, did he? That's the problem.
It's poor footwork.
He just kind of stood there and poked.
Yeah. Yes, so encouragement for Cummins. Halfway through his first over, comes in again. Again, failing to get it through that inner ring. Very enthusiastic fielders, Maxwell, Labuschagne, Smith and Warner, I think it is. And they're all on red alert because they know that Cummins will bowl to a plan. And there's three of them. You could sort of throw a blanket over them between gully, slightly deeper point, and cover point, I suppose.
Run rate's dropped to 6.15.
Last 12 balls, 1 run. So yes, it's dropped dramatically. Oh, and they've decided to do something about it. And Abdullah has smashed to come down the wicket 2 steps, smashed the ball over Pat Cummins' head. One of these. I think that's good.
That's one way to break the shackles.
It is, yeah, it's good. You can't just let these Australians dictate to you. They're excellent bowlers, obviously, Cummins and Hazelwood. You're going to have to do something to throw them off their stride.
I thought he'd mistimed it, but looking at the replay, he completely middled that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think Cummins is glad that he got some elevation on it too.
I was going to say, Pat Cummins was torn between trying to catch it and not having his hand blown off there. Runs it down to third man on this occasion, Abdullah Shafiq. And he gets single. He moves on to 15 off 21. He keeps the strike, and that is the end of the over.
That's the end over.
Is that the end? Is that our little turnover? Yes, it is.
Yes. You're jumping off.
See you later.
I'm jumping off. Thanks very much, John. See you later. Oh,
I think you're still on, John.
No. Hang on. Oh, where are we? Yeah, no. Josh is on. John is on, and Superman's on. I'm off.
I guess I have some air to fill, making my White Line Wireless debut, I think I should probably call it, given where we're broadcasting from. I'm Josh Robinson, and easing himself into the commentary chair is it Supun or Supun? How do I pronounce your good name, sir?
Supun as Hazelwood in on a middle stump line to Abdullah, who works it off his pads, tries to beat the infield, but that is... don't even recognise who's out there in the infield, and there's no run scored there. So Pakistan 46 for no wickets lost, but their run rate...
Well, I'm watching on what seems to be a camera pointed at the screen in Melbourne, so I've got even less chance than you of recognising who it is.
So good. And Russ, are you on for John? Or as Hazelwood in again to Abdullah, who's cutting it, but straight to backward point for no run. Oh, no,
sorry, my list said I should be on the next section. Unless there's a more up-to-date one that I've missed.
Both lists I've got have you on this section. You're doing socials right now, according to the list
Yeah.
I'm currently looking at.
We
that
didn't
was
give you a
sent out.
half-hour break in the middle. As Hazelwood into Abdullah, that's a middle stump line, and that's beating the first fielder in the infield, but it just works its way down to mid-off for a single, so that's 1 run off the over so far.
Yeah, we skipped a stint because we started like right at the beginning of the start of the next stint. So stick around, John. Enjoy.
Fair enough, then.
Platforms. I wonder if they can keep the wickets in hand as Pakistan did in the 1992 final. I suspect they will not be setting as big a score as they will chasing down as big a score as they need.
As Hazelwood in, and that's come up a little bit short for Imam, but he just manages to work it onto the leg side for a single. Yeah, it's a very...
Surprised there by a lack of aggression, though. It's the sort of shot that in more desperate times you might be looking to heave over the leg side, and he was more looking to fend it down.
I think that the Pakistani batters have learnt a lot over the last few games, especially against the one with Sri Lanka, and I think it's just retain their wickets, keep the score ticking over at about 6 and over, and then they can accelerate when they need to, as that one's an off stump line, and Abdullah just defends it through to cover for no run. So,
yeah, I think that's spot on. I mean, one of the things that one day cricket has shown in its innovations over the last few years is that chasing teams don't need to be afraid of needing 12, 13, 14 and over towards the end if they've got the wickets in hand. They won't necessarily get it, but it'll be in reach, it'll be chaseable.
Yes, definitely. And last ball of the over. Hazelwood in, and that's just defended by Abdullah to cover for no run. Pakistan 48 for no wickets lost. Anything on the socials?
I would nonetheless. Sorry.
Well, I think we were talking about books earlier on, and I think it's the author on YouTube basically saying that the ebook might be the way to go. So that's the book we were talking about that's on the shelf in the studio.
Yes, we've got a few others there as well. Dan Libke's 50 greatest matches in Australian cricket. But I don't think there's many viewers from England who'll be interested in that one. And an India Dutta Wizards story of Indian spin bowling.
Speaking of books written by our commentary team, do you need me to send mine in to you so you can have it in the office, in the studio?
We will.
Ooh.
Yes, we will always take books. Thank you.
As Cummins in, trying to get it to swing in a bit, about Imam Hawks on it and works it off his pads for a single down leg side.
Detailing the finer points of the intersection between literary criticism and philosophy.
Of cricket, or just literally cricket?
Nope.
Just philosophy.
My day job,
in
I'm a literature academic, so my day job involves writing about poetry and how we think about poetry. And
Is there much poetry about cricket?
There may be a cricket book coming in due course, but not for a while.
So, and I believe Russ knows a few cricket poems, as Cummins into Abdullah, and that is down leg side. Abdullah gets some bat on it. It's going down to fine leg, but there's a fielder out there, so there's only 1 run. So Pakistan moved to 50. Abdullah on 17. Imam Haq 28.
Question is, are any of Russ's poems broadcastable?
I don't know any poems, but I was nodding mostly because cricket is not immune to very talented writers who like writing poems, so I'm sure there are lots of poems about cricket.
There's a lovely anthology that a friend of mine put out a couple of years back called Leg Avant on avant-garde poetry and cricket.
Ooh,
that sounds interesting.
Does.
Cummins in again, and that's wide outside of stuff, and Imam Haq is swinging at it and misses everything completely, and England takes it cleanly.
neither one thing nor the other. That.
No, it wasn't that wide. That it was a good delivery from Cummins, and just Imam Al-Haq I think starting to feel a bit of pressure and wanted to get.
I suspect a bit of two minds. It was the shot you play if you backed away to give yourself room, and he was playing it too close to the body.
As Cummins in again, and Imam Al-Haq defends it down to mid-off, and there's a very good run for a quick single there. The shot at the stumps from the infield, but no real danger, so that takes it to 3 off the over so far.
I just wonder if that's not fully set in one mentality or the other, either of trying to manufacture runs or
trying to defend your
prioritise
wicket.
keeping the wickets in hand and keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
I think I've heard a cricket limerick before, as Cummins into Abdullah, who pulls this. It's up in the air and it's landing safe and it's rolling all the way down to the boundary, and Zampa's out trying to stop it, but it gets all the way through for one of these.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
So Pakistan 55 for naught. Abdullah moves to 20 off 28. And it was a short ball at head high. Abdullah, he hits it, but he drops his eyes down as he hits it. I don't like that technique from him. That's going to get him either out or get him hit on the top of the head. So 7 off this over so far. As Cummins comes in for the last ball of his over. And that's a better line on off stump, and it's just defended back to Cummins for no run. Pakistan 55 for naught. Anything up on the socials, John?
Anthony Condon says on YouTube, it's Josh Robinson, and you're technically on a WLW podcast, so it's your live debut.
I was
he's
going to add that.
announcing you essentially, Josh.
Beautiful podcast we did when I think we were both utterly shit-faced from Gorilla Towers when Ant was here. Must have been summer 2017, that West Indian series in England. Ant made a lovely comment about how it was a series involving his 2 joint second favourite teams of the West Indies and whoever's playing against England.
2 people blotto at Gorilla Towers? Surely not. When has that not been the case, is the question.
It wasn't the most drunk I've been at Gorilla Towers, I'll say that.
Hazelwood to continue, he's got a slip in, and that's wide outside off stump and just hit through to Maxwell in the cover for no run. So Imam Al-Haq facing.
And put together a fantastic podcast script on women's cricket and feminism. We had a really, at least for those of us who were participating in it, a really enjoyable discussion.
I do like Imam Al-Haq's glasses. It's nice seeing a batter wearing glasses. As Hazelwood comes in again, that's going wide outside the off stump and just worked through to third man for a single. So
it's a good shout. It's not quite up there with Clive Lloyd, but it's definitely a good look, isn't it? Glasses wearing cricketers. Do any of our listeners have favourite glasses wearing cricketers? Favourite images
Daniel
of cricketers wearing glasses?
From my end. But yeah, everyone's on
Didn't Sahira Bass used to wear glasses?
I think so. As Hazelwood in, that's down the leg side. Abdullah gets a bat on it, but he doesn't get it quite far enough, and it just gets down to a fine leg for a single.
Devon Malcolm used to play in glasses. I remember one time he was chastised for running to get his glasses before finding the ball. But of course, he needed the glasses in order to work out where on the ground around him the ball was.
And to be fair, he never batted for very long. Even if he did bat in glasses.
This was when fielding.
Ah, well, there you go. But,
I think went for a ball, his glasses came off. He picked them up, or went to pick them up before we went to field the ball.
As Hazelwood in again, that's a good line, but Imama Hawks behind her just works it down to third man for another single. So 3 off the over.
There is the story, Sipan, of Phil Tufnell being pushed out to bat number 10 for England, and he accused Devon Malcolm of hiding in the toilets so that he had to go out and bat 10 rather than Malcolm himself. Tufnell thought he should be batting at 11.
Tufnell should have been batting 12 in most teams.
Or not at all, yeah, quite.
And Hazelwood in, and that's driven by Abdullah, and it just gets through to, I believe that's Labrishkagni at backward point for no run.
Didn't he also bat above Ed Giddins and somehow managed to push Alan Mullally up to number 9 in one of those terrible England lower orders that started with Caddick at number 8?
Oh, that was the worst England lower order of all time, I think.
Yes, Hazelwood in again, and that's driven down to mid-on for a quick single. Pakistan moves to 59 after 10 overs, so a little bit under the run rate, but they're doing reasonably well.
There must have been some other pretty bad ones, though. Sorry to hijack an Australia-Pakistan game. We're talking about execrable England lower orders, but there must have been some involving Eddie Hemmings and Devon Malcolm that were particularly bad.
I would say.
No, Fat Eddie and Devon Malcolm were all better than Ed Giddings and Alan Mullally. Come on. In the meantime, Anthony Condon says Vitae Lampada is go-to in cricket poems.
Okay, thanks, Am. One of the other things I will mention, so we've got cricket poems. Are there any good cricketing novels, fiction novels? I remember reading one when I was a kid.
Chinaman.
And Adam Zampa is coming into the attack. So he got 4 wickets against Sri Lanka the other day that he did not deserve. So we'll see how many wickets he gets today that he doesn't deserve. And he's another one, and he's wearing glasses as well, but I don't appreciate them on him.
One of the greatest cricketing novels in my hand here.
I will.
Excellent. Very splendid.
Zampa's setting his field. He's got a ring pretty much inside. He's got a deep mid-on, a deep cover. That comes in and just work down to mid-off for a single. No slips in for Zampa. They're not expecting much in the way of turn yet. I'm surprised they didn't give Maxwell a ball. I think it's the first time they've gone to a spinner other than Maxwell as first up. And a quick bit of field changing, so we've still got a short third man.
Zampa bowling in glasses, of course.
As Zampa comes in and gets an off stump line and just defended through by Imama Haq for no run.
I should say I'm not just randomly shouting out racist slurs. Chinaman, subtitle The Legend of Pradeep Matthew, is a fantastic novel by Shian Karunatilaka.
Zampa in, and that's a Yorker length, and Imam Haq tries to dig it out past cover, but he can't beat the fielder, so there's no run there. Pakistan still 60 for no wicket loss.
That was a bump ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, bump ball. Zampa in again, and defending off his back foot is Imam, and no run. So good pressure building by Australia, constraining the Pakistani runs and just forcing the batters to try and do something and hopefully force an error. As Zampa in, and that's down leg side and worked off his pads by Mama Hawk. There's a sweeper down there, and that's Marsh who collects and does a direct throw to the stumps, but the batters were in and no real issue. So it's a one leg bye there.
This is the first Australia game I've seen this World Cup. It's only the second game I've seen at all. I was on holiday in Turkey until earlier this week. But have Australia generally been bringing Zampa on this early?
Nope. And they haven't batted as well as they did earlier either. As Zampa into Abdullah, who just defends that down to covers. And that's the end of this 11th over. Pakistan 61 for naught.
I do wonder if bringing him on in the power play is something of an attempt almost to buy a wicket to make the Pakistani batsmen think, oh, we have to milk him, we have to score runs against him, and perhaps trying to tempt them to go harder earlier than they might otherwise want to.
There's something Messi just said about Zampa. Batters try to they think he's an easy mark, and that's how he gets his wickets. Got a note from Russ in the producer's box. There's also Joseph O'Neill's Neverland.
Yeah, Leah's just flagged that up on Twitter, saying it's an excellent read. Everyone should read it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's about the cricket in the United States, and it gives us some very excellent descriptions of it. Highly recommend.
So Cummins to continue. And just taking his time, as we know he likes to do. As he's in, he's still got a slip, and that's just worked down to backward point by Mama Hawk for no run. He's getting a bit frustrated now. Hasn't been able to score. Every single ball he's getting, he's hitting to a fielder, and he's not enjoying that. As Cummins in again, and that is cut through, but straight to third man for a single. So well hit, played it late, but again the field's exactly where they need to be for what Cummins is bowling. And I think in this entire tournament, if you bowl to your field, you win the game. If you bowl half trackers and don't have control of your line and length, you lose. I think that's what we've seen throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, that ability to set and implement a plan and set a field to it and bowl to it.
As Cummins into Abdullah, that's straightened up outside off, and Abdullah's just missed it completely. If he'd had an edge, that would have been caught cleanly. Very good delivery by Cummins, just a scrambled seam, and very well done.
That old line, it beat him by too much, didn't it? If he'd bowled it slightly less well, got slightly less deviation, that'd have been a catch at behind the wicket.
And Cummins in again, and this time driven down to mid-on, beating the mid-on, and just going all the way to the boundary for 4. That brings Pakistan 66 for naught. Splendid drive.
Rather uncharacteristically, I don't have a cat sitting on my lap while I commentate, so I'll have to do the purring myself. That was a beautiful straight drive, as you'll see, especially in one-day cricket.
As Cummins in again, and that's short, and Abdullah pulls it, and that's going all the way to a dropped catch into a 6 by, who's that out there? That's not Stoinis, that's that is very disappointing.
Sean Abbott.
Sean Abbott. So
that would have been an incredible catch. I
So
think he was already in contact with the sponge at the
He was
point
in
where it went
contact
into his
with the boundary
hands.
rope, and
Certainly, there would have been an element of third umpire just to check whether he was in contact. But I suspect the concentration of trying to make sure he didn't make contact or further contact with it just meant he had to put it down.
As it comes in again to Abdullah, who now just works it down to Mitch Stark at third man for a single. So that's 10-12 off the over. Pakistan 73 for naught.
Well, that's the thing. Two beauties in that over. Sorry, John, go for it.
That's right. I was going to say, Pokey Bumfinger has said on YouTube, I had to break up my frozen turkey mince with a firewood hatchet because it wouldn't snap by kitchen methods. All a bit out of context with our discussion about books.
Literature.
But,
Haven't you got a
Anthony says,
microwave, Pokey Bumfinger?
Well, you'd hope he has, wouldn't you? Anthony Condon said, I'm going to dig out that women's cricket pod for a lunch break, maybe Sunday night. Jeff Perkins says Woodhouse wrote some cricket-based novels.
Zampa
And Pokey says Antonio Forrest's cricket term, great girly children's fiction. And Anthony says, if we're going down literature, there's a bit in my thesis on Tom Brown's school days where I speculate the inspiration is Tom Willis.
So,
Pretty sure there's also some cricket in the Jennings books.
So Zampa in, and that was just driven down to mid-on for a single. And Australia still has the worst catching rate in this tournament, as that one's into Imam Haq, who just drives it straight down the ground, and that is another one of D's.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Pakistan moved to 78 for naught, and they're looking to do some damage here, Pakistan.
They are, and the interesting thing about having brought Zampa on is, Cummins is bowling beautifully, and yet, as you just said, Supun, his previous over went for 12.
As Zampa in, and Imam Haq works it down to Cover, who just manages to get a hand on it and stops it. So no run scored there. It's splendid footwork by the Pakistani players.
And I think the danger, Messi Jez is spot on. I'll break off.
As Zampa plays through, goes past Cover for a single. So Pakistan should be 80 for naught, no, 79 for naught. So under 300.
Messi Jez is spot on in his assessment of Zampa's danger, that almost by being less good than he might be, batters think they have to get more runs than they necessarily actually need to.
Zampa in again, that's a bad line on leg stump, and Abdullah digs it out and just works it down to Stark at mid-off for a single.
He's pretty deep, is Stark, on the 2 rather than anything else. The kind of distance that, if he was slightly further back, then a player with the talent of a Michael Bevan would have taken the pace off to try and get 2 there. But they're not looking to be quite that enterprising yet.
As Zampa's last ball of the over, it's on a middle stump line, just worked down the leg side by Imam Haq for a single. So that's 7 off the over, 8 off the over actually. Pakistan 81 for naught.
8 off the over, 4 of those in singles, very good, particularly with the left-hand, right-hand combination in there, just making him adjust his line each time. As you say, he's just looking a touch wayward or inconsistent. Perhaps Pakistani batters realising that if they can force him to have to alter his line like this, then he can be milked for a comfortable number of runs. If 8's
still on that
easily,
literature
then...
discussion, Stephen Kelk says there's a lovely chapter about a cricket game in Murder Must Advertise by Dorothy Sayers, if we're talking literature. And Pirate Badger says...
I have a question, which is that Inspector Morse episode, Beaten by Flight, is that based on a Colin Dexter novel, or is it one that was written originally for TV?
Oh, that's a good question. Not sure.
doubtless our listener can find that out.
I believe it may be an early drinks break. So I'm just going to play the second best jingle in White Line Wireless. 1 second.
Drinks break.
Wasn't a drinks break, it was a very short whatever it was that comes into Abdullah, who works that down the onside for a single. We were going to do a very sneaky change there, but didn't manage that through. And I think Russ has been playing around with the schedule.
Just nicely dabbed down to deep backward point that.
So we'll let this over go and then we'll have a change. As comes into Abdullah, who works that onto the onside off leading edge for 1 run.
Enterprising running there. Saw that it was into a gap, just dropped slowly enough to be able to take it, keep that scoreboard ticking over, and once again induce a change of field, or change of line. I'm off for the next half hour, but after that I'm on socials. Can someone let me know what channels I need to check, not having done this on White Line before?
Generally just Guerrilla Cricket. As normal.
Do you not have your own Twitter feed?
We do, but hardly anyone. Most people go to both. It's White Line Wire if you want to check that one too, though.
White Line Wire.
As Cummins in, and that's an off stump line, and straight through to cover, and fielded very well there. No run.
It makes it more fun when we.
And is that something one can do without being logged into Twitter?
Yes, just search for the Twitter handle. It makes it more fun when we're simulcasting games to not know whose game they're referring to in the tweets.
It got a bit confusing the last time we did it.
John, if you need a
I could just choose some of my favourite people on Twitter and read their tweets out randomly.
As that's into Cummins, who just works it down to... that's into Mama Hawk, who just works it down to third man, and Steve Smith does some form of dive to stop the ball and digs up the ground at the same time and just walks away and leaves the ground a mess.
John, if you need a break, I can drag Forthy off the couch too. It's up to you.
And are we using the Guerrilla Cricket YouTube channel, or is there
Guerrilla
also
Cricket
a
2.
White Line Wireless one?
Guerrilla Cricket 2.
Right.
I think I'm back on comments, aren't I, Russ?
Per the schedule, yes.
Or am I not?
No, you are, per the schedule. It's me, you, and Krishna.
Aha.
Cummins in to Abdullah, who just defends it down to cover, and they won't take a run there. It's a better over from Cummins so far. A better line, restricted the runs. So, what is this? It's currently going at 6 and over, with their 10 wickets in hand, Pakistan. So a bit slower start than Australia, but probably the right target that they're doing. As last ball of Cummins is over, and that is short, and that is hoiked by Abdullah all the way. Oh, did it hit the Toblerone, or did it bounce just before? We're waiting to check that.
From the trajectory, I think it might even have bounced outside the Toblerone, having first collided with an advertising hoarding, but we will see.
So just look at the...
I know, bounced straight into the sponge.
Straight into the sponge. That should be a 6. Now we're getting to the point where the frame rate's looking at a 3D action. Yes, that should be a 6. It just hit the sponge. So we'll give it one of these, and then we'll have a change in the box of dreams.
Will you just go for one? Take the easy run, or will you have some fun and try for smack some mum?
Once again, not a bad over from Cummings, but that enterprising batting off perhaps a slightly looser ball turns them over that would have gone for 3 or 4 into one that went for 9, as Pakistan stay very much in touch in this game that looks beautifully poised, I have to say, with all their wickets in hand after 14 overs. That's farewell for me for the next half hour.
Thank you, Josh.
All right.
Welcome, Krishna.
Hi, Russ. Pokey Bumfinger says, spin bowler in the TV show. I was watching it on YouTube recently. Loved watching Raffles as a kid bunking off school. Anthony Condon says that Zampa's buying wickets with pies. And then says to Jeff, there is a little bit of that. Yes, more Melbourne and Geelong, though.
So apparently we missed a ball because the broadcaster was showing an ad, so I had no idea there was a single to take the score on to number for 91. Thank you for that, Channel 9. Zampa's coming in for the second ball over to Abdullah, and he's just short of length and played it through cover, played it quite well, but there'll be a sweeper out there who'll keep it to 1. It's Maxwell. Scored a 92.
The problem seems to be that Zampa's not taking wickets with pies. I think that's the problem. Not in this match, anyway.
No, he was very successful in the last match with his pie chucking.
Yes.
He's coming into the left-handed Marsh, still bowling over the wicket. This one's into the pads, and he's going to clip it round the corner to deep square leg. Again, just the single. Score goes to for 93.
I mean, subcontinental players have been brought up on this diet from the time they were about 5 years old, right? So it's quite easy for them.
Well, it's also easy because he's not consistently hitting the right spot, so there's always a run. This one's into the pads as well, and he's driving. Doesn't beat the mid on, so there will be a dot ball. Cummins diving away there.
Yeah, I think I'd quite fancy a bat against Zampa, to be honest. But then, as Messi says, perhaps that's the thing. Everybody fancies a bat against him, and that's why he gets wickets.
This one's full into the pads of Abdullah. He's going to turn it around the corner and pick up a single to deep square leg. Score ticks away to none for 94. Pakistan are pretty well placed here, really. Just on
well, I was
6
about to say, Russ, at what point do Australia start to worry, or are they already worrying, do you think?
I'll come back to that after this ball. Here's Zampa to Oman. He's got a leading edge, but it doesn't carry to the cover. So another dot ball. End of the over, none for 94. I think it possibly is a little bit like the India match, where they didn't have any penetration from their spinners, and therefore it was like, okay, well, we didn't get wickets with a new ball, so now it's, what do we do? They played better against South Africa, and they played better against Sri Lanka, who both also got a good start in terms of pulling that back.
I think that's the problem, is that the opening partnerships have been massive with the opposition, apart from the India game where they were 3 for 2. The other 2 games have been 100 plus, I think.
Yeah, but they did manage to pull both of those games back a fair bit. And Cummins particularly bowled well. Maxwell hasn't bowled yet, which is strange, because earlier in the other games he was the one coming on during the power play, and he's been bowling substantially better than Zampa in terms of keeping the runs down.
I think Pat Cummins would be a bit offended when I saw him come on to bowl. The description of his bowling was right arm, fast medium. I've never seen the medium against his name. I think he'd be quite upset by that. And then one of the graphics the broadcaster had was in the first couple of games, average speed was 132, whereas the Sri Lanka game he was up to 137. So he definitely cranked it up in the last match.
Yeah, he's looked tired this whole tournament, and for some time, probably the end of the Ashes as well. So it doesn't surprise me if he's not got the pace that he normally does.
I think we are in a drinks break now. So a couple of comments on Twitter. Messi says, Deceived by Flight is not based on a Colin Dexter novel, but on an idea by him. And Leah says, there's also a Death in Paradise episode about cricket. You know, that show with the cat from Red Dwarf as a constable in the Caribbean. Leah also asked, any chance of Kat coming back on because of her Star Trek prompt? I reinstalled Starfleet Command 2.
Cat's gone to sleep, unfortunately.
And she also says that Netherland by Joseph O'Neill is excellent. Everyone should read it.
So we are in a drinks break. We played the jingle already, so I won't do so again. But what, John, do you think Australia can do from here?
Well, it's tricky, isn't it? I like you. I would be surprised if we don't see Maxwell fairly soon, because I would have thought if you're going to try and restrict the run scoring and get Pakistan further behind the rate, because they are behind the rate, even though they haven't lost a wicket. But if you're going to get them further behind the rate, I would have thought Maxwell is a better option than Zampa. I mean, maybe they've bowled Zampa to try and buy a wicket. That hasn't worked.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Zampa against when they were in a position where the opposition was not pressured by the rate, so particularly the India game, they bowled Maxwell a lot, and it was like, well, Maxwell won't get a wicket in this situation because they can milk him. But in this situation where they can force the pressure just by keeping the runs down, they played Zampa, and so it's kind of the opposite of what they should be doing. You'd think Maxwell is actually very effective if he can go at 4 and over for a few overs at bringing that rate up.
I mean, what do they need? They need 275? 275 in 35.
Yeah, it will be Maxwell.
It's nearly 8 and over.
So we've Beetlejuiced him into the crease. Here is first ball to Abdullah. It's into his pads, and he's going to get turned around the corner for a single. Score on to 95. Actually, interesting. Zampa has only gone for 13 around and back. Good piece of fielding.
I'm not sure Maxwell was particularly appreciative of the throw, though, because I think it stung him right on the end of the fingers.
I'm not sure it went to the right end if Imam had set up and Abdullah hadn't, but this one's full to Imam. He's going to play it out to deep mid-on for a single. Scored a 96.
Yeah, I mean, that rate's nearly 8 and over, so a few tidy overs from Maxwell, and, you know, before you know it, you're up around 9 and over, and 9 and over for a long way is very difficult. Maybe not for 12 overs, but...
This ball from Maxwell's into the pads of Abdullah. He can't get past mid-wicket. Just the 2 off so far.
This is actually a bonus for Pakistan, right? Because their batting strength is Babar and...
His Maxwell's full and defended, but through a vacant point region, so Abdullah will pick up a single. Takes him to 47, scored a number for 97.
Babar and Mohammad Rizwan, and they've managed to get 100 on the board without those two even being introduced into the fray.
Maxwell, last ball of the over, and he's defending off the back foot, straight to mid-wicket. No run, 3 off the over, none for 97.
All right. On YouTube, Pirate Badshah says, from the gentleman and player story in the amateur batsman, Raffles, himself a dangerous bat, a brilliant field, and perhaps the very finest slow bowler of his decade.
Well, I guess if you're going to write a book about someone playing cricket, he's got to be fairly good at it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be much of a book, would it? Really? So.
I would.
You've got to sell him, haven't you?
I know. There's the Rain Men, of course, which is not a novel so much, but it's definitely about people who can't play cricket.
But yeah, the very thing that we were saying about Maxwell, they're just 3 singles. You see that? He bowls 3 overs like that, they're going to be well behind the 8 ball, aren't they?
Yeah, their worm has diverged from Australia. It's now some way behind it, although we know Australia didn't fully capitalise on it at the back end. It's going to be spin from both ends. Zampa's continuing to Abdullah. Here it comes into the crease now, over the wicket, and it's full. and flight it up. It's a full toss, in fact, and he'll play out to mid-on for a single. Score goes into 98. We'll have a flurry of 100 partnerships and 50s in a minute.
Yeah, a bit like we did earlier when Warner and Marsh were going along and racing each other to 50 and 100.
I wonder how in the end some of just the sloppiness of Pakistan is just going to haunt them. I feel that they could have kept Australia 20 runs lower. Here's Zampa. Mumps down the wicket, straight to Zampa. There'll be no run.
He actually bowled that quite well because he saw him coming. Just bowled it a fraction shorter so that he couldn't reach the pitch of it.
Field being moved. We don't know where because the TV never shows us where the field is. But Imam's looking out somewhere. Zampa's looking out somewhere.
Yes, the field change. It's
Oh,
the
no.
new game.
Now
Guess
we're having
the
a
field change.
discussion
Everybody's
with
stopped
the
now.
umpires and Cummins and both batters.
Something to do with the ball, perhaps?
Well, Cummins, Zampa was holding the ball though, so is it to do with... They had the rope out during the drinks break to get the dew off, but...
DRS is not working right now.
DRS is not working right now. Well, that makes it fun. So they're just not allowed to review? Is that the...
Umpire's call will be final.
Back to the good old days.
Oh, here is Zampa to Oman. He's down the wicket and plays it through the covers region. He'll pick up a single to deep mid-on, off, rather. Takes him to 44th, scored none for 99.
You can just imagine this game's going to have some controversial incident because of this.
Yeah, there'll be a big LBW shout in a minute or a shout for a caught behind and they won't be able to do anything about it.
Here's Zampa. It's down the wicket, Abdullah. He's got a massive inside edge as he tries to slog it, but it just bounces harmlessly out to deep mid-on. This goes the 100 up for Pakistan. 100 up off 16.4 overs, tracking their score pretty well. And have we got a 100 thing? Yeah, we've got a 100. We'll try this one.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100.
Just enough time for Zampa to bowl this one into Imam. He's down the wicket and played this diving stop there from Smith at mid-wicket, so he prevents the single. Still just 3 off this over from Zampa.
I was going to say, my niece could do with that jingle. She's learning her 5 times table at the moment. That would have been quite useful. Or perhaps not learning it is...
This ball by Zampa is short, and it's a top spinner, but it's far, far too short. He's cutting through the through the ring that's behind a square on the offside, and he's going to pick up a 4. So Imam goes on to 47, and the score none for 104. End of the over.
On the socials, Anthony Condon is saying the ball tracking software is down, and Pirate Badshy is saying a bit of a burglary between friends. I was considering buying some Diabolic book earlier today, though I'd be manually translating the Italian text if I did.
Sounds like a bit of a task.
Yes. I
Right,
think the worry for the Australians is that
Here's
Sorry,
Maxwell,
pause.
and he's full to Abdullah, who's going to play it through mid-on for a single. It'll take him on to 50. The score to none for 100. Right, 50 or 52 balls. Yeah.
dark swing and pace is meant to get wickets at the start of the inning,
Yeah, Stark just could not find his line, and so
he's just not able to do it. Yeah.
And the benefit, he doesn't add a lot to this team if he can't get the ball on the pitch. Here's Maxwell, and it's short and it's drops. He's smashed that straight to Cummins. He was jumping in the air. He's put it down. A drop catch for Australia. They'll take a single. Takes the score to 106 and a mile to 49, but that's a big miss for Australia. It was a difficult chance. It came quickly, though he looked like he got 2 hands to it.
It's good height, though. I think you've got to catch that.
Yeah.
Maxwell in, he's down the wicket, and Maxwell, oh, did he drop that one as well, or was it on the bounce? He's managed to get one hand to it to prevent it from going for 4, and it goes out to mid-on for a single. Score goes down for 107. I'm not sure if that was also a catch, though, as it rifled back at Maxwell.
Somebody mentioned the other day that you'd always have your best fielders in the inner circle, and now we've got fielders like Cummins and Hazelwood in the inner circle.
It's Maxwell around the wicket to Imam, and it's a ball that goes straight on, but he defends it straight back down the pitch.
See, I wonder if that philosophy has changed now. I know that in a lot of cricket that it's the men at straight that you want as your best fielders.
This one to Maxwell is into the pads of Imam. He's going to turn around the corner. There's a no one down there at deep fine leg, so he'll go on to 50 as well. 53 or 54 balls, score none for 111. Got a shorter one? Sure.
Play it cool, 50-50 fire and ice.
Maxwell's last ball of the overs full and played out through mid-on for a single. Score to 112. Just again 1-4 off that over, so productive ones for Pakistan. Despite not looking comfortable, they're still getting a few singles in that 4 in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, the dropping of catches is becoming contagious, is it not? It's now passed from Pakistan to Australia.
Well, I don't think it needed to pass to Australia how many they dropped against.
Yeah.
So they were, and in fact, most of this World Cup so far.
Still the lowest percentage catches, 53% of catches taken for Australia.
Correct.
Shockingly bad.
Oh, that's shocking, isn't it? That's dreadful. Dear me. That really is poor. Yeah, it's an intriguing match, this.
Yes.
Are we finally about to get a close one?
Well, I don't think we'll get a not close one chasing 368, but although Pakistan cruised to the 349 in the end against Sri Lanka, this one from Zampa is full and defended straight back down the pitch by Imam.
Yeah, I don't think they'll cruise home here.
But Australia does need wickets. I don't think it's possible to win a match without taking at least 5 or 6 wickets. Even
That's the only way to reduce the
pressure.
scoring rate.
To get a new batsman in who has to reset themselves and etc.
Here's Zampa's down the pitch a moment. It's played out to mid-off, but Zampa runs across and prevents it. Single. So Imam stays on strike.
Again, as in the last over, we saw him coming then and didn't allow him to get to the pitch of the ball.
He's again over the wicket to Imam. It's into his pads and he's sweeping, and he's only going to get a single though, as it's fielded down on the boundary by what looked like Green. So
It looked like Green's out, yeah.
So I'm not sure why half of Australia's substitutes are out in the field, but they are.
I think I was saying it on a game the other day that it irritates me the way that players just go off the field whenever they feel like it.
Yeah, this one's short from Zampa. He's trying to pull Abdullah, but he doesn't get a full piece of it. Just goes out to deep mid-on for a single. Scored a 114.
I mean, surely there must be some way to police that. You should be able to prove that you have to go off for some reason rather than, I just feel like a rest for 3 overs, so I'll wander off.
In theory, you've got to get the permission of the umpires or the opposition, but I think it's accepted practice on all sides now, so no one wants to tell the other team not to do it. Zampa into Imam. This one's short, and he's turning around the corner. It didn't really sit up very much, so he'll just get the single. None for 115.
Whilst he doesn't look threatening, Zampa, he's managing to contain the scoring rate.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's regularly pulling the ball down and bowling as a top spinner, so it kind of goes on. And it cost him in the last over, but it's helped him a few times when they've tried to attack him by coming down the pitch. This one is also then, and he's got a top edge. Abdullah goes straight over the keeper who runs out to find leg, who keeps it to 1, scored a 116 for none at the end of over 4 off it.
On the socials, Leah says, may I introduce you to one Lawrence Elderbrook from the pages of the excellent website of one The King's Tweet. I have not heard of that.
We're all getting a bit of homework by the sound of it.
We've got about 6 novels to read, a poetry book, and a few other things.
And we haven't even got it started on cricket movies. Lagarde being the best of them.
The Backyard Ashes was a good movie.
Here's Maxwell. Abdullah steps back away from his stumps and skies it over point. Massive edge, but he'll run away to the fence for 4. It wasn't a very controlled shot. It was a very aggressive use of his feet to try and get some room, but he'll still get the boundary. None for 120.
I think if I was Maxwell, I wouldn't be that heartbroken about that.
No.
Because I think if you're going to go and take that liberty too many times, eventually it will find you out.
Here's Maxwell again, and he's down the pitch again. This one's driven straight past the bowler and straight to the boundary for 4. That's a much better shot. Score to none for 124.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
2 fours to start the over. Be interesting.
So Zampa is proving more frugal than Maxwell. That's interesting.
It'd be interesting if Pakistan tries to hit Maxwell out of the attack, because it really would throw Australia's plans all the way out. Here's Maxwell. This one's a top spinner, and it's gone on quickly, but he's played it well behind square on the offside. Stark Fields keeps it to 1, not for 125. We talked before about how the what you generally consider lesser fielders are in the ring. There's a kind of a ring behind square of Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins for Australia.
Yeah, that's not great.
Marm's on strike. This one's runs onto him. He looks for a single, but changes his mind. And no run.
I think you would say there's a few quick singles in the offing with that trio.
Yeah, good arms though, so that maybe that keeps him in. Miles down the wicket. This time he's punching that over cover, and it's into the gap, and he'll run away for 4 as well. So a third boundary in the over. The score goes on to 129 for no wicket loss. 1 ball left in this over.
Do we sense that a go button has been pressed?
They're certainly moving their feet to Maxwell to try and break his rhythm, which I think is... this one's full and it's driven down the ground. There's a good piece of fielding down at deep mid-on by Marsh, but they'll run back for 2. So in the end, 15 off that over, none for 131 off 20.
On socials, Cleo says, stop whinging about players leaving the field for extended periods of time. You're just bitter Gary Pratt is too old to be in the England squad as a specialist fielder. Ricky Ponting will remember that well.
Yeah.
And Dan Liebke, Leah says, Dan Liebke knows about King cricket, so I should ask him next time I see him.
Pakistan 237 off 30, so it's still practically 8 and over. They're keeping with the run rate for the last few overs, though. Certainly in the last one.
Yeah, but it's not getting out of hand at the moment, is it? It's not getting out of hand, and they've got all 10 in the hutch, so...
No, 8 and over off 20 overs is very, very doable, because it's more or less just a standard T20 inning, so without the new ball, so off 30, it's still challenging, but Australia's probability on Cricinfo is down to 66 when it was at 98 before. Stark's back in the attack, and his first ball is short and into the pads of Abdullah. He's going to turn around for square leg for a single, take the score to 132.
So who does Australia drop, given that Travis Head is in the country now and should be available for the next match?
Stark or Hazelwood for me. I don't think they can carry three fast bowlers in India.
Yep.
Well, if Stark, as you said earlier, if Stark's not taking wickets, then what is his value?
Yeah, and if you've got Stoinis and Marsh to fill in some overs and Head, you should be able to get 10 out of them with the deeper batting. His Stark gets short, and there's an ugly swipe across the line by Imam, but doesn't connect, doesn't hit the stumps.
That was horrible, wasn't it? That's just...
Not sure he was watching the ball after it bounced. Did stay down a little bit. It might have been a slightly slower ball from Stark.
Yeah, I think a slower ball, and he just played too soon. Just threw the shot.
Not sure if he saw him coming down the wicket too. He'll face up again. Stark's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. This one's short and straight through to the keeper, so no run. A couple of slowish balls from Stark to start the over. That one was up to his normal pace. And we're due.
So he's going to mix it up a bit, maybe.
We're due a change at the end of this over. So Forthy, Sapun and Josh will come back in. Might have to play a sting so there's no gaps in the commentary. Here is Stark again. This one's short again and Aman's cutting, but it'll just be straight down to the third man with Zampa Fields keeping it to 1. Score to 133. I'm just not convinced Stark has a lot of penetration.
No, there isn't at all.
You know, once the ball's not swinging.
Yeah, exactly. In these
but then on these pitches, what teams do have bowling penetration in these overs, you wonder?
Well, yes, that's true. But at least someone like Hazelwood and Cummins can keep the ball on a spot. Here's Stark. He's short to Abdullah. He tries to hook it. He doesn't get it at all. Actually kind of half pulled out of the shot. It'll run down to deep square leg for a single. Score to 134.
Again, I think that was a slower ball. Or it looked as if it was, because it looked as if he meant to sort of full-bloodedly pull it, and then the ball didn't arrive until much later.
Played it pretty well, given that.
No, he's played very nicely.
He's a good young player, Abdullah. He's only 23 or 24.
Stark, last ball of the over, and this one's into the pads of Abdullah, of Imam Raleigh, and he doesn't get a single. Stark comes down fields, so the score is none for 134 after 21 overs, and we're going to have a little change.
Guerrilla cricket, featuring White Line Wireless, causing riots at cricket grounds since 1879.
What I will say is that the changes of seat in Melbourne are considerably more elegant than those I've frequently
don't know about that, Josh.
witnessed in Sydenham. That said, I have witnessed those in Sydenham up close and had some views that I perhaps would rather not have had, with things being equal.
A few shirts riding up in the excitement. Good to see you. It's been a while since we've been on together, Josh. Nice to see you again.
Likewise. How are you keeping?
You're good. You've been on some massive holiday.
I went on a 2-week holiday for the first time. I went away for 2 weeks. I mean, going away for work absolutely doesn't count, but I spent a long time telling myself it did. I was away for 2 weeks and actually not doing any work.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, no, I was reading. I'm on research leave, so maybe it was work. Who knows?
Meanwhile, Stoinis back into the attack. Oh my God, this has gone high into the air. This will probably be out. It is out. So Australia have their first breakthrough. Excitement in Mooney Ponds. Abdullah, I think it was. Yes, he's out for 64 of 60. Played well. He's certainly set the platform there. That's a disappointment. Do you want to describe it, Josh? Do you want special comments, Josh, or is it?
Right. I think I'm on socials.
You're on socials.
I don't know who's on summarising, but I can nonetheless describe a filthy top edge that's spooned up in the air. May as well have come down with snow on it. had all the time in the world to take the catch. Just occasionally they pop out, but it did not. I say bugger because I've got money on Pakistan. I was just weighing up whether or not to hedge and for a guaranteed profit of about £7 by backing Australia as the odds had lengthened.
Man of your means, £7. I mean, damn it, risk it all.
That's kind of what I put a tenner on Pakistan at 5.1. They'd come down to 3.7 on the exchange. They're now back out to close to 6, which I still think there's value in that if you want to back on this.
It always seems like an awful lot of faff betting. I've got to be honest with you.
Will win from here more often than those odds imply, but the aggregate view of gamblers is perhaps more reliable than mine.
Babar Azam is making his way to the centre, a man with an average of 57 of 5,700 runs. Hang on a minute. What are we looking at? Oh, suddenly we're looking at his analysis in just this.
Must be almost exactly 100 dismissals then.
Yeah, well, rapid bit of calculation, very good. And you sense
even
this
I can divide 5,700 by 57.
Well done. And this is going to be. Sorry, we decided who was doing the socials.
I'll do socials.
You happy for that?
Yep.
Oh, fantastic.
Josh seems to be more awake than I am. So,
no, it is late in the night. That's absolutely true here in Mooney Pond. Stoinis in again for his second ball. And he digs one in. A wry grin. Baba equal to it, just ducks underneath. He's got a kind of a macho swagger, I would describe. He's chewing his gum. Very happy with life after getting Abdullah out first with his first ball, taken by Maxwell.
I was rather surprised to see myself down for socials, given what happened the last time I was on tweet reading duty.
Did you oh God, no! Is it that incident? Yeah. Yep.
All I did was read something out that Jay Grover said.
I hear you. It's always dangerous anyway. And that one's gone down the leg side. No doubt they'll appeal. No, they don't on this occasion. It's just given themselves the ceremony of appealing when the ball goes down the leg side.
There's no DRS, so...
Ah, right. Yes, okay. Although I believe there is a DRS, just no ball tracking. There is DRS but no ball tracking, bizarrely, was what I read on Cricinfo. So if there was a massive inside edge that the umpire missed... Then
so they've got Snicko or Ultra Edge or whatever it needs to be.
Yes, it's just Snicko is working, but the other things aren't. And that's pulled by Babar. Pulled by Babar. Well, whatever it's called. For one of these.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yes, this is going to be pivotal, this innings from Babar. You sense if Pakistan are going to get anywhere near, he's going to have to play, the crucial innings. And certainly,
he's going to have to bat out the whole.
You would think so, wouldn't you? Yeah. Stoinis is looking like a baddie in a 70s gangster movie as he goes back to his mark there. We've had a real
bit of description there.
Had a licorice all sorts over so far. Wicket, dot, wide, 4, and that's another dot. As he
could only have been improved if you turned it into a simile.
What was it? A metaphor? I can't remember what I said.
No, you just described him. You just said he's looking like a baddie in a 70s gangster film.
Isn't that a simile? That's got the word "like" it.
Accurate description.
Yes, I suppose so. Okay. So there we are. Okay. Got a fast game. We're looking at the field. In comes Stoinis again. 2 balls to this very eventful over. And Babar turns. Oh my goodness! A filthy piece of fielding in which Stoinis can barely bring himself to even get angry about it. It was so awful. It went wide of the man at wide, long on, who just sort of watched it, scooted along the ground, and imagined it going past him. Was that Hazelwood out there?
It's Cummins, I think.
Surely a captain doesn't just watch the ball go past. Stoinis,
I think that's harsh. I think the angle was a hard one. He launched himself at it. Perhaps he timed it wrong, but I don't think he could have cut that off.
Okay, fair enough. That's very, very even-handed of you. Dot ball to finish, backward defensive at the end of the 22nd over. Pakistan 143, now 4-1.
So there's a little bit going on YouTube. Messages is saying a drop minus, bring in Abbott for Stark. There's also
Messages, why are you watching without being on comms? That's what I don't
He's
understand.
had 12 straight days in a row of commentating. He deserves a day off.
I don't know. I think Messers only gets a day off after 28 straight days.
There's also a bit of conversation about Flintoff peeing on the pitch. And Stephen Kalk is saying that Flintoff once hit me for 24 off 1 over in youth cricket. He went on to be a world-class cricketer, and I did not. But Stephen never peed on a cricket pitch.
Yes, okay. Well, Stark is back into the attack. He went for 31 off his first 4. He'll be looking to slightly make amends here with the new batsman at the crease. Imam knocks it on the head, and there's an overthrow. So there's a shot at the stumps, and the ball goes wide.
I don't recall Flintoff urinating on the pitch. The team I thought that did it most famously was the England side at the Oval in 2011.
2013, I think, wasn't it? 2011 was out here.
No, I'm talking about the summer 2011 against India.
Right.
Sorry, cricket does exist outside the Ashes.
It does, but I think the peeing incident was at the Oval at the end of the 2013 series.
Oh, was it?
Yes, I believe it was.
That's jogging my memory as well.
Okay, my mistake. I thought it was after the India series.
Maybe there's been 2 separate urination incidents.
No, it just depends how much Flintoff had to drink during the morning.
Take it as read a hell of a lot. In comes Stark again. Left arm over, of course. Digs it in a little further, gives it a little bit of width. Baba rocks back and plays it out to deep point, and they come through for a single.
My bad, it was 2013.
Yes!
Not quite as good as Monty Panesar's famous urination in the same year onto a nightclub queue.
Yeah, true. I remember staying up till 20 to 5 in the morning to see the conclusion of that
to see Monty Panesar piss onto a nightclub queue.
And then with 4 overs to go, the umpire said, "Oh, the light's too bad," with the match very evenly poised.
Gotta love bad
Only cricket could serve that up. Oh, what's happened there? Mitchell Stark got into his delivery stride and failed to deliver it. And Imam Haq, it's all smiles now.
Did he just drop the ball?
I think he did. Big grin from Stark, big grin from the bespectacled
It wasn't an attempt to
Imam.
man-cad, it was just...
Let's have a look at that one again. Gets into his delivery stride and...
he did drop the ball out the back of his hand.
Yeah, well, that's good. I think I know why Josh is oohing, because as the ball flew backwards, it flew over the non-striking stumps. Had it hit, that would have been an interesting moment. Just glanced off his legs there by Imam. They come through for a single. Is that what you were oohing for, Josh?
No, it wasn't. What I was oohing at was the angle, particularly further flattened by watching the screen via a camera pointed at it. Suggested he'd beamed him mistakenly, and I was wondering if that was going to be a warning before being removed from the attack.
No, not that. If it was going to beam anyone, it would have been a reverse flip into the umpire's face. That didn't occur.
Has any umpire retired hurt from international cricket?
Well, that's one for our listeners out there. Can't remember it. There was that umpire who used to wear that shield.
The Oxen Shield exists with good reason.
Yes, that's right. Slower ball from Stark. Bounced through, failed to be read really by Babbo, just groped it and missed it, went through on the bounce to English, dot ball. This is a good comeback from Stark. He went for 31 off his first 4, and now he's just gone for 3 singles on the first 4
which there was 5 wides, I think, or 6
Oh,
wides.
yes, he was all over the shop. His radar had got askew.
So he's bowled an extra over than he planned to.
Yeah. It's 2 balls of the Stark over to go. Believe that. Yes, and he comes again, and Baba just plays it. There's a big gap at mid-wicket. Marsh comes in from the boundary. They come through for an easy single. As World Cup fever grips the...
Betfair hive mind is all over the place. Each time I move my eyes to the screen on the right, Pakistan's odds have shifted again. They're
Seems
up and
like an
down,
awful lot of faff betting,
between
Josh.
a shade over 5 and a shade over 4, which
just seems like an awful lot of faff. You said you were lined up.
I would think it represents value because I put money on Pakistan for this game.
Okay, come back to that in a minute. Imam on strike. Last ball of Stark's over. And he takes one step back and pulls it to Cow for one of...
Cracking shot.
I shall put my glasses on to make sure I hit the right... There we go.
You gotta have fun. You gotta have fun.
And on the
End
Twitter,
of the over.
Les just saying, Stoinis looks like he sprinkles steroids on his breakfast cornflakes.
He does.
In his celebration of that wicket. And in general, he does look like he's putting some steroids on some cornflakes and calling it sugar.
Yeah. He looks like...
As you say, Forthy, he backed away before pulling.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if Stark followed him slightly, or even if the backing away was an attempt to induce something further down leg side in order then not to go in on the side he'd made room, but rather to step inside it and pull. It was pulled beautifully out to Cal.
There's a book I'm reading at the moment, which is by Barbara Kingsolver about the opioid crisis in America, and one of the characters is a very unpleasant stepfather called Stoner. I'll get back to that in a second. Stoinis again, that's right. He is clipped off his legs by Babar, and I do feel that character could be played by Marcus Stoinis in the movie. There, I'll just leave that there.
Do you think he's going to have a post-cricketing acting career?
Well, Vinnie Jones did. I mean, it's not impossible, I suppose.
Brett Lee did.
Brett Lee did, yes.
Who's that ex-Sunderland player that's in Line of Duty? I can't remember his name.
Ooh, you got me there.
Actually, not a terrible actor.
And if anyone listening has not seen Brett Lee's acting, please YouTube it after we're done with the broadcast, because it is quite amazing.
Russ, we're going to power down if we're not careful. And Imam just knocks it on the head down to third man. They come through for a single, and he'll move, I think, into the 70s. Yes, he does. 70 off 70. Symmetrical.
And the warning saying we're going to power down is covering the
yes.
part of the screen that's
it
most
is,
important to see what's going on.
Although I'm used to dealing with a feed which is so appalling from my home. That's one of the reasons I go into the Mooney Pond studio, so I can actually see what's going on. It's got very fractured because of the Australian.
Not just because you adore cats.
No. That's clipped off his legs by Baba down to long leg. Stark gallops in to prevent the second run, which he does effectively. Pakistan move on to 153. 2 balls into the 20th.
I'm feeling
over.
bereft of cats. I can't remember the last time I did 2 30-minute sessions
Where's your
without
cat?
any of our cats coming to join me on my lap.
Oh,
I
they
might have
just
to go and fetch one in the gap between my next stints.
How many have you got? How many cats have you got, Josh?
We've got 3.
3.
Yeah, there's 6 available from the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue. If anyone's looking to adopt, Josh.
We have looked at them and ogled several of them and thought about what wonderful companions they would make for our 3.
Stoinis in again, 4th ball of the over. And that could have gone down the throat. It has gone down the throat of Mitch Stark. At third man, Stoinis does a full steroid yowl into the Bengaluru night. And that is a wicket. And it's Imam, the anchor. He's got 70 of 71 balls. The second wicket has fallen. Pakistan now 154 for 2.
And they've lost it.
Well, certainly that's not going to help.
No. But mentally they're not going to be there now.
You must look at Marcus Stoinis' biceps. That's absurd.
A near contemporary of mine at university was a hammer thrower, and when he attained the distance he needed in order to get, I think it was in order to get a full blue rather than a half blue, his celebration looked very similar.
Did it?
Now, I wouldn't want to imply that either of them were on steroids.
No.
However, nor would I feel confident denying it.
Anyway, I'll play the wicket jingle.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
Not heard that one before.
That's a nice one.
It's beautiful, isn't it? But comfortably our longest jingle, which is quite up there. Oh no, there's another one which is 25 seconds. It's the second longest jingle.
Oh, While we wait for Rizwan to get on strike, Dara Azizi on our YouTube says, hi all. He also asks, what opioid crisis? I thought it was just a way of life.
Yes, well, quite.
I thought the opioid crisis was when bears cornered the market or it's not possible to get hold of enough.
Mohammed Rizwan, average 40. He's got 3 centuries to his name, 1,941 ODI runs, best of 131 not out. Strike rate's 89. He'll need to go a little faster clip than that, but if he can support Babar for the next 15 or 20 overs, this really will be an interesting match.
He's up at 94 with his strike rate just in this tournament, though. So,
yeah, that's good.
Career strike rate, perhaps not the most important figure.
Good knowledge.
And who would have picked Stoinis as the key bowler for Australia today?
Guy who's cracked it open.
I have no problems with Stoinis winning play of the match for his bowling, unlike Zampa.
And that's a rather odd shot first up from Rizwan. He sort of put a lot of effort into it, but managed to sort of shovel it down to the third man for a single. Yes, Marcus Stoinis playing the Miss Marple, who's cracked the case open here.
He's also got the jaw that you often see on people who are suspected of using enhancing drugs.
Doesn't have the jaw of Miss Marple, it's fair to say, but he does have the jaw of the suspected opioid crisis.
It's the transformation you see in such players, in such runners as Ben Johnson and Carl Lewis.
Well, I mean, draw your own conclusions. Last ball of said Stoinis' over, 1 wicket 1, and that concludes with another single. So, oh no, might go. Oh my goodness, it's gone all the way for 4. I did not see that coming. It's
that outfield is deceptively quick.
It's made of glass in that particular corner of the ground. So I'll very quickly play the.
Maybe there's a conveyor belt.
Play the jingle. Play a shorter one. And hand over some socials.
So Leia's saying, I've heard of several umps knocked out by a shot to the head, but I'm pretty sure none of them retired hurt. Probably for, what do you think I am? A fairy reasons. I'll just check the YouTube. Jeff Perkins saying there might be a shortage of opioids. So,
you probably got there before I did, Perko.
Indeed. 159 for 2. We're approaching the halfway stage. Pat Cummins is back to the attack. He went for he's not looked very happy, Pat Cummins, it's fair to say. He went for 33 off his first 4. He's dropped a catch. He's slightly labouring into the wicket. Backward defensive from Mohammed Rizwan. So he's on the money. First up, that's good to see. Don't know, he's not really exuding joie de vivre, I would say, Pat Cummins.
No, I think...
He's bowling a lot of good balls, but more than his fair share of bad ones. It's not that he's generally way off the mark. It's that he's throwing in. It's kind of more like the bowling you might expect of a leg spinner. There's a lot of beauties, but there's a little bit of filth, and that's what's messed with his figures.
Another backward defensive from Rizwan, who's got out to him. We're seeing on screen here 3 times in the 5 times they've met each other in this form of the game.
I think Cummins would just prefer not to be captain of a one-day side.
As well as everything else. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. He's putting an awful lot on one man's shoulders. And he's been on the road a long time. Now he's back in India. I mean, he's presumably got friends and family he'd quite like to see at some point. But it's an honour to be captain of your country, and that's a very fine shot, very deft shot. Was it entirely deliberate? Only the batsman will know that.
I'm not sure it was
but
entirely deliberate.
Goes a couple of feet wide of Rizwan. Probably wouldn't have quite gone down. No.
Oh no.
First slip. I think, given the benefit of the doubt,
it wouldn't have carried.
I think it was a beautifully played late cut.
Whatever it was one of these.
It's Nissan She.
That's ruined Cummins' figures, and they think about a run. They just sort of drop and run, but then they decide against it, which is very wise with the fielder. Labuschagne closing in.
Glamorgan's Marnus Labuschagne, that is. I'll have you know.
Indeed, yes. I suppose he wasn't playing for Glamorgan at all this season, was he? He was on international duty.
He was not.
Has he been is he a local success? Is he well regarded?
Oh, very much so.
Well,
very,
in the
very much
South
so.
Welsh region.
He's carried the team
Yeah.
for a large part.
And that's swept to the mid-wicket boundary. And they've hurried back for 2. So Rizwan moves to 7 off 6.
Traditionalist in me wants to call that a lap shot rather than a swing.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't quite
Beautiful.
More of a lap than a sweep. You're absolutely right. Doesn't quite get down on one knee, so ends up on one knee, but wasn't there as he hit it.
Since the required rate got very close to 8, it's more or less stayed there.
Yeah. The loss of the 2 wickets is certain. Oh, and that's going to be a very welcome end to the over. Rizwan's managed to just bisect the
Unless
gap
you're Australian.
between cover and mid-off. And he's finished the over with one of these. Socials.
Hombre Nuevo says he would love to adopt one of the cats, but she thinks a Basil Common in England is a little far for a kitten. But that's fair enough. But
Balsall Common, that's right near where I grew up.
But you can donate to Sugar Inspires Cat Rescue.
Yes.
Speaking of which, have you managed to set up a page where people can donate in memory of Ravi Nair?
Well, I'm sure
Great
I
friend
believe
of
Gorilla
It'd be great if you
Cricket
could,
did
because there's
do
lots
a-
of people. Ravi was a long-time listener and occasional contributor to Gorilla Cricket's
I believe
commentary,
Gorilla
and an
Cricket
even
One did do a
more
memorial
frequent contributor to the
episode for
Twitter, who sadly died a few months ago. But he was a great cat lover, and one of the things that his mother asked that we do is make a donation in his memory to organisation or charity supporting cats.
Excellent thought. Australia 172 for none at this stage at the halfway mark. Pakistan 169 for 2, but of course the Australian lower batsman contributed virtually nothing, so don't read too much into that. That's played down to third man off the first ball of the Stoinis over. He's got the wind in his sails. He's 2 for 18 off his 2 overs, so a little expensive. Those 2 wickets count for a lot. That was
I was most of the way to setting up a page to donate in his name to the Cats Home at Battersea in southwest London, but when it occurred to us that actually there's a rather more suitable cricketing recipient of love and financial contributions
after this ball,
in Ravi's honour in Mooney Ponds.
After this ball, we might get Russ on that. It's a dot ball, swished at and completely missed, a slower ball from Rizwan. Yes, Russ?
Yes, thank you, Josh. If you go to sugarandspiceCatRescue.org, there is a Patreon, I believe there's a Patreon on there, and there's a PayPal link as well, so you can donate through that. We have had a few donations in memory of Ravi, and thank you to everyone who's done that. We really appreciate it. It helps us to de-sex, get cats off the street, and all sorts of things like that. So, sugarandspiceCatRescue.org.
Excellent. That's dug in by Stoinis, and it's given us a wide by, I think, Richard Illingworth there. Rizwan seems furious for some reason, don't know why. He just played inside it, and it's a wide. Just move on. Yes, as you say, Josh, a very appropriate memory for Ravi Nair. No. Well, they have lost those 2 wickets, Pakistan, but they've got 2 men at the crease who can continue to make a difference, and that's pulled by Rizwan all the way down to deep square leg, where Abbott, who spilled that chance earlier, should really have taken, does the fielding. Just come through.
Why
for a
is
single.
Abbott on? Who's off that Abbott is on?
I don't know.
Let's see if I can find this out.
Maybe Hazelwood. Is he? Yeah. It's
Where's
a mystery.
Warner?
That's a point. I'm sure he's right. Okay, well, if we can mismarple the identity of the missing Australian fielder, in comes Stoinis again. Slight surprise maybe that he's taken these 2 wickets. He's not doing a great deal with the ball. But, that's just dabbed down to third man for a single. Rizwan back on strike.
Yeah, if anyone has spotted Warner on the field, do let us know. But I don't think I've seen him all innings.
No, he's a fairly noticeable character.
And he's always getting in there at the
One word
batters.
for him.
Yes,
If
quite.
it is warm, that's quite a loss for Australia, 'cause given that
Other words beginning with C are available.
Oh, we're better than that. Or are we? Stoinis in again. Perfect line and length ball. Rizwan can't do much with that. Just plays it back to the bowler, dot ball.
Yeah, Warner took a couple of good catches in the last match, and Abbott dropped one on the boundary this one. So I'm not sure Australia's benefiting from not having Warner out there.
I don't think they are. It's hardly a Gary Pratt style situation. Last ball of the third over from Stoinis coming up. It's gone 1 dot wide, 1-1 dot so far. So he'll be reasonably happy if he can keep this to at least a single, say. Let's see what happens. Rizwan on strike.
Or at most.
And it's pulled, but it'll go straight down. The man at deep square, or at most. So it is a single. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off the over. At the end of the 26th, Pakistan 174 for 2.
Game nicely in the balance.
We've got I think we've probably got time for one more over between the three of us after this.
So Kieran Rose played on YouTube just saying, Jesus lads, had to do the school run, so missed everything from Warner getting out up until now. Looks like we've got a game on our hands. Yes, it's if you last watched when Warner went out, there's quite a bit that's happened since. Samantha G saying the Ben Johnson steroid scandal is still a sore subject for Canadians. We were so proud of him only to be heartbroken.
Well, yes. It happens, doesn't it, Lance Armstrong?
And Katie Scott just finishing up the much missed Ravin. I'd happily donate something in his memory. So thank you.
Hello,
very
Katie. Lovely to hear from you.
Well, I think, should we do one more over us? Yeah, we're going to do one more over, and it's Adam Zampa time. So he just went for 24 off his first 5. And you just sense that Pakistan may decide to target Adam Zampa. They're going to have to target someone. And it may be Zampa. Although it could be Stoinis equally. But he's got these rather interesting glasses on. I don't know whether they're prescription or whether they're to reduce the glare in the floodlights.
They look like...
Did he have an eye injury as well? No.
No.
They do look a bit like those protective glasses we used to wear in the lab in chemistry lessons at school.
Or you still get in dentists when you're on your back. Straight back at Zampa, who sticks a foot at it rather ill-advisedly, and it shoots off at an angle to mid-on, and they come through for the single. That was one of the fielders last night, one of the Indian players, was it Thakur? Overstretched doing that and sprained an ankle. You've got to be careful with a cricket ball.
So what time is it in Melbourne? You must
It
be
is,
into the
Josh,
sport.
1 minute
Perhaps
past
they're no longer
2
quite
in
so
the
small.
morning. That's what it is. We're above and beyond the call of duty here. That's pulled by Zampa and caught. He is out. Great
Nice
catch
take.
by Cummins. Very nice take. And that is trouble for Pakistan, it need hardly be said, because that's Baba who's gone for 18 off 14, and Pakistan have lost their third wicket for 175.
That is a...
Yeah, if the second wicket wasn't critical, you sense that one has really tilted the tiller right over to the...
This game will be done in half an hour.
Pakistan, so that might be a little extreme, but yeah, doesn't look
The fact
good.
that it was Babar as well, he
Yeah.
looked like he was in danger of accelerating. You know,
No, it was already striking
strike
at
rate was
130.
already well north of 120, and
Yep.
he looked like he was doing that dangerous thing where he scores quickly while playing himself in. It looked like it could have been a dangerous innings from an Australian perspective, but soaring him off at that stage looks like it has perhaps destroyed that beautiful poise in the game, and perhaps extinguished the flame of Pakistani hope.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yes, nice metaphor there. Anyway, it's Saud Shakil time. He's in at 5 for Pakistan, and all hope is not quite lost. We'll see his figures in a moment. He's a left-handed bat. He's 28. And he's sponsored by MRF Tyres, which I probably shouldn't be mentioning. Average 25.86. He's only played 9 ODIs. He's got a strike rate of 91, the best of 68. So we haven't seen the best of Saud Shakil. Oh, that's in ICC Men's CWC 2023.
Other suppliers of tyres are available.
Available. Goodyear, for example. They're quite good.
Pirelli.
Pirelli's another one.
Michelin, of course.
Michelin, of course, yes.
I could do with some new tyres if anyone wants to give me a Goodyear.
I got an advisory on my rear
Pirelli.
tyres at an MOT yesterday, so
Very
I also need
expensive
some.
tyres, aren't they? Props forward, Saud, and he's off the mark first ball. I discovered why it's Michelin restaurants is because about 100 years ago, Michelin were trying to rack their brains to try and think of ways to get to people in France that travel from village to village and town to town. So they ended up sponsoring restaurants in order to encourage driving between towns and cities.
There's an entire Michelin. They have an entire line in guidebooks where they rate heritage attractions in the same way they do with restaurants.
Zampa in again, and Rizwan props forward and then rolls his wrists and turns the ball to mid-wicket, and he comes through for the single.
Where 1 star is interesting, 2 is worth a detour, and 3 is worth a journey.
Oh, that's a nice way of looking at it, yeah.
It's not just the restaurants where that's perhaps most famous, but no, I spent some time in Germany a couple of decades ago with a Frenchman who had his Michelin guide, and he was insistent on ticking off all the 3-star places in sight of airfield.
Chopped down to the man at sort of deep gully, slightly deep gully there, no run. This has been a very highly effective comeback from Zampa into the attack. 1 wicket, 1-1 dot. This will be the last ball of the 27th over in his 6th. In now. And he just drift down leg side. Just thought for a moment that he might have got a little clip on it, but he didn't. Well taken by Inglis, but it's a wide, so slightly spoiling things there, Zampa.
Still not a bad over.
Well, so far.
4 and a wicket off the first 5 balls. Yes,
Indeed,
so
yes. We'll see what happens off the last
even
ball.
Even if it goes for 6,
yes.
it's still taken that important.
Oh, it's a ramp
Lovely
shot
score.
over the wicket-keeper's head. But not enough on it because Zampa was bowling at such a pace.
And Carey's on the field as well now.
That's confusing. At the end of the 27th over, Pakistan 179 for 3. Anything happening out there? Oh, no, it's swapping over.
Swapping over.
We're doing the soft
Swapping
shoe
over.
shuffle.
I will go and get my credit card so I can make a donation
Good
to
idea. If you a minute or
to,
so,
Sugar and Spice
Josh, that would be
Cat
useful.
Rescue in memory of Ravi, and we'll encourage all of our listeners to do the same thing.
On socials, Stephen Kelk is saying Zampa's drawing strength from the waves of love coming his way. And Kieran Roseblade says, who the heck goes round tasting heritage attractions? Licking the wall, salivating over the gardens, munching on some ornate cake.
Yeah. I have some sympathy with that.
Well, gents, it's changed completely this game since we were last together in the last half an hour. Here's Hazelwood, and he's past the outside edge of Saud for no run.
Shakil.
Yeah, I think it illustrates just how difficult it is to keep sustaining a chase on a score of this nature, really.
Yep.
Yeah, and Australia's finally taken a couple of chances that they had previously let go, begging. It's Hazelwood again, and it's short of a length, and it's played out to point for no run. Score's still 3 for 179.
I was wondering, as the ball was heading towards Stark in the outfield, whether he had memories of the Ashes cat, the non-cat, where he slid along the ground with the ball touching the ground after taking the catch.
I suspect he has memories of that every time he takes a catch, but hopefully he learnt this lesson.
Oh, that was just the first controversial moment of many in that Ashes series.
Here's Hazelwood, and it's into the pads. He's going to hit him on the pads. A big appeal, but it's probably missing off stump. It went across the left-handed batter. Australia won't review.
Cummins was itching to review there, wasn't he? He had a grimace on his face.
Oh, it wasn't a bad shout. It probably pitched on, well, it's just short of a length, so it probably pitched on leg and hit him on off. But
wow,
it'd be interesting to watch.
I think
to look
I
at the
might
tracking,
have a
except
look
we
at that.
don't actually
Might
have
have been
tracking,
worth
do we?
it.
So you can't.
Review.
They couldn't review it anyway. Here's a short ball. It's hooked and it's bouncing once down to fine leg Zampers out there. They'll take a single 3 for 180. Because if the ball tracking's not working, they couldn't have reviewed it anyway. So they'll like
Yeah, exactly. We don't know that it's back on, do we? So because it wasn't on last time that we were together, but. Interestingly, I think again in that last over, people are talking about the lack of love coming to Zampa. I suspect that was probably the worst ball he bowled in that over, and it got a wicket. How often does that happen?
The tracking is on. We just saw it. It was going over the top, but it pitched on the leg and was just going over off. This ball's into the pads of Rizwan. He's going to get a single to deep square leg and take the score onto 181 for 3.
Certainly, if Pakistan are going to get anywhere near this now, you sense that Rizwan's going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Josh is just saying, did I just take 2 sentences to say shit takes wickets?
More eloquently
as well. I was trying to be polite towards Zampa because he's not getting a lot of love going his way, Josh.
Here's Hazelwood, just short of a length, and it's played out to backward square. There's no run. End of the over 3 for 181. A very good over from Josh Hazelwood, applying the screws to Pakistan as those wickets really drag them down. Spun is leaving the box of dreams. So our little crew here will shorten a little bit more.
You're dwindling, are you, Russ?
No, I'm quite fresh because I didn't do the first session today, so I'm full of beans.
On the socials, Messi has sent an image of shit gets wickets.
Again.
Here's Zampa, and it's down the pitch, Rizwan. He didn't get a full piece of it, and it's going to go out to mid-wicket for no run.
But I think Zampa's one of Australia's more economical bowlers yet again tonight.
Sorry, that was 1 run. Took the score to 182. Yeah, he's actually, notwithstanding if it hasn't looked like he's bowled well, he's got 1 for 30 off 6 overs. Here is this ball's down into the leg side, short of a length. It's played around the corner, and it will run away for 4. Just beats the fine leg as they run around. So, score moves on to 3 for 186.
At his best, Zampa was always well known for being able to target the stumps all the time. At the moment, he's just bowling both sides of the wicket. There's no consistency.
Yeah, it's been easy to milk, but not to hit, I think. And that's the thing with Zampa. He gets just enough turn, enough flight that it isn't easy to time a big shot against him. Here's Shaquille, and he's reverse sweeping it straight to the short fine leg, though. Well, a short third man, I guess, in fact. So, no run. Well fielded by Hazelwood there.
It always amuses me when bowlers bowl a ball like Zampa did just now, and it goes for 4 off a little tickle down the leg side, and they have the nerve to look offended by the fact that it's gone for 4. Well, it wasn't a good ball.
This one's into the pads. It's not a good ball either, but it'll only get a single down a deep square leg and take the score into 187. I always felt like I got away with one if I put one into the pads, especially if it went past them to the keeper.
Yeah, exactly. Just be grateful that you...
Here's Zampa to Rizwan. It's flighted up into his toes, and he's going to chip it out to wide mid-on. Cummins comes around, keeps it to 1. Score 3 for 188.
But that 4 from the loose ball is crucial because, they get 1 more off this ball. They've got 8 from the over, which is sort of what they still need. So
Last ball of the over, Sample bowled with the left-handed Shaquille, and it's floated up and he's driving it out to a deep cover. It's actually between the two fielders, so he's going to pick up 2 there. As Hazel comes around, scored at 189.
On the socials, Leah says to you, Russ, do you make the rotos? You need help towards the back end of tomorrow's match. I could do socials, stats, and colour if you need me.
Oh, that's very kind. I have no idea what's in tomorrow's match because I never look that far ahead. Let me scroll down. Oh, we're not too bad for tomorrow. There's a few games coming up though. I'll tell you this much: it's a long World Cup. So if anyone wants to jump in, feel free to send me an email or White Line Wireless a direct message, and we'll get you in the slots. I can send you the rotas, the games we're doing.
Stephen Kelk says, I fear that this is going to drift the way of many other games this World Cup, a one-sided conclusion.
Well, we're not quite at that yet, I don't think.
Pakistan's close enough if they're good enough. Here's Rizwan.
Rizwan's at the wicket.
Yeah, he's pulling this ball from Hazelwood. He's going to get a single out to deep square. He's fallen over, possibly as he tried to turn for 2, or maybe as he thought about 2.
It would be good to get a close finish, though, wouldn't it? The tournament needs one.
Yeah, it's hard to think of even a moderately close finish for the most part in this tournament so far. Almost 20 games in. Some of the benefit of getting 2 games a day and a larger number of teams and a more compressed tournament. Here's Hazelwood. 2 Shaquila's down the leg side and he's going to get called for a wide, 3 for 192. That if you've got 2 games on, your odds are slightly better, at least one of them is good to watch.
Yes, there's no escape valve if it dawdles along to nothingness, is there?
No. Hazelwood again to Shaquille. It's outside of Sump and he's driving on the up. Doesn't time it, goes straight to the mid-off. No run. Australia's bowled a lot of wides, I feel. Maybe that's just the Starks first over has made me think that it's continued in that vein, but it feels like they haven't managed to keep their lines very well.
Yeah, very inconsistent. Very unlike the Australian bowling attack, and I think it's just a reflection of their mindset and how tired they seem to be.
Hazelwood, third legitimate ball of this over to Shaquille. It's into the pads, but he's only defending. Picked up by the mid-wicket.
I'm actually just trying to get the scorecard in front of me. It actually shows 9 wides so far.
It's an over and a half.
But then I think 4 of them came in the first over. So
yeah, how many did Pakistan bowl? If I can get you looking where Hazelwood bowls this ball, it's short and top edge, and it's gone straight over the keeper. It's going to be 4 runs, taking the score to 196 for 3.
She's real fine, my form.
Wasn't a controlled shot at all. Trying to hook from just over the top of his head, Shaquille, but there's no one behind the keeper.
I mean, Cummings has currently got his 2 most economical bowlers bowling in tandem. So, Hazelwood sort of 3.5 thereabouts.
The
Zampa at 5.4.
Unscheduled mid-over break.
Yeah, the broadcaster switched this to a leg by, and I think it actually hit him in the helmet. So,
okay.
We're going to get a concussion protocol for a bit.
On the socials, Jeremy Henderson says, hearing Russ talk about getting cats off the street, I now have images of unfortunate cats plying their trade on the streets of St Kilda. and Russ trying to talk them into reforming their wicked ways.
It's pretty much exactly like that, yeah, except we use a trap and we put food in the trap because they're stupid. Except the ones that don't go into it, they're unfortunately much, yeah, some cats are very smart and they don't trust you at all for good reason, and can take a little while to convince them to reform.
What you're doing is very good, guys, because we've got another instance over here in London of people killing other people's cats, which is very distressing.
That's horrible.
Yes,
yeah. Well, it happened before about a year or so ago, and now it seems to have started up again, which is very worrying.
Always good to keep your cats indoors if you can.
Trouble is, some cats just aren't built like that.
No, you have to reform some.
We had one for many years. Lost at the beginning of, well, I say lost. I mean, he died at the beginning of last year, and you couldn't really keep him in. He didn't like it at all.
Did they catch the perpetrators of who was murdering cats previously?
Not as yet. Yeah, Josh says there's supposedly been a cat killer on the loose in Croydon for several years. Yeah, this unfortunately is happening a lot closer to us. It's happening in the sort of Willesden type area, which is much closer to where I am. Croydon is south of the River Thames, and Willesden is north of it, north and west of it. So, which suggests we might have more than one person, which isn't great.
There was some terrible TikTok trend going around too to steal cats and take them somewhere and then drop them, throw them off a bridge or something, which is people somehow thought was a good idea. Some people were also arrested for doing this, so hopefully also charged. We're still waiting for the this check of the helmet or the head.
Well, they've probably had drinks brought out and all sorts now that that's happening, haven't they? There's probably been an excuse to do a fully fledged complete stoppage.
So the state of the game, Pakistan need 172 of 122 balls, so about 8.
It's about 8.5, isn't it?
Getting up there, and it's getting to the point where if they start missing their target a few times, it'll get up very quickly.
Yeah, Rizwan is the key here, isn't he, really? He'll have to go pretty big, I think, if they're going to get anywhere close.
We're back with Hazelwood.
I think we're about to restart.
Shakil's 10 off 15, Rizwan's 19 off 17. Score 3 for 196. Just waiting for the field to finish setting. Here is Hazelwood. It's just short of a length and he's half cutting out to point. There'll be no run. Well picked up down there. One ball to come in the over.
Well, it's been an excellent over from Hazelwood, really. Ball that ballooned over the keeper and went for 4 that obviously hit the helmet and he wasn't in control of it, so...
Yeah, he'll still probably go for 7 with the, assuming there's a single off the last here. This is Hazelwood. It's full and he's driving it straight down to be more than a single. It's chipped over the mid-on. There's no one deep and it runs away into the fence for 4. So that'll bring up the 200 for Pakistan. 3 for 200 off exactly 30 overs.
It's a little bit quiet on the socials at the moment. 2:20 in the morning in Australia. People might be getting tired.
Yeah, I can't blame the Australians for that. Well, if we follow the old adage of doubling the score after 30 overs, Pakistan is still in front.
Yeah, although Australia would have been a little bit ahead of this at the same stage. I know, I think they were about 210, so maybe about 10 runs in front. So it wasn't It's not too big a difference.
And then rather spectacularly capitulated.
Yeah, they will feel that they could have got another 10 or 15 at least, maybe more.
Oh yeah, I mean they were definitely on for 385, 390, even 400 at one stage.
Stark's in again. He's got 5 overs for 39 so far. He's bowling around the wicket to Rizwan and he's pulling a short ball straight to the fielder down there and just a single. Score goes to 201.
Yeah, I think getting Rizwan off strike as often as possible is not a bad plan.
Yeah, you certainly look fluent.
Although Shaquille can play shots like that last over, last ball.
Well, yeah, that's true. No, that's true.
Very capable.
But yeah, I mean, Rizwan's looked fluent the entire tournament, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, yeah.
He completely anchored that chase against Sri Lanka. This one's just on a length from Stark and played off the face down to third man for a single.
Carries a big load, Rizwan. He's batting at number 4 and he's keeping.
Yeah, it's a lot. Well, I think this is my argument where England are concerned about, Butler keeping wicket, being captain, batting at 5 or 6. It's too much.
Too much, yeah.
Far too much.
I think Ben Stokes is back tomorrow.
Here's Rizwan on strike to Stark and he's driving out through mid-off. The wide mid-off runs around and prevents it going past him. Just gets a single. 3 for 203.
Well,
So who will England leave out for Stokes?
One of the bowlers, I would imagine.
Which way?
Which will mean that the bowlers they've got left are really going to have to perform because they're not going to have a lot of wriggle room.
Yeah, because Stokes obviously won't bowl, will he?
No.
He
certainly won't.
Over the wicket to Shaquille, it's short and he's pulling around the corner, doesn't time it at all, so the fine leg will pick it up, keep it to 1. Scored a 3 for 204.
I think the inclusion of Stokes for England is basically just going to mean that they're going to rely on getting a huge score because if you won't have the bowling resources to restrict the opposition.
It almost seems talismanic to keep circling the side rather than sensible. Here's Stark round the wicket. He's pulling Rizwan straight to mid-wicket on the bounce, so no run. Stark's bowling a lot of slower balls and rolling his fingers down the seam at the moment.
Well, he's probably decided to try something different because what he was trying wasn't working. So.
I think
that's
when they
probably
play
a wise
Sri Lanka as
tactic
well.
to Rizwan.
Yeah, when they play Sri Lanka as well, it was the short, slower balls that really slowed the scoring rate.
Nice bully over around the wicket to Rizwan, and he's clubbed that over mid-wicket. It's going to bounce a couple of times and run away for 4. Good end to the over for Pakistan. They've got 8 off it. They score 3 for 208.
On the socials, Stephen Kelk says, okay, this might be closer than I thought, but 1 or 2 more wickets and then it's surely game over. Joe Falconer says, why is there always a guy sitting behind you? Husband, roommate. Not
Me?
sure who he's referring to.
It must be Russ, surely, in this
Well,
case.
this is Fourthies behind me at the moment.
That's because Fourthies in the studio.
We just don't have we don't have a green room, so if you want to watch the cricket, you got to sit on the couch. But it gives you an opportunity to yell shit from the back of the box, so.
Fourthie shouting shit from the back of the box? Surely not.
Fourthie's very
That
polite.
would never happen.
Those who listened to the first innings would have heard comments from other people, not Fourthie. Maxwell's going to come back in the attack. He's gotten 3 overs 26, so pretty expensive by his standards in this tournament.
Yeah, he wasn't great earlier. Does have to be said.
They attacked him too, came down the wicket a number of times. He's bowling to Shaquille from around the wicket. And it's into his pads. He tries to turn it around the corner, but doesn't beat the short fine leg. Maxwell gives a big fist pump of celebration that the fielder was in the right spot. Here is again. This one's short of a length as Shaquille looked to come forward. He's played straight to the mid-wicket, and again, no run. Saw him coming, Maxwell. Faces up again. This one's flighted up a little bit and he's going to play it out through to a deep mid-on, take a single. Score goes on to 209.
But immediately under pressure in this over Pakistan, just a single run off the first 3 deliveries, so they can't afford any really cheap overs at this stage.
Yeah, Rizwan's got, well, they're moving the field around a little bit. There's a deep square, 2 players fairly square on the leg side, a deep mid-on and a deep point, so he'll go over the offside if he wants to go over the top. He's short of a length, Maxwell, though. He tries to pull it, just pulls it straight back to the bowler. No run. Maxwell bowling that ball for the pull shot because that's where he's got his protection. This one's flighted up, he's into his pads and he's played it straight to the mid-wicket again, no run.
He seems to have got through this over especially quickly, Maxwell, as if he's trying to speed the game up.
Well, they're 3 overs behind. This one down the pitch and this one smashed over mid-off. He's going to pick up a 4. That's a good shot. 3 for 213, end of the over, 5 off.
On the socials, Joe says, still Falconer says, oh, I didn't realise it was the studio, sorry. Thought it was just at home.
Cat.
Stephen Kelk says, goodness, imagine if you had Bear sitting there on the couch. Revenite FC says, that would be brilliant, Stephen. Him having to sit there and not swear every 2 seconds. Lol. Kieran Roseblade says, they are classier than just doing it home, Joel. Very classy bunch here. And Stephen Kelk says, at Revenite FC, I think he'd explode from the pressure, or he'd just give up and constantly swear in the background while Russ is calmly commentating.
Oh dear.
It's Stark in, and he's got hit the pads of Shaquille as he tries to pull it, but it was clearly going well over the top. There's a big appeal, but nothing happening. No run.
Are we changing or giving it another over?
We'll give it one more over because we weren't quite at 2:30. I'm also trying to work out who's on. Have I put Sapun for the rest of the night? Do I have to stay here? Oh no.
It was meant to be 40 on Ball by Ball.
Josh and John, so that's okay.
Josh on comments and John on socials.
Alright, we'll do that at the end of the over. Here is Stark still bowling Shaquille. No, pulls away. This time he faces up again. Stark's over the wicket. Left-hander to left-hander. He plays it off the face to short third man and it doesn't get past, so there'll be no run. Pakistan's done well-ish the last couple of overs, still getting 6 and 7s, but it's less than the rate.
Yeah, it's not creeping out of control though. It's not out of hand yet. We may yet get our close finish.
Here's Stark, and this one's short. Over the head of Shaquille. Not sure if that'll be a wide. Stark looks very upset, so it is. I think he's mostly upset that Shaquille's much shorter than he thought he was because it was probably quite a normal length height for a player who's around 6 foot, but it went a good half a foot over Shaquille's head. Scored a 214. Stark over and more than an over of wides now from him.
That's one of the reasons why they're 3 overs behind the rate, isn't it?
Yes. Here is Stark, and this one's pulled by Shaquille, and it's pulled well over the mid-wicket. Bounces just in front of the rope for 4, and scored a 218 for 3. That was just in the slot, that one.
Yeah, it was begging to be hit, and he summarily dispatched it. I mean, this thing about being three overs behind, that could make a big difference at the end. If you've got to pull another man into the circle and you've got someone like Rizwan still out there batting, or even Shaquille as well, I mean, there are going to be a lot more gaps in the sort of outfield for them to find. So it may be their undoing.
Stark again. This one's full and driven by Shaquille straight to mid-wicket for no run. It's going to blow my roster up as well because we ran out of people at about 3 and we're probably looking... we go to about 4 at this point. So I might add some rows to the live roster. We'll work it out.
What have we got? 17 overs to go.
Yeah, it's at least an hour and a quarter. I think.
Yeah, probably. Hour and 10, maybe.
2 balls to go in the over. Stark, this one's short bouncer again, and he's just got away with that one. I was told that's 2 bounces in the over. Quicker ball from Stark.
So Shaquille now knows that this last ball's going to be a bit fuller, because it has to be.
Yeah, I would guess that Stark will bowl this with a slower ball on this one. He's got a third man, a deep point, a deep square leg and a long on. This one is a slow ball. He's stepped across the stumps and flipped it over fine leg. That's a really good shot. It's a rankful toss as well. Got the treatment it deserves. Score goes to 3 for 222 at the end of the 33rd over, and we're going to have a little change.
Lilac.
Josh, true to his word, has brought a cat with him.
A shade restless on my lap. She's not usually camera shy, but I'm not certain she's going to sit down and join us while I speak. But
She looks a little nervous. Well, maybe not. Maybe she's just getting used to her surroundings. She's mastered the Zoom technology. That's good.
She says, "Dad, you've put me on the telly. I've told you about that before. Thought your life
Usually she
out."
loves it. She came to a poetry reading last night and was adoring it. Happy being on camera.
Double Nelson for Pakistan. They're on 2-2 for 3, and it's Maxwell into the attack. He went for 31 off his first 4, and Rizwan backs away. Can't penetrate the inner ring. Dot ball first up.
Not quite the Richie Beno score.
No, and similar, but he just gets it wide of the man at cover. They come back for 2 as Hazelwood sweeps up down at the boundary there. 2-4 for 3.
After all that despairing that the close finish had gone, I think this might just be a cracker.
I think it'll all be down to whether they can preserve their wickets. If they can, it's going to be interesting. Turned off his legs for a single there by Rizwan, because it's essentially a T20 situation here where they're chasing 170 off the last 20. It's just that they go into it 3 wickets down. It's a pretty flat pitch, so we'll see.
But with no new ball and 2 more or less set batsmen, they're both seeing it pretty well. They're both scoring at a run a ball or thereabouts.
Probably say it's still 80-20 Australia, but and that's pulled for 4 by Saad Shakil, and that's a bloody good shot actually. Fairly awful ball by Matt.
I don't think Australia's position is quite as dominant at 80-20.
70-30?
I'd say 65-35.
Okay. Okay, well that gives them a
70-30.
more than a fighting chance if it's 1 in 3 for Pakistan. Not sure I put it quite that high, but we shall see. And that's swept, but there's a man at deep square leg, so they've just come through for the single. This over's gone for 8 so far, so
maybe more like 1 in 4 or 3 in 10.
Yeah, 17 in 47. That's played off his back foot by Rizwan down to long on for a single. He'll keep the strike at the end of the 34th over 231 for 3. I think John's on socials.
I hate to pedant Ian, but
Yeah, go,
17 and 47 is more than 1 in 3.
Yep, of course. Yeah, I just came up with a couple of random numbers there. Thank you very much, Josh. John, anything on socials?
Well, Stephen Kelk says, beautiful cat, Josh. And Joel Faulkner says, here he is, Mr. Couch. Forty's new nickname, Mr. Couch.
Mr. Couch. Mr. Couch.
We've got Mr. Couch and Mr. Grouch on together, John.
Mr. Couch. Sounds
Indeed, yeah.
Sounds like
Dara
Couch.
Azizi says, my German Shepherd loved cats, especially when they stood their ground.
Mr. Couch sounds like a rather sinister figure from an early 90s Tarantino film who does all the drug deals. Mr. Couch.
Or a Dickens villain, Mr. Couch.
Oh, Mr. Couch. Yes, Ebenezer Couch, or whatever it might be.
There was an academic in the department, famous, long passed on academic called Arthur Quiller Couch. There was a final year undergraduate prize named after him for something or other.
Where do I know that name from? Arthur Quiller Couch. He's quite famous for something or other. Arthur Quiller Couch. I know Quiller Couch. Why do I know him? Did he write short stories?
He was one of the early academics in English as a subject.
I thought he was famous for having penned some fiction or something. Maybe I'm wrong.
It could also be.
Cummins back into the attack. Current partnership is 56 off 49, so good platform, and that's sort of hoiked down to the man at slightly inelegantly down to the man at deep square. They've just come through for the single. That's Labuschagne out there. Okay. You have to have one of your better fielders at deep square at this stage of a ODI. He's got a lot of running to do.
He was a prolific novelist. He also did the Oxford Book of English Verse, 1250 to 1900.
I knew him from somewhere. I did actually know. I think I might have even read one of his books. Not that many people will do that these days. Cummins. Oh, he sliced that one into the Bengaluru sky, and he'll be caught, and he's out, and that's a bit of a hammer blow to Pakistan's hopes, I'm afraid. Roars of approval from Cummins. I think that was Stoinis underneath that one. And another one bites the dust.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
I think that gets us into 85-15 territory, to be honest, Josh.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I could quibble for the sake of it, but that seems as good an assessment of the relative chances of these two sides as any.
Shakil goes for 30 off 31 then. Caught Stoinis, bowled Cummins. It's a shame, he was just getting going, but it's the nature of these matters.
It wasn't the right ball for that shot, was it really?
I think you might be right there, John. Anything happening out there that we should be brought up to speed with while we're just waiting for the new batsman to come in?
Out there in the hall, the cat who was on my lap is screaming at me to go and play with her.
Oh.
She likes to play fetch.
You've disturbed her now, Josh, that's why. Samantha G says, I feel Forthy wouldn't deal drugs and instead traffic stolen Chardonnay, she says.
Nice thought.
I'd have had Forthy more down as an ABC guy.
ABC guys working behind the scenes for nefarious reasons. Iftikhar Ahmed has come to the crease, and that's not good news for Pakistan, because you would not necessarily see him as a regular batsman, despite the fact he's coming in at 6, because they don't bat deep, Pakistan. Though he does have an average of
Chardonnay drinker,
42.
Forthy?
I don't mind an oaky Chardonnay, that's okay with me. It's made a bit of a comeback, Chardonnay, hasn't it? That's dot ball, first one, Iftikhar. I prefer, I don't know, I'm not a very sophisticated wine guy, but despite having worked on it with an Australian wine producer for quite a few years, I never really got into it. Prefer whiskies, interesting.
We're going to be drinking some lovely Australian wine this evening.
Yeah, that's nice. What
Very
region?
nice new star producer called Unico Zello. They don't. They make wines. They don't grow them themselves. They'll break off.
Cummins in again. Goes a little wider on the crease. Ooh, has a real hack at that one. Iftikhar. Too fast for him. Dot ball through to Inglis. What's the varietal? You know.
So This is they make a blend each year, or they make a wine each year called Pastafarian, which is a very pleasant wine to drink. We're going to have a nice pasta bake. Sometimes it's Sangiovese, sometimes it's Nebbiolo, but we've got the 2021. I'll break off again.
Cummins coming in again. And he's got a little bit of a head of steam up now. I think he's got the sense of victory in his nostrils, defended by FTK. If it's Pastafarian, isn't that a reference to the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster?
I think that might be where they got the name from,
who invented
or perhaps more general.
Who invented Pastafarianism?
Worshippers of the noodle.
I think
but this is a blend. It's predominantly Nebbiolo Sangiovese, but it's got a little bit of Merlot and even a bit of Nero d'Avola in it.
Yeah. Last ball of Cummins over, which has gone 1 wicket ... Finishes with the dot. That's an excellent over, which has really swung the balance into Australia's favour there. Captain's over, 2-3-2 for 4 at the end of it. John, anything happening?
Well, Leah says Disney Cricket has Pakistan at 25%, but let's see where they are if they score another 50 for no loss. I don't know whether she sent that before the wicket fell
Has to be.
Or after. That's the only thing.
It's not 25 now.
No.
And particularly after that.
Samantha says, I suggest folks try an Ontario Ice wine, sweet
Ontario
but
Ice
lovely.
wine is pretty good if you like your sweet wines.
Which unfortunately I don't.
Not quite as good as the best German ice vines.
Pakistan need 136 off 90, which, if they had a really solid, 6, 7, 8 coming in, wouldn't be beyond the realms, but they don't. So I think this is not looking great for them. As we see a close-up of the moon.
I mean, it's still not beyond the realm.
It's not realm.
We've seen in World Cups past there was those 2 England victories where, England defeats in 2011, more famously to Ireland, less famously to Bangladesh.
The O'Brien innings,
the chasing side, although they lost wickets, kept close enough to the rate, and England weren't able to take the wickets in time.
Can be done.
It's never say never in
absolutely.
In
and I wouldn't rule them out at all here.
Wine. We first had it at a now defunct restaurant in York. Beautiful. The way some Australians reds do has a lovely sort of slightly minty eucalyptusy note on it. So we're going to make a pasta bake with some venison meatballs.
Okay, Stoinis in again,
yummy.
and he's deviated onto leg stump. Just plays it down to Mitch Stark, who's fielding, patrolling with his long legs down there. Long leg.
Iftikhar 1 off 5, finally off the mark.
Yeah, it's not great, but Iftikhar's not a great batsman, unfortunately. It's not what they want coming in now, but you have to play the hand you've got. Rizwan's going to have to play a massive hand here. He's 35 off 30, so all eyes on him. But it's asking a lot.
It is, especially without much support to count on.
Yeah, exactly. In comes Stoinis, and that's swiped by Rizwan, straight down to Stark again. I'll come through for the single. You a bit of a wine man, John, or not?
He wines when England
play. Very good, Josh. Very good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, in the right situation, more of a red than white.
Yeah.
I mean, the right situation. It's always 8 a.m. somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Slower ball from Stoinis. Iftikhar doesn't know what to do with it, frankly. Just lets it go past his chest. Caught in about 3 mines, and in the end does nothing. Dot ball.
3 mines, no mines, same end result.
So the win predictor currently is 81-19, which I think is a bit optimistic for Pakistan, but as we're saying, you never know.
Yeah. No, I think I agree with you.
In comes Stoinis
right order
again.
Of magnitude.
He's had a hook at that one. It's gone in front of square, but directly to Abbott, who I think was patrolling the leg side's perimeter. And they come through.
How many substitute fielders do Australia have on the field at this point?
Well, I think they've got 2 in Kerry and Abbott, but they got a 3rd. You spotted. We haven't seen Warner. We've decided. I don't know who the other man who's off the field at the moment is. Is Smith on the field? I haven't seen him for a while.
Oh.
I mean, Smith hardly did very much to get himself tired. That's a wide. So a shorter ball, ballooned up in the air. Rizwan couldn't do anything with it because it was too high over his head.
You are listening to White Line Wireless, despite the 3 Pommy accents providing with updates on proceedings.
Yes, I know. Well, it was quite a scene when I first arrived in Moonee Ponds. I was surrounded by very joyous Australians. There was a riotous mood almost. Quite right too. Been a magnificent performance, certainly for the first 35 overs. Strays onto leg stump the Stoinis, but Rizwan can't take full advantage, but he does keep the strike. In fact, it's a leg by, so at the end of the 36th over, Pakistan 237 for 4, chasing 368.
I suppose they've got to cheer at every opportunity they get in this tournament, because it doesn't look like there's going to be all that many of them.
Probably not. Anything happening, John?
Well, I missed a comment on YouTube earlier from Revenite FC saying, surely a person with a nickname Mr. Couch should always carry with them a spare remote control and some change to keep up appearances. Pokey Bumfinger says, hipster dinner for Josh. And Stephen Kelk says, I like white cider at £1 a bottle. That's kind of wine, right?
Yes, kind of wine.
You work with Jay Grover and I claim my £5.
In comes Cummins again. Yes. And rather inelegantly sort of pulls down to long leg by Rizwan for a single. It's not really what they're looking for. Iftikhar is 2 off 7s back on strike, but I rather did a disservice.
Stephen Kelk. Stephen then adds that I get my supplies from Mr. Couch.
I rather did a service though when I was commentating on the Netherlands lower order. We managed to get 120 off their last 12 overs, and that got them home against South Africa. So, as we say never. In comes Cummins.
Their lower order might be better than Pakistan's.
Well, I rather think they were, yes. And that's played to point. Honestly, Australia would be perfectly happy if Iftikhar stays on strike and gets a single off the last ball of this over. That's played out to point by him, dot ball.
I just think with the 4th wicket falling around 35 overs, if Iftikhar's the answer, then I do not want to know what the question is.
Yep, agreed. They've it's hard to work out quite how they can proceed with this batting lineup, unfortunately. Well, okay, so in answer to the question, Iftikhar's hit the ball for 6. Well done, Iftikhar. Look at our faces. Have we got egg on it? Let's see if I can find that.
Let's see. The thing is, if I do end up with egg on my face, I'll be 50 quid richer. So,
so he flicked it off his pads and just followed the ball. And way over long leg did it go. Good shot. Let's hope there's many more of them to keep the match interesting.
He's got 15 odd overs. He can afford to take a few balls to play himself in. He's more useful.
I mean, I haven't got a PhD in Iftikhar's batting, so there may be something we don't know about to come. Plays that. That's more like the Iftikhar we've come to know so far. Plays it down very cautiously.
What do you have PhDs in, Fourthly?
Well, I mean, it has crossed my mind. Should I get a PhD at this point in my life? And then I think to myself, no, I can't be fucked. There's no point, is there? Why? You just be, I'll get a PhD, I don't know, in post-semantic semiology in Ravenna or something. Great, I'm a doctor, so fucking what? There's no point. Cummins coming in for his 5th ball of the over. Oh, and he's launched this one as well. Iftikhar's go way into the Bengaluru sky. Well done to him. He's making a complete fool of us, and specifically me. Second tier of the stands for one of these.
Just go for one, take the easy run, or will you have some fun and try for smaximum?
Yeah, smaximum it is.
Absolutely.
Mr. Couch now needs one to hide behind.
Quite right. Well, I'm delighted, to be honest, if they can make a match out.
Yeah, exactly. Entertainers, why not?
Yes, please.
How's the atmosphere in the room, Fourthly?
Well, it's me and Russ trying to stay awake is the atmosphere in the room.
Okay.
Because everyone else has gone to bed. Cummins in again, and it's pulled, but straight down to square leg, and it will be Iftikhar keeping the strike, which actually be quite welcome for Pakistan in the form he showed in that over. And that over went for 14 and at the end of the 37th, Pakistan 2-5-2 for 4. John?
Revenite FC says Iftikhar is listening to GC in his ear, and he's put 2 fingers up.
Quite right too.
As he should. As he should. I mean, the rate required is still under 9, which...
Yeah, for a T20, that's all right.
Is, once again, to use your phrase, not beyond the realm. It's in reach. You know, it's not by any sense Pakistan's game. A few wickets, and they're going to have to take risks, making them more likely. A few wickets will perhaps sniff it out quite quickly.
It's not so much
But
Iftikhar.
we have a game on our hands.
We have, yeah. Iftikhar kind of okay. Now they've got 4 bowlers who don't have much pedigree, bringing up the rear. So it's going to have to be these two and maybe a bit of the next guy to get them over the line. So well done, Iftikhar. They need 116 off 78. That's not impossible.
I mean, Stoinis has got 6 left.
Yeah, who's to bowl? That would be worth knowing.
Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Zampa have 3 each. I suspect we've seen
Right.
the last of Zampa in particular. Maxwell's got 5. I don't think we'll see him again.
And that is launched straight down the ground.
Hello.
I imagine it's 6. We lost the flight of the ball.
It's 6.
Yeah, it's 6, all right. It's one of these. Very short jingle. Says pretty fly for a white guy, but I didn't hear much of that on that jingle. But it's good stuff. That's a massive 6. Go with the other
2/3 of the way up the sight screen.
This guy.
It was
I
around long
really hope that when we do the edit on this on this commentary that I'm not made to sound like a complete idiot. But I rather think I will. So because if the guys go in and smash 3 6s with us,
Ian, you won't sound like an idiot.
Yeah.
You'll sound like an illustration of the swings in this game.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. In comes Stoinis, and that's a leg stump half volley, which is played out to deep square. It's turned out to be quite an efficient ball, actually. Abbott does the fielding with that slightly annoying moustache of his. I mean, what is the point of that?
I mean,
moustache?
slightly. You'll take slightly annoying on as moustaches go on Australian cricketers, won't you?
There was a very good album called Attempted Moustache, and Half Man Half Biscuit were originally called Attempted Moustache.
Oh, were they really?
In their original incarnation. It's a great name for a band, but it was named after somebody else's album. And that one's whipped round the corner, and it's gone all the way for 4. The scoring rate is going through the ceiling. This is brilliant stuff.
Straight round the corner.
The way you get shot
straight round the
boundary, crossing the boundary.
Didn't recognise that little song you were singing, Josh. I imagine.
Oh, it was a riff on Bing Crosby.
Straight down the middle.
Ah, right. Okay, straight down the middle. Yeah.
Rate required down under 8.5.
Thank God we don't live in a world where crooning was the dominant genre, I always think. Imagine living in that world. Stoinis in again, right up in the block hole. It's hard to do too much with that. He's got it down to deep square, so they've at least come through for the single. Score.
I remember turning up early after a night shift to a party as a grad student, and my friend who was hosting it was putting together a mixtape of moustache rock.
Okay.
A fantastic genre.
And the only criteria had to be singer had to have a moustache?
No. It was more a description of a genre.
Okay.
I mean, it included. I forget whether you're a Steely Dan lover or hater. But,
I'm indifferent.
It included the Dan.
I'm all right with Steely Dan. It's Nestlers who's got a massive problem.
It's Nestlers who hates them.
Iftikhar plays that one. It's dot or 6 at the moment. Quite often from Iftikhar. He's 22 off 15. This player who I was saying couldn't play.
I suspect Nestler's hatred of them is adopted from Marky Smith.
I mean, Marky Smith did hate a lot of things, so I don't remember him specifically sounding off at the Dan. He might have done. Last 12 balls have gone for, well, it's included 3 6s, put it that way, and a couple of 4s as well. That's played down to mid-on at the last ball of the over. The score ticks over to 265 for 4? 266? 265 for 4 off 38. John.
Yeah, Oh, I've lost my tweet now. That's terrible. Yeah, Leah says, nah, Forthy doesn't strike me as an ABC guy.
Okay.
Oh, I've just lost her tweet again. Doesn't strike me as a broker of WMDs. And then she says, oh, should give context. In German, ABC means the English NBC.
Okay.
That's gone over my head, that tweet, but then
nuclear,
it quite often
biological,
does.
chemical, nuclear, biological, chemical, or atombiologische
Okay,
chemische.
fair enough.
But I, of course, meant it as anything but Chardonnay.
Of course, yeah. As long as it's not anything with Coventry City, that'll be fine.
Anywhere but Coventry.
Anywhere but Coventry. To get them into the conversation somehow. Having a look at what's coming up tomorrow, and it's the all-conquering Netherlands playing Sri Lanka. That'll be actually an interesting clash. I think we're doing that one. Are we, Russ? Netherlands, Sri Lanka? Yeah, we are. Big nod from the man on my right.
Who are you
I
playing
fancy
this
the
weekend,
Netherlands
Ian?
in that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to. It's actually quite hard to distinguish those two, isn't it? Is this some crazy drinks break? No, here comes Adam Zampa.
Strategic timeout.
Adam
Zampa is back. That's we can play plenty of things of me being proven wrong too. I said I thought we'd seen the last of him.
No,
Back he comes.
he's
The
back.
next over.
And that's should have done a bit more with that. Iftikhar, he's played it straight out to mid wicket. Dot ball. Come on, Iftikhar. Let's see a few more of those.
Who are
juices.
Coventry playing this weekend? Ian?
Dara says, Forthy, that Iftikhar has just put your prospective PhD to bed.
Quite right too. And that's slashed down to the man at a fairly deepish point. Hazelwood does the fielding. They scamper through for a single. Iftikhar's quite tall, isn't he? So, just trying to make amends to Iftikhar. Nice tall man. This is the danger of this World Cup. You make these.
I'm slightly surprised that there's one for the cut that goes straight to backward point.
He's quite deep there.
They are quite deep.
I think they're having a quid
and
each
allowing
way.
the singles, and actually, a boundary every over or two, and otherwise singles is enough to keep Pakistan in sight.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried about the singles.
No, but if it's
a quid
the dot
each
balls
way,
would
a sort of deep point, isn't it?
be the difference between stuffing it out or not.
And waltzes down the wicket. Does assume that's Mohammed Rizwan. Smashes the ball down wide to the man at long off, who is Maxwell. But it's just as, after all that, just a single. Maxwell slipped there. He's holding his shoulder a little bit. Back of the hand from Zampa.
Used his feet, did a lot for a single for that one.
Yep. Pakistan need 101 from 69. Zampa pulls it down, and it is pulled. He hasn't quite got all of it. And Labuschagne scampers round on the perimeter and pings it through. They'll come back for 2. Score moves on to 269 for 4.
Sorry, Forthy, please use Glamorgan's Manus Labuschagne's full name.
Glamorgan's Manus Labuschagne, sure. Happy to. He's got a lot of work to do out there. Don't know how hot it is. Probably not too hot by this time of the evening. Doesn't look like there's profuse sweat as we've seen on 1 or 2 occasions. Not that humid, maybe. Pakistan need 99 from 68. 2 balls of the 39th to go.
Must be a shade under 9 and over.
Yeah, around about there. Zampa tosses it from hand to hand. Oh, that must be close if he's got no bat on it. It was the slider. And there's a conference. I think they'll probably send this one up. Yes, they
May
are.
as well.
Yeah, there's not too much to lose. They've still got 2 reviews, I think, in the hutch. It was the slider, so that comes, I think, more slightly out of the side of the hand. Decision has been reviewed, so it's Iftikhar is on 26 off 19. Quite a big moment. I think the DRS is all up and working again now, presumably, otherwise they wouldn't have used the review.
Pitched outside off, but impact.
If that's hitting pad,
no
pads
I think it was
first.
bat onto pad there. But
Inside edge, isn't it?
slowly.
Is
Yeah,
it
looks
though?
like
So
it.
what's
It's an
first,
inside
pad or
edge.
bat? What's first, pad or bat? I think it's pad first.
That's the.
Sure.
Pretty sure it's pad
I'm
first.
not
Pad
sure.
first.
Yeah, I think it's pad first.
Yeah.
In which case, if it
He's
is pad
pad
first,
first.
he's out.
In which case, it's dead.
Exactly, it's halfway up, middle and leg if it's pad first, which I'm
So dead.
almost certain it is.
I always feel batters are unfortunate when they get out to those.
Well, they're still out, aren't they?
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, he's dead.
I mean, yeah, he's dead out. Sorry, Josh, do you want to enlarge on that? I mean, how do you mean by unfortunate?
Yeah, the one that clips the pad en route to the bat. It's not like he's padded up to it and it would have gone on to hit the stumps, because it would have gone on to play the shot that he played. You know, I have no issue with it being out. I just think it's rather an unfortunate one from the batter. Not, you know, it wasn't that the pad stopped it hitting the stumps. He was just it clipped the pad on the way through because of the position he was in order to play the shot.
Well, you're out, mate. That's serious.
Yeah, there's no
I understand.
no.
You're
right with it. So just it's a little bit. It always
What's that?
Just
Would you
looked
change?
up, by the way,
Yeah.
the Croydon cat killer, which was apparently a myth. The case of overzealous reporting and policing it. Insofar as any of the deaths were suspicious, they looked to be the case of more. They looked to be doing more of a fox than anything else.
Chaps, I think we're having a rotate. So that's the. I think. Oh, actually, have we got one ball to go, Russ?
Yeah,
Do it after
finish this
ball.
over.
Finish this over, yeah. Yeah, I'm not entirely. I mean, I suppose Michael Goff didn't give it the benefit of the doubt to the batsman, and there was the pad and the bat were quite close together. To be fair, Mohamed Nawaz has come to the crease. Just seeing his men's CWC stats, which aren't that helpful because he's only played 3 of them. Zampa has got 2 wickets now, so his tail will be up. Forward defensive from Nawaz for the first ball. The end of the 39th over. Pakistan 2695. We're having a bit of a change over here.
That's me done for the day, I believe.
Thanks very much, Josh. Appreciate it. Regards to you
I
and
shall
your
go
cats.
and have an aperitif somewhere.
You do
well,
that.
Actually, Josh, I've
Hang on.
got you for another stint in half an hour because we're probably
All
going
right.
to keep going. But if you have to go, let us know.
No, I don't. I mean, if I have to go and have a drink somewhere on a Friday evening, I can do that. I can do that at 6 rather than 5 p.m.
Very good.
I'll therefore see you in half an hour's time.
All right, Josh. Thank you. So
right.
I think it's we're back to Australia for me. Krishna joins us again. Hello, Krishna. Thanks for staying up with us.
Hey, Forthy.
Nice.
I think this game is going to a good conclusion. I think Australia were lucky in the last game.
Just break off there because Hazelwood's back into the attack. He's still got 3 overs. So they brought him back perhaps a little ahead of schedule to try and force the issue.
Yeah, well, the commentators on the broadcaster were saying that they've bowled, I guess, all the part-timers in Stoinis and Maxwell, so now they're left with 3 overs each for Zampa, Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins.
Yeah,
Them out.
it's a fairly grim lookout for Pakistan, I guess, if we're honest.
Yeah, I was going to say Australia were lucky in the game against Sri Lanka that they bowled the Sri Lankans out, so the 3 over.
Hazelwood in again for his second ball. First one went for a single. They think about a single. Just went through to Inglis, and there's a shot at the stumps. So Nawaz had to hurry back to his crease dot ball.
Australia looks sharper than they did 10 overs
they
ago.
do, don't they? Quite a lot of it, the tone is often set by the captain. And Cummins, once he took that catch, it seemed to invigorate him and energise him. He seems to be much more on it since then.
Yeah, in the same way he looked down after he dropped that one before.
He did. Okay, so Hazelwood in again for his 3rd ball. And again, Nawaz fresh to the crease. They'll be aware that bringing Hazelwood on to a guy who has come straight to the crease with his metronomic accuracy, Hazelwood, is very difficult to get him away, and that's another dot ball.
I played with
So if
someone.
they're,
Sorry, go.
I was going to say if they're 5 wickets down with 3 overs left, then they're going to be exposed to that fielding penalty, and Rizwan's still there. I would say Pakistan's still a chance at that point.
Yeah, at that point, yeah. Ooh, big thick inside edge and almost plays on there, Nawaz, but at least he's off the mark now. He's 1 off 4. Score moves on to 2-7-1 for 5.
Yeah, I played with someone who was always in the game. They had to find a way to, touch the ball constantly, and it was amazing how they set the tone of the fielding side, and kind of gets in the batsman's head. There aren't easy singles here.
Yeah,
you've got to work a little harder.
It's like a small company. If the managing director or the CEO is up and about and enthusiastic, it really makes a huge difference. Big hack from Rizwan. It's gone down to deep square, where Abbott does the fielding. Come through for a single.
Hazelwood's been really good today.
He has. He's done for 25 off 7.5. And to think that he wasn't picked for the 2019 World Cup, Krishna, funny thought.
Yes. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? But he has really improved his white ball cricket in those 4 years.
Yeah,
he was instrumental in Australia winning the T20, which is not a thing you say about a fast bowler in Dubai much.
It's funny, isn't it? That one hits Nawaz on the leg, but too high. He was going for the pull and missed it at the end of the 40th over. Pakistan 272 for 5. Just having a look to see if anything's happening out there.
Joe Grover says talking shit about me specifically, not generally talking shit. I'm not sure what that's in relation to. Sportlover says spent $20 for the pleasure of your company on a flight to the US. The Hitchhiker's Guide chat seemed extremely appropriate. The whole of GC feels like it could be a commentary team on the radio production.
Money well invested.
And Messi says that people are opposing Representative Jordan for Speaker again in the US House of Reps. Oh God, US politics.
Oh God.
What a shit show.
Surely this is one little oasis where we don't have to talk about the Middle East or US politics, please. Pakistan need 96 from 60. They're going into their last 10 overs. They've just lost slightly too many wickets. If they were 2 down, you'd think they have a real chance here, but 5 down is probably going to be too many. That first ball's played out to long on for a single.
Yeah, so that was a good 10 over spell for Pakistan, 72 for 2.
Not bad.
They've done quite well.
Yeah. Lost 5 wickets in the last 20 overs, which is very damaging to their cause.
They've only ever been at the run rate, though, never in front.
Yeah, that's true. Zampa drags that down a touch with a slightly faster ball, so Rizwan can't do anything with it. It's not Rizwan, is it? It's,
Nawaz.
Nawaz, my apologies. Nawaz settles over his bat again, not resting on his shoulders. Changes his mind and just jabs down on it. Good bowling from Zampa.
Yeah, that was a clever ball. Yorker length outside off stump.
Yeah.
Just jammed him for space.
Brings the run rate per over up 10 required.
Yeah, 10. It used to be sort of 40 or 50 years ago, a run of ball. If you got over that, you were worried. Now it's kind of like 10, really, isn't it? That's hacked away down to deep point. So I think it's Cummins out there doing the fielding.
Look like it, yes.
That was the Michael Bevan effect. I feel teams used to panic when it was over 6, and he just said, no, you score singles, you hit a few twos, and you get the odd boundary, and you can go at 8. And
he was the master of context, wasn't he? He just said, well, don't worry about the past, just play it ball by ball, work out what's got to be done. Zampa in again. He does drag that one down, and it's been given because he was through the shot too early there. He pulled across it. It hit him quite high on the leg, but he was stooping down to hit it. It's been given on the field, and that unfortunately is the 6th wicket down, assuming that the decision isn't overturned. What did you make of that one, Krishna?
Oh, I thought that was pretty adjacent. I don't know whether Rizwan's challenged it. I assume he has.
He has.
I think they desperately need to challenge it, even if it's
correct.
Absolutely
correct the game over if they don't.
I mean, he really pulled it down. It was asking to be hit, but he just died. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be out. It's going to be probably clipping leg, but is actually going to be clipping leg. So it's not one of those terrible decisions because he's quite a way back on his crease.
Yeah, as someone who believes in the moral, unless he's up, he hasn't bottom edged it, it's very close to the bat. As someone believes in the moral dimension to LBWs, that if you play a bad shot, you deserve to get out. That deserves to be out.
Well, there's an interesting paper to be written about the morals of cricket. Could be missing. Let's have a look. Nah, just clipping.
Cool.
Just
Umpire's call, so he's out.
Yeah, he's out. All right.
Morals. So what about the spirit of cricket?
Oh God.
Oh no, that's a nonsense. But you can be morally out to an LBW for playing a bad shot or missing.
Anyway,
in much the way Josh said that you feel unlucky.
Ooh, leg before wicket.
Yeah, I didn't entirely agree with what Josh was saying there.
Well, I think in that one actually, if the ball had not hit the pad, it probably would have not missed hitting the bat either. So
yeah,
and therefore it was going to clatter the stumps.
Anyway, this is not great because the rather long tail of Pakistan is about to be exposed. Pakistan are now 274 for 6.
It's an entertaining tail.
Yeah, true.
We might.
It's just got a little bit too much for it to do. We believe, or I believe, we'll see.
Yeah.
Well done for staying up there, Krishna. Are you on?
Thank you, Porty. You too.
Yeah. Have you got a bit of coffee on the go there?
No, got a glass of water.
Well done.
Australia's expectation of victory is now up to 89%. It hasn't been that high since they collapsed at the back end of the innings. So.
Okay, yeah.
For all the criticism of Zampa, 3 for 44 of 9 overs, outstanding figures.
It's a very good return. How do you pronounce
in
that?
In a really high-scoring game.
Yeah. Do we pronounce that Usama Mir or Usama Mir?
I think it's Usama.
Usama Mir. His first ball is played out to mid-wicket for a dot, and at the end of the Zampa's 3 for 44 off his 9. He's got 1 to go, and that's the end of the over.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm on socials, aren't I?
That's you on socials, Ross. Yes. Let's see if anything's flooding in.
Messi says, I trust there are no longer any doubts of my theory that Zampa gets most of his wickets with shit.
Well, he's still got 3 wickets. Can't complain. And he's man of the match in the last match.
And on YouTube, they're talking about pissing on cricket pitches. I'm not sure why. Oh, Flintoff was mentioned. That's why.
Yeah.
And when did he do that? I saw that chat before.
Yeah, we think 2013. Right? Very late at night at the Oval, as far as I remember.
Oh, after they won the Ashes? Is that
yeah.
the occasion?
Yeah, well, one of the times they won the Ashes during that rather little period.
Hazelwood thinks he's got a wicket here.
Hazelwood has come in for the first ball of the over. It's been played out on the offside, but Hazelwood's looking quizzical. It's a dot ball.
I haven't got the timer on it.
No, it seems to have no one else seems particularly interested as far as we can tell. The camera's not helping us there. Second ball of Hazelwood's 9th over. Digs it in short, it's gone way up into the Bengaluru sky. Is there a man underneath? There's 2 men underneath it, but neither of them can reach it. So they've got away with that one, and it's come through for 2. Slightly desperate batting, Krishna.
He really deserved the wicket, Hazelwood. I mean, these figures are outstanding.
Yeah, he totally does, yeah. Very, very accurate.
We're in for a flurry of hacks.
Yeah, a flurry of hacks. And if they could just wrap it up fairly rapidly, I wouldn't be too upset. Put it that way. I was going to say an early night. All hope of that has gone. Hazelwood round the wicket, and that's been scooped up into the air just over the head of the man at long on, who I think is Stoinis. They'll come through for a single.
Well, the Masters are tipping it over the bar at the moment, aren't they?
Yes. I'm not sure your luck can run forever, but we'll see if it does. They're not middling any of these at the moment.
Well, I'm not sure they're even still keeping up with the run rate, even with these wild swishes.
A 2 in a 1 and a 2 in a 1 and a 2 in a 1 still wouldn't get them there. They need over 10 and over at the moment. Unfortunately, 91 from 51 is required. Hazelwood digs it in short. There's a big wahoo swash by Usama, who misses completely, and it goes through to English for a dot.
I think the critical moment in this match was Barber going out, wasn't it?
I agree with you. It had to be a Barber century, really, I think, didn't it?
Yeah.
And I think
someone had to go on.
He went for 18 off 14, which was significantly short of what was needed. Hazelwood in again for the 5th ball of the over. Over the wicket to the right-hander. And that's elevated high into the sky, but not with enough length. It's caught by Mitchell Stark. Usama is out for a duck. And last hope of Pakistan has probably been extinguished. Pakistan now 277 for 7.
It's over, it's over, it's over.
Exactly.
Mitchell Stark's hands are very close to the ground yet again as he took that catch.
Oh God, yes, there was a controversial incident. Was it in the Ashes? Yeah.
Yes.
But that one's fine. No problem there. Usama Mir. Court start, Bolt Hazelwood for naught. And that is the end of that.
The guy who replaced Shadab Khan is at a terrible game. He dropped Warner. He scored a duck.
Scored a duck, yeah, no. There's an anti-man of the match, I'm afraid. It's probably him. I mean, he did his actual bowling figures in the end, as far as I remember, weren't too disastrous, but
1 for 82 off 9.
Yeah, fairly disastrous.
five sixes and 6
Oh
fours.
God, yes. Now I was confusing him with
wides.
the other spinner. No, that's terrible.
There's not a lot of good figures in any of the Pakistan players. Iftikhar is
Shah-
actually the best by far.
Yeah, Iftikhar's good. Shaheen Afridi got 554.
Yeah, he was excellent. And Shaheen can actually hit a long ball. I've seen him score some runs in the Pakistan version of the IPL.
Okay.
He is captain of one of those franchise teams, and he can hit a long ball.
Well, now would be a good time to get those few of those shots out the locker because he's arrived at the crease.
I'll give you a tip. This
Yeah.
ball will not be in Shaheen Afridi's half.
You've heard it here first from Russ. Hazelwood comes in round the wickets to Afridi. Let's see whether Russ is correct. Well, he kind of is. It's halfway down the wickets, defended off his back foot by Afridi. At the end of the 42nd over, Pakistan 27747. And they need a lot of runs from not many balls. Sum it up that way.
Not a lot going on the...
No, I understand that. People are probably saying, stick a fork in it, it's done.
Leah says, well, this turns out to be not that close after all, but at least it was entertaining until Rizwan fell, so at least I got something to talk about later this evening.
It's only really been Pakistan-Sri Lanka that can be described as close game, and even then it was kind of... We didn't take it... The 2 or 3 overs to go, it was pretty clear it was going to win.
It was like watching a seesaw. It looked
Yeah.
all one way and then it was all the other. It didn't...
Yeah.
There was a very, very brief period where it was in the middle.
Okay, Nawaz facing the first ball of the next over, and it's from Adam Zampa, and he's sort of... How would you describe that shot? A sort of massive swish.
Sweep hook.
Sweep hook down to long on.
Slog sweep, I think that's what Steve Waugh used to call
Slog
it.
swish sweep hook. Whatever it was, it resulted in 2 runs, in fact. So he's back on strike. Lost 25 balls, 14 runs and 3 wickets. Yeah. There's only one team really going to win this now, I think. Zampa. Big heave, down to long on again. They need more than these singles by Nawaz. Shaheen Afridi. So we'll see whether Krishna is correct and he can loosen his arms here. It'd be very helpful if he could. Big powerful man, so
He is, yes.
there is that.
Seeing replays of the wickets, that catch by Cummins really did turn things a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, and Cummins did well to be switched on for that because he's got a lot on his plate, and it's quite easy for a captain's concentration to occasionally drift, and he was absolutely on it. A good catch.
I think he and Butler are suffering from the same melee of too much pressure.
Too much pressure. Good ball from Zampa. I think he just held it back a touch. Afridi has a wild hack at it. Lucky not to get bowled. Took the keeper by surprise, and they've come through for a bye off his gloves.
They've just got too much to do, both of them.
You know, it's a top spinner. Yeah, totally. If you're in England and you want to have an aperitif like Josh, go ahead, because I don't think this is going to be a close finish. Having said that, Having said that, don't know why I keep doing this. Noaz has a huge heave over the head of the man at long on, and it has in fact, just to titillate us a little further, gone for one of these. A few more of those wouldn't go amiss. Noaz facing the fifth ball from Zampa's over, makes room for himself, completely misses the ball. Zampa outthought him there.
For a moment I thought that was a stumping chance.
Yes. But Noaz sort of went horizontal rather than vertically down the pitch, as it were. So stayed in his crease to make room. He's looking anxious, and well he might, with his team leading 81 from 43. And he is stumped.
And that is a stumping chance.
Well predicted by Krishna. He's out for 14 off 15. The 8th Pakistani wicket has now fallen.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
Good bit of bowling from Zampa, Krishna, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he did. He got to turn away from Nawaz, the left-hander.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, he crossed the seam on the release so that it wouldn't actually turn, it just skidded on.
Yeah. Skillful bowler, Zampa. He's really got a good repertoire, which he's built up over the years. You need to be, of course, in the white-hot heat of today's short-form cricket.
I think we saw this in the Australian innings as well. It's actually not that easy to score very quickly. I think this is quite a big ground, and I think it's one that you can get a few boundaries and singles relatively easy, and twos even. So you can go at 8 without a huge amount of risk. But as soon as you try and ramp it up to 10,
yeah,
it's a little bit too big. You tend to get caught on the fence, or
that's a good point. Yeah,
and the pitch is not quite there.
Looking at Hassan Ali, who's come to the crease in his ODI career, he's got an average of 14. He does have a strike rate of 117 and a best of 59, so interesting. Don't know who that was against. Pakistan at 287 for 8, currently needing 81 off 42. Afridi just...
So there,
yeah, so Krishna.
There you notice that Zampa's finished his spell and he's gone off to have a bit of a rest.
Yeah, a bit of a rest, yeah. I think was he carrying a slight injury coming into this match? Did I hear?
Yes, but I think once you're playing, you're playing. Like,
yeah,
why wouldn't he continue to field?
One of the...
You can bowl, you can field, right?
You'd think so, wouldn't
Correct.
you? Yeah, it's a dot ball from... he certainly hasn't got an injury to his mouth with his celebration there. Straining in the dugout now. Hazelwood comes in again. He went for a single off the first ball. Digs in a bouncer. Will that be called a wide? No, stop ball. And we're up to 2 runs a ball required now, which need hardly be said is virtually impossible.
Yeah, and you can see Cummins has just gone with all his number 1 bowlers to try and close this match out as quickly as possible.
Hazelwood in the 3rd ball of his 10th and last over. Hassan gives himself a huge amount of room, and it's paid off. He's just hit it straight past the ears, the capacious ears of Josh Hazelwood. And it's gone for straight past the boulders for 4 of these.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
4 runs of those. Not too far away from the fielder lurking at mid-on, but just far enough.
Hazelwood's field's all behind square in the deep, so as I said before, I expect them mostly to bowl short and just try and get, hope that they slog and top edge it and get caught.
Reasonable theory. Yeah, Hazelwood's kind of done a bluff there because it's a slower, fuller ball. Hassan, I imagine, rather as Russ predicted, was imagining the slower, shorter ball didn't come, and he's played all around it. It's gone straight through for English for a dot ball.
This whole World Cup feels like Tour de France, doesn't it? You've got India and New Zealand out the front and the peloton behind, trying to catch up.
Nice metaphor. again, big heave across the line. Hazelwood cannily outthinking Hassan Ali, who's just come to the crease. It's, talk about playing yourself in a test match. Well, the same applies when you come out in an ODI. You do need to actually size up the pitch, the pace of the bowling, and all of those things. You can't just hit every ball from the off for 4. It's particularly a tail-ender. And against some of the most skillful manipulators in world cricket here, someone like Josh Hazelwood. Follows Hassan Ali, who ends up on his bum, falling over, goes straight through to Inglis. That is, with one exception, a great over from Hazelwood. It's just gone for 5 at the end of the over. Pakistan need too many.
Jay Grover's annoyed. He says, "Oh, I'll just go down to my Pulse cider cellar, shall I? You posh aperitif bastards."
Yep, no problem, Jay. By the way, Jay, since you're on, can I just stress that because you hated the painting behind my shoulder so much, I turned my desk round at my room at home so that you wouldn't have to see it anymore, so you've got books behind you. I hope you appreciate the thought I've put into that. I've got a bookcase behind me now, not the painting that gives you conniptions.
Which books are you displaying for the purposes of people to judge you?
It's actually about spillover books in that room, so hope they don't judge me too much. Shine Shy Freedy facing up to the first ball of Stark's 8th over. He's gone for 56, so it's been quite expensive, and that's a full toss, which I think will go all the way. Yes, it does. Smashed by a Freedy through the offside for one of these. Stark's been loose, Krishna, hasn't he?
He's had a dirty night. He's paralleled Harris Rauf in the Pakistan bowling lineup.
Yeah, he wouldn't be out of place in the Pakistan lineup tonight. That's true. He's gone for at least an over full of wides, if not more. It's funny because every time you think Stark's sort of got this, he'll have a night like tonight, but there we are. And that's launched into the sky, but just over the man at mid-wicket. Not as far as the man on the boundary. They've come through for a single, so they move on to 297 for 8.
We'll have a change after this over for the denouement, I suspect.
Oh yes? What's the lineup?
I'm not sure. I can't read from
Is
here.
it extras?
I think it's me on ball by ball and John and Josh back on.
Well, it falls off the edge.
No, you're looking at the email. Look at the screen. To your right.
What screen tomorrow? Oh, this, right. Yeah, that's again dug in short by Stark, and again Hassan Ali's got no answer for it. Dot ball. Now, where am I looking?
Down the bottom.
Am I looking at 3:30? Oh my God, you've got me down as producer. That's insanity.
No, that's just a placeholder.
Don't do that. Anyway, I shall sit in the chair and not be able to do anything.
You could pick up the mic and make smart-ass comments in the background.
I'll do that.
Which is always a charm.
Yes. 4-1 dot so far. Sorry, Christian.
Broadcaster was showing some imagery from the dressing room.
Yeah.
What Zampa was in there, Warner was in there.
Well, that one.
The catering staff was there as well with their full regalia.
Hassan Ali gave himself room outside leg stump, aimed somewhere on the onside, and what actually happened was it was a big, filthy full toss, almost a no ball from Stark, which flew off the edge of the bat. Very fine for one of these. So they keep tempting us, Pakistan, with the suggestion that something could happen, but I think it's so unlikely. Hassan Ali steps across, has a hook at it, just gets an edge through to Inglis instead, and the 9th wicket has now fallen. They got to 300 on the previous ball, but they're now 301 for 9, with the rather unlikely task of 67 required from these last 31 balls, Krishna.
With the right idea, the skill level didn't match what the mind was telling him to do, though.
Skill gap.
I was about to rip into Stark, I guess.
As he took that wicket, yes. There's been a bit of that this evening.
Well, I feel like he's single-handedly kept the Pakistan in this game for about 5 overs longer than they should have been.
Yeah.
Yes.
Been all in bed by now. Thanks,
And
Mitch.
He's also known as Hoover, isn't he, for mopping up the tail?
Well, yeah, he's not really looked like that tonight. Surely this can't be long.
I saw an article that said Wasim Akram said Mitchell Starc was the second best bowler of the last 20 years. I assume he meant in one-day cricket and not more broadly after J.L. Stein, because he's definitely not as good as Pat Cummins or Josh Hazlewood, to be honest.
I think Wasim Akram's just supporting his left-hand fast-bowling brethren.
That might be true.
Oh, it's interesting to speculate. What, over the last 10 years?
20.
20?
It's going back a bit. I mean, if it's one-day cricket, then probably, because Starc was really, really good for a long time, and great in both 2015 and 2019.
That is true. Well, he's got one ball to clean this up, and we're quite happy if you would, Mitch. He's bowling to Haris Rauf, the unfortunate Haris Rauf, who French crickets it to mid-wicket for a dot ball at the end of the 45th. Pakistan 301 for 9. Don't know whether it
All right, I'm going to bid you farewell, gents, and
thanks
see you tomorrow.
Thanks for staying up, Krishna. Much appreciated. I think,
as we say, I will also see you tomorrow. It's quite an early start for me to join you. Not in person, sadly. And not at an socially acceptable drinking hour. Even worse, I have to drive afterwards, and I'm not entirely averse in principle to drinking at socially unacceptable drinking hours. But we're heading off to, I think it's Gloucestershire tomorrow, to see
very nice.
Beautiful Dutch water garden. And I, being the designated driver, will not be here with a breakfast beer in the morning. So all this is doing is postponing my evening drink. We don't want to play a commentary roulette or anything, do we?
I don't know what that means. Here's Cummins, he's back into the attack and he bowls to a Freedy and it goes past a wild hook. And
something of a guerrilla tradition that we all put some money in a pot and then commentate one ball each, and then whoever takes the wicket, whoever is commentating on the ball that takes the wicket wins the pot.
Well, you're welcome to commentate the next ball, Josh, and then John. I don't know if I've got any money. But he's Cummins
doing this one.
He's hoiked that, and he's actually just managed to avoid the fielder down a deep, wide mid-on, and bounces it over for 1-4. So
did it go for 6? I'm not even sure it went for 4 or 6.
I think it bounced once, but he's massive top edge, and he's watching the replay now where it landed. Yes, just one bounce, about a foot
just
in front of
the rope.
Hugely entertaining.
I was wondering if you describe Forthy as a producer because you're too polite to call him a drinks pourer or a general factotum for the rest of the evening.
Because of the studio setup, we actually have a producing desk, and someone should technically man it. He's Cummins is bowling, and Freddie's hoiked that. He's got straight down the throat of the deep mid wickets. It's Labuschagne out there, I think, and that is the end of this game. Pakistan all out, 305 off 45.3 overs. They will lose this game by 63 runs. It was a pretty valiant chase for a fairly long time, but comes up short. Australia win again after a terrible start to this World Cup. Everything's back and humming. Gents?
I lose 10 English pounds.
I think really it just illustrates why 368's never been made in a run chase at a World Cup, doesn't it? It's not something that's going to happen that often, and it's particularly not going to happen if you have a number 6 who's probably a number 8 and 4 number 11s.
You need everything to
go right. It was always
right.
just out of reach, I think.
I think you flatter Rauf by calling him a number 11. I think he's a genuine ferret.
Yeah, well, I think they probably have more than one ferret. To be honest, I think there are probably 3 or 4 in that lineup, and it was just too many for the front 5 to chase down.
Yeah, if you've got a rabbit at 8 or 9, and then you've got a couple of
And
ferrets.
3
to send in
ferrets.
after them,
You're in dire trouble, aren't you? Yeah. It's not healthy.
And sometimes it'll win you games because of the quality of the bowling, but there's a lot of games that were potentially winnable that you end up throwing away. Throwing away is harsh. Pakistan were never in a dominant position. There's no sense in which they threw this away. They did have chances to get closer. I thought at times I thought WinViz overrated their chances and the Betfair odds underrated them. In the end, I lost money, so perhaps I'm not the best judge of that. But at the point when they were cruising at 15, 20 overs for the loss of initially, when the 100 partnership came up for the opening partnership, they were very much in with a chance. It's never a sure thing. Wickets do fall. Chasing sides do get pegged back. Had they kept on a bit longer, lost them a bit later, it might have been closer than it was. Ultimately, I think a 62-run margin of victory reflects the difference in the performances of the two sides on the night.
Let's face it, for 35 overs with the ball, Pakistan were wretched. Not
for the first time.
And that's why they ended up chasing far too many.
They were pretty wretched against Sri Lanka too, which it makes me think that their chances of proceeding to the semi-finals are now taking a pretty big hit. Not only because of the loss of Australia, but also because it doesn't look like they can defend against decent batting sides. They're giving up over 350 basically to both Sri Lanka and Australia.
Speaking of chances,
mind you,
this hasn't done Australia as much harm.
No. Clearly not.
Well, I think we said after the first 2 games that Australia had possibly played the 2 best sides in the tournament, although maybe South Africa after the loss to the Netherlands is less so. But so having now won 2, and with the block of games left, maybe only New Zealand's actually difficult. They're pretty well placed to make the semi-finals, I would have said.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
It very much looks like New Zealand and India are nailed on for the semi-finals. Of course, anything could happen, but having both won 4 from 4, it's hard to see them losing from that point. And no one else has won more than 2 games. You've got these 2 sides and South Africa on 2 wins. South Africa, of course, from 1 game fewer. England, Bangladesh, Netherlands, Afghanistan all with a win each. It would be difficult.
I mean, if South Africa win tomorrow, they're pretty much in, aren't they? If South Africa beat England, they're pretty much in, and then it's a race for the last spot.
Yeah, and it's hard to see who's in that race.
I hear you assuming that South Africa will beat England, John. Assuming or maybe even willing.
Well, I think they will. I think they will. I mean.
But let's not hijack a White Line Wireless game with this competitive pessimism about the state of English cricket.
Well, I mean,
I think as much as anything, it reflects South Africa's batting power more than it says about England. I mean, if South Africa get it right with the bat, I think they'll be too strong.
It's not good for the tournament, I think.
Will they? That's the question.
If South Africa win tomorrow, England are going to really struggle to make the semi-finals.
If South Africa win tomorrow, I don't think England are even going to struggle to make the semi-finals.
So that
I think they're just not, right.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
In a situation,
it's not going to happen, is it?
That who can make the semi-finals other than given Australia's beaten Pakistan, and if England loses to South Africa, we were almost at the point where we say, well, the semi-finals will be India, New Zealand, South Africa, and Australia.
Yeah,
would
pretty
look
much.
The most likely. Although Australia and Pakistan both with 2 wins from 4, although as you say, Australia have probably played the 2 best sides, or at least 2 of the top sides in this tournament.
Australia's fixtures are more preferable, aren't they, than Pakistan's?
Exactly.
In terms of
but they've still got
remaining.
to, preferable or not, you've still got to win them.
Yes.
It's interesting looking at the table. There's 3 sides with a positive net run rate who all have a positive net run rate of well over 1. South Africa 1.3, India 1.7, and New Zealand 1.9. Everyone else is negative, including Australia just after this game. Of course, you know, we've got a long way to go. Who knows how it's going to come? But that is a sense, I think, of the gap between the teams that are doing better in this tournament and those that have perhaps not yet hit their groove.
There's 7 teams trying to get the last semi-final spot so they can be annihilated by India in the semi. So, something to look forward to. I'm going to run the card.
Anything can happen in a
bed.
World Cup semi-final. You know, I remember back to the first World Cup I followed in 1992. Everyone thought New Zealand were pretty much unbeatable, and they were until the semi-final, when they were beaten.
So who knows?
Those cornered tigers. It's definitely it happens in World Cups that teams finish late. Obviously, it's very difficult to see past India for this tournament. But
yeah, and you got to get through the whole way through the World Cup. Let's run the card. Australia obviously batted first. Warner scored 163 and Mitchell Marsh 121 with a 259 run opening stand. That set the tone for a score of 9 for 367. With Sheen Afridi the best of the bowlers with 554 and Harris Rauf 3 for 83, but he was messy in getting that 3. Australia collapsed pretty badly at the back end of that innings. Abdullah Shafiq got 64, Imam al-Haq 70 of 71. They had a good opening partnership for 134, but it fell away slow, bit by bit from there for Pakistan. Babar Azam 18, Mohammad Rizwan 46, Shakil 30, Iftikhar Ahmad 26, and Mohammad Nawaz 14 before the tail completely disappeared. Australia's best bowler, most prolific bowler, perhaps Adam Zampa, who took 4 for 53, Pat Cummins 2 for 62, and the other wicket, and Stoinis 2 for 42, important wickets actually early in his spell. The other 2 wickets taken by Stark and Hazelwood. Pakistan all out 305 45 overs. A not entirely dominant win by Australia, but in the end a relatively comfortable one based on that opening partnership. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you Josh and John.
Pleasure. See you tomorrow morning for me, I guess afternoon for you.
Something like that, yes. I might just
be
waking up.
I'm getting up at 6 to join you, so I'll be here with a decent mug of coffee.
Right, I'll be in bed by 4 tonight, so that's looking
Enjoy, chap.
See you all. Thank you.
Ta-da.
Cricket all the way. We got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bow. The vein of every true blue fan is the bad ex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bow.